Yesterday, we saw Group B and C conclude their games. Today, we're going to see Group A and D in action. Welcome to realme BGIS 2025, the quarterfinals, Day 3. I'm going to be a host to Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, looking at both these groups, they seem even more stacked.
Yeah, I mean, we were thinking that Group B and C was stacked, but no, that wasn't the case. A and D is where the action will continue. And of course, a lot of big names right now, looking at the performances from the previous 32 teams, are wondering how many points they're going to need to break inside the top 16.
I know, right? And especially looking at these groups, it feels like they're definitely going to break those barriers. It's not even a question. You've got teams like Hyderabad Hydra, Troy Tamilian Esports in the Group 1 itself, and how can you forget Likitha Esports? They have been a burning torch of consistency and domination.
Man, did Gujarat Tigers do something to you? You haven't even talked about them. I mean, look, Gujarat Tigers are also going to be there in the mix.
There's pros and cons about Gujarat Tigers, right? They like to play super aggressive, but when they actually hit, it's an absolute delight to watch them. But when they miss, then it's a big problem.
It's an entertaining fight to witness when they do not actually get those finishes. I mean, let's put it that way. But again, a lot of big names in Group A and even bigger names in Group D as well. You have God's Reign over there. You have Versatile in the mix.
I know,
and those teams are going to wait. We're going to wait 3 games to witness them in action. But before that, as you mentioned, I think for Group A in particular, Likitha Esports is going to be that name that everyone's going to be waiting to see. All right, what do they bring to the quarterfinals now?
There's even Vasista Esports in the mix, and I'm genuinely saying this. I'm really surprised to see Vasista Esports in the mix because the way they started the journey off, it was quite shaky. Before now, let's have a look at the prize pool of this realme BGIS 2025. 2 crore rupees on the line, and as we know, the first positioning team will be getting 60 lakhs in their hands.
60 lakhs to the winners of the realme BGIS 2025, along with 30 lakhs going to the teams sitting on the second position. In the finals, third position walking away 28 lakhs and so on and so forth. Individual prize money also is going to be there. The Realme MVP walking away with 3 lakh rupees in the bag. Fan favorite team with a lakh. Best IGL getting 2 lakh rupees. Best clutch 1 lakh. Emerging star with 1 lakh. And MVP of the finals getting 1 lakh rupees. But a reminder, the esports crate is out in BGMI right now, available for you guys to grab for yourselves and increase this prize pool even more.
All the money accumulated from that crate will directly contribute to the prize pool of the realme BGIS 2025. And how do you get your hands on that money? It's going to be through this points distribution. First placing team inside of the game will get 10 points. The second one will get 6. The third one will get 5. And it's going to keep on descending downwards. And once again, Johnny, going back towards the team, as I brought up with Sister Esports a while ago, and the way they started their journey off inside of the grind, we never thought that we will be able to see Vasista Esports over here in the quarterfinals.
That is very true, and considering Gamla Boy took a seat in the backlines mid-tournament, it was a big deal, right? He was a big part of the team. He was a big reason for their performances in the past, and all of a sudden, everyone was left wondering, like, all right, what is going to be new about Vasista this time? But somehow, they do manage to bring themselves back all the way towards the quarterfinals over here. We have a list of the first 8 teams from Group A, by the way. Likitha Esports, we have talked a lot about them, a little bit about Hyderabad Hydras. There's Troy Tamilian Esports in the mist, but Reckoning Esports. Now, this is going to be an interesting team as well, because Reckoning lost a big player. Hunters moving to Seoul, and then a lot of the pressure for the team's performance fell onto Viper, and to be honest, it's not the same Reckoning that we are seeing.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports has always been a team with a lot of potential. They've got so much firepower, but sometimes I feel like it's missing. And now Reckoning Esports, in my opinion, now it's time to move on and turn on that aggressive switch and go inside of the game and just try and get as many frags as you can, because you've only got 6 games to prove yourself.
Yeah, but moving on to Group D, you have God's Reign. We know a lot about God's Reign. And as I have been saying, Destro has already said that 2025 is going to be his year just because he likes to go against the odds. And 25 is an odd number.
Do you actually believe that?
Yes, I do. Man lifted a trophy a few months ago.
Yeah, but it was just the one trophy, though. You cannot forget, we've got so many more capable teams.
It was the first trophy of the year.
Well, I guess sounds fair at that point, but at the same time, we never know what the future holds, right? You've got teams like K9 Esports, and they seem super refined. We cannot forget WinGod Esports too. Young guns, they have been trying to prove themselves over and over again. And speaking of guns, how can you forget Phoenix Esports and VXT? These guys have been at the top of their game since the start.
Exactly. Somraj, I mean, his goal is pretty clear. He wants to go for the win. He wants to lift the trophy for this realme BGIS 2025. And as you talk about Phoenix Esports, a lot of potential there. They've been put to the test every single time, and I think 2025 is going to be the time where we will see Phoenix Esports live up to the tagline of realme BGIS 2025 and make their mark on the BGMI circuit in this country.
And since we've been speaking so much about Look at the Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, let's have a look at their head-to-head. Look at the Esports, 135 finishes so far inside of the tournament, and Hyderabad Hydras getting 138, 71 positioning points, both the teams on the equal level, but look at the Esports having more chicken dinners.
Yeah, I mean, chicken dinners are going to be important, but then again, it will come down to how consistent you can be in the overall run. And of course, I think one big thing over here is going to be the fact that I think both the teams have played a different number of matches. Look at the Esports making their way here directly from the grind, and Hyderabad Hydras, they had to play 1 round extra. That means 6 extra matches, so the stats are going to be skewed in the favor of Hyderabad Hydras a little bit. But look at the Esports. I love the aggression that they bring to the table, man.
And looking at the schedule, Johnny, Group A is going to be the one to kick things off, and then later on, Group D will be the one to chime inside of the action.
Yeah.
And speaking of Group A, I mean, we've got big names, as we have been over and over again emphasizing on the fact that we've got teams like look at the Esports in there, Reckoning Esports, Autobots Esports 2 in the mix, and that's going to be an interesting factor too. My bad, I meant to say Acrobats Esports.
Yeah.
So you cannot even forget teams like Troy Tamilian Esports as well, because even they have been inside of the scenario for such a long time and trying to crack it till the land finals, but they actually always fail.
Yeah, I mean, the potential is there, but it's those closing moments that give them that extra pressure on their heads, which they haven't been able to handle yet. But this time, we are seeing a lot of surprising entries make it to the later stage of the tournament, so hope is still alive. And especially with how the journey of the quarterfinals turned out for the first two groups, the cutoff as of now for the top 16 is not that high.
It's not, but as I mentioned, looking at these groups and how stacked they are, I genuinely think now it's going to skyrocket. And that will be super intense to see as well, because as I mentioned, you've only got final 6 games to play. And if you are really someone with a strong mental, you will try to go as aggressive as you can. And we have seen a lot of those teams try it as well, and a lot of them have actually failed too. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short promo. You guys have a look at it. Have you guys heard about the Realme P3 Ultra 5G? Well, if you haven't, move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards, and maybe the device itself.
Exactly, an amazing device, 90 FPS, smooth gaming experience, a lot of AI-packed features that make your gaming extremely versatile as well, and of course the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 chipset that doubles your performance in this price segment, starting from 22,999, and it is going to be exciting to see how our performance change once we get our hands on the Realme P3 Ultra 5G network.
I know, right? When we pull off that heist, I just want to boot into a game
and
test it for myself, and especially play that new map, Rondo.
Yeah, which one are you going for this time?
I will actually go for the right one.
I'll take this one.
Okay, sounds good. You know, we've got our own things figured out, but I hope the teams have got their own things figured out, because we have seen a lot of teams in that confusing state too, just subbing players out at the last moment.
And so far, the substitutes, I mean, on day 1, the substitutes did work out quite well for the teams from Group B and C. But day number 2, every single team that was making those substitutions were the ones that were nowhere close to qualification.
The crazy part was, a team actually made a substitution when they've only got 1 game left.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Why would you want to play against the odds, especially when you do not even have the games left anymore?
At that time, it only makes sense to give that player on the bench some extra playtime, some experience, what a competitive tournament feels like, what a lobby like this feels like, and what the pressure in a lobby like this feels like. And luckily, in that game, God's Given actually did secure a decent number of finishes, although, as you mentioned, They were too far away from qualification. So that was just a dream that they were chasing, and they were woken up pretty quickly.
And Johnny, what are your thoughts about Raven Esports? Because when we saw this team once again back in 2025, it just felt like it's a complete new Raven Esports. The banner has been doing great for themselves. Even the players individually, the performance has been on point.
I mean, there's a lot of potential in Raven Esports as well. But again, even then, last year, we saw them make their debut. It was a nice debut as well. A few changes since then till now. But it is going to be interesting to see, can they adapt to the new circuit, because circumstances now have changed, be it because of all the roster changes that happened during the off-season or because of the new meta that was introduced due to the zone timings being changed. And a lot of big names have been struggling because of that. A few names have given us a key, the crack to the code, and that was just play on your fundamentals, go for those finishes. And Raven Esports is one of those teams that has the potential to go for high finish numbers.
In my opinion, too, that should be the main way of thinking. Since you've only got 6 games to play, stick to your comfort zone, play a bit aggressive, focus on those elimination points, too, and try and go for big games. Even if you find one big game, that's instantly going to propel you directly at the top in the overall standings, and it also increases your chance to directly qualify in the semifinals significantly.
Exactly. See, right now, I think to break into the top 8, you're going to need like somewhere around 48, 50 points, right? 2 25-pointers. Easy 50. You have 4 games to cause trouble for everyone else then.
Sounds really easy, Johnny, but it's actually tough to do, especially when you've got so many stacked names in your lobby. It will be tough to pull off a 25 bomber like that. But at the start of the day, we made our predictions, and I personally went with Gujarat Tigers. I believe that the Tigers, they're going to showcase a lot of aggression.
Hey man, I mean the Tigers, if they're hungry for blood, if they're out on the hunt, on the prowl, then they can secure those finishes. I've gone for a safer pick, just like IC Likita Esports. On the top, at the top, always. We see Sparrow going for Reckoning Esports over on the Hindi panel, along with Engineer and Anki the bot picking Vasista Esports. Now, Vasista Esports, based on the past, I think it is a hit or a miss. But Maisie with Altitude, I had to ask him why he picked Altitude, and his point was like, they've been the most consistent in terms of placements, but buddy, placements isn't gonna get you to the top.
I know, right? Especially when you've only got 6 games, placement is not going to do anything. You need a lot of elimination points in the mix to at least be on the safer side of the spectrum in the first 3 games itself.
But if Altitude can be consistent in all 6 of them, finish in the top 3, the top 4, then it's going to be a different scenario. I think it will help them qualify for the semifinals if they can get 4 to 5 eliminations along with the top 5 finish every single game. But then again, once they reach the semifinals, it's going to be a whole different ballgame over there.
Let's come to a middle ground with the average. I think 10 points per game can actually make the cut.
10 points per game is 60 points. Then you are already in the semifinals. You'll be qualifying in the top 5 or the top 6 over there at that point.
So that's actually pretty good average, right?
Yes.
Because you would not need to worry about anything. But for a team like Altitude coming in at the first time, I'm not exactly sure pulling out 10 points per game is going to be their thing.
Man, anything can happen. More than their matches, I think now they need to be worried about Maisie predicting them as his team.
You'd really got to bring that up, huh? That Maisie curse. But hopefully that's not going to be coming into play, because that's a new team you would never want all the odds against you.
Yeah, especially Maisie.
He's the strongest force in the world. But jokes apart, moving on towards the conversation once again, right? You brought up Vasista Esports and said they're quite a hit or miss team, but recently their performance has been great.
And that was surprising, right? Because, again, when you talk about Vasista, you talk about Pukar, you talk about Gamla Boy, you talk about Fierce, the big three inside of the team, right? And, of course, Gamla Boy was supposed to be that one man, the cornerstone that Pukar could always rely on. And then he's not there anymore, and Vasista were forced to play without him. Luckily, their 5th stood up and took a stand for the team at the right time. Fear started to bring his performance back in, and Pukar, we know this man gets extremely salty against anyone who goes up against him. So for him, it was just about spite that you leave us, now see what we are going to be able to pull off.
I know, right? And actually, the team's doing much better. The way they were performing in the previous stages, now Vasista Esports, they seem more reformed, they seem much more better, the strategies seem much more in line, and I would love to see that same Vasista Esports carry on that momentum even inside of the semifinals directly. If they do move on towards wild card, well, let's be honest, it's going to be a really sweaty affair, and we do not know if Vasista Esports can actually make it out, so the best shot is going to be directly moving on from the 6 games.
That is true. I mean, everyone's going to want an easy qualification, and especially for a team like Vasista Esports that are forced to play with a key player in their team missing, it will be much easier if they play less matches and do not have to go through that entire gauntlet of that wildcard stage. And of course, once they reach the semifinals, it is pretty clear from there on out. First week, try to get into the grand finals.
That's the funny part, though, right? As soon as the key player took an exit, the team started doing good.
Less things complicated inside of the team, I guess.
I guess, man. Maybe the new meta just wants you to be aggressive and go for those elimination points instead of just bringing in all those strategies.
Yeah.
It's better to just not think a lot, go for the eliminations, try and get a big game in your hands, and maybe you will have things going your way. But even you guys sitting in the chat, do let us know which team is going to be the one to seal the deal in the first game itself as we move on towards Erangel. As the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from Norupnoi towards Severny. Now this plane flight path a little bit tilted on the right side of the map. If you want to move in towards Primorsk, that might just be a tough stretch.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough stretch going anywhere towards the southwestern quadrant of the map. But still, I think it is those early fights, the early action that we want to see from this particular group, because you have a lot of teams that play frag-heavy play style. Likita Esports is one of them. Vasista Esports, our expectations are always to see them go for those early fights, go for the early clashes. And this time with Pochinki not too far away from that flight path, the option to drop on that big city smack center of the map is there for Vasista. But the question is, are they going to take it?
For Vasista Esports, at this point, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to take it easy. They're not going to go for any sort of heaty battles off the rip. They're going to try to make it cool, calm, collected, and then later on maybe go for those aggressive plays, go for those fiery plays. But off the rip, it's better to take things a little bit more slow and cautious. You've also got Metal Esports in the mix, moving in towards the southern side of Pochinki, which is going to be an interesting option as well. Metal Esports dropping in towards that farms area. And Vasista Esports, as usual, going towards Pochinki. Raven Esports towards that Rozhok side. You look at the Esports, they like to move in towards Gatka. Now, Johnny, I would love to see Likita Esports and Hero Extreme Godlike in one lobby, because both those teams have been dropping towards Gatka.
Yeah, I mean, it would be an exciting drop clash to witness, but talking about drop clashes, man, look towards Novoripnoi Bridge. You have Hyderabad Hydras and IIT-TCW quite close to each other. Hyderabad Hydras still up in the air, and that gives the opportunity to the players of IIT-TCW to grab some weapons, try and take those flying birds out of the air.
For IIT-TCW, I'm not exactly sure if they're actually going to try and chase those birds down. Hyderabad Hydras, yeah, on the map they seem pretty close, but I'm pretty sure when you look at the players' POV, the players are pretty far away. So it will be tough to actually shoot them down. Gujarat Tigers on the screen, one of the best teams inside of the lobby. And if they do somehow find that groove, that rhythm, Gujarat Tigers will be a tough beast to tame. We have seen a lot of glimmers of them in the past. They have been quite a deadly bunch. And all it takes is those first initial frags to get yourself on the board, get your hands warmed up. And Dragon Claw Esports, this is quite a tough affair. Dropping out in the open like that against the players of GT, I'm not exactly sure how well this strategy is going to work out, Johnny.
I mean, especially against Gujarat Tigers, you have to be careful because Gujarat Tigers are used to these early fights towards Georgopol. Majority of the times, even during the grind, we saw them being the ones, being the aggressors, initiating the fights anywhere towards the northeastern quadrant of the map. But here it is, Hyderabad Hydras going up against IIT-TCW, and it's going to be AJ fighting the trade. The second man in the backline falls as well, and Savage takes a stand for his team. Moksh, he has no weapons. He's going to try and punch the players to their demise, pick something up, but it is just AJ with a shotgun surviving, and not for long, as the last frag is going to be found, and Hyderabad Hydras go extinct in the first few minutes of the game.
All the hype that we build up around this team is now just down the drain. In the first game itself, Hyderabad Hydras is the first team to get eliminated from the lobby, and that too by the players of IIT-TCW. Never saw this coming, actually. AJ was the main playmaker in that scenario. He was able to strike down 2 players, and those 2 players, once again, are back up, from which one of them was eliminated completely. So Hyderabad Hydras just getting 1 elimination point. It's not a good start.
It is not a good start for the Hydras, but for IIT-TCW, it gives them complete control of that entire military island, man. There was just one team that was there apart from them, and now they are gone as well. It is going to be so much early loot available. Plus, with the circle towards the west, it opens up the option of using the military bridge to find that early rotation, take control of Ferry Pier, Premos, Query, that southwestern quadrant of the main island, and then continue the game from there on out. Troy Tamilian Esports on our screens, another interesting name. They've been quite consistent so far into this tournament. And of course, we are going to see a wait to see what Hydro, Ranveer, Pekka and Inferno can bring to the table this time around. Although they find themselves up against Likita Esports.
I'm not a big fan of this. There's a man in the front, and that too, Neo. And Neo is known as the clutch maestro in this team. He's pulled off some insane clutches in the past. Especially when the odds are stacked against him, that's when the man activates himself. And right now as well, the odds completely stacked against the man. But here comes the cavalry. Look at the esports. They've got some sort of a life in this compound. As Troy Tamilian Esports, they might just start to fall in the trap. Neo reveals his position with those shots. And now Troy Tamilian Esports, they know exactly what's going on. Neo is on the one corner of Troy Tamilian Esports. Once they can choke the man to death. But look at the Esports as well. They've spread themselves out so well.
For a second, I felt like they were going to try and surround the players of Troy Tamilian Esports over there. But no, safer approach taken. Hector still holding on to that rooftop. And the other two lads, they're going to circle the position like vultures. But out of nowhere, Metal Esports in the front. Is Likita Esports in for a distraction over here?
Fights going on off the rip, Johnny. This is going to be interesting. Metal Esports in those scrappy compounds as well. And I'm pretty sure they heard a lot of those shots too. And look at one of the men from the side of Metal Esports, Thunder, chasing down Neo. He had that itch on the hands. He really wanted to go for that elimination, but then realized it might just be too risky.
Oh, it is definitely going to be too risky. No cover out into the open. If you go down, there's no coming back from that. On the other side, one more team joining the mix, Raven Esports. And with the Western Circle, this was bound to happen. All these teams just rushing for that center control. And it is towards Gatka as well, so these open fields that everyone thinks are going to be a safe haven for them might just turn out to be a trap for a few of these squads moving in.
Speaking of the trap, the houses are now empty. No one's there. Even Troy Tamilian Esports took an exit from that area. And they're moving all the way from that southern side of Quarry. Which is actually quite a safer play, but at the end of the day, it all really comes down to that next zone shift.
Yeah.
If it's not going to be favoring them, well, then they're messed up.
If you're going to try and play that western shoreline, it's a big risk that you're taking, because there are ridges there that can help you move through, but not every single time.
Johnny, I want to crack a lame joke.
All right.
Do Diesel Esports put diesel in their vehicles or petrol?
I mean, we don't really know, man, what's in those gas cans, right?
I know, right? Maybe they use diesel to fuel up.
Hey, but we know what is inside the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It's the Dimensity 8350 chipset, the smartest AI gaming control as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G to win some exciting rewards for yourself.
That sounds fire. I want to get my hands on the device as soon as possible, so you guys too, move on towards Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Reckoning Esports on the screen. The pack is on the move. The Wolves, they have been hungry for a long time, Johnny. We haven't seen Reckoning Esports at the top of their game. I would love to see Reckoning Esports once again back to their old glory. You've got a man like Gravity just driving the entire force. Then you've also got great firepower in there. Kyoya in the lineup. Dionysus right there too. So yeah, Reckoning Esports on paper, it's quite a solid lineup.
But the performance hasn't transitioned from paper to practicality, right? It's gone missing. We were hoping to see a big blow from Reckoning Esports onto all of the big names that joined them in the grind, but that wasn't really there. And that was a big sign of concern, by the way, for everyone. But hopefully we see them bounce back. But what's going on? A mid-rotation clash, and it is DSL going up against the side of Arankars. Players traded out from either sides. Phoenix, he's circling this position, trying to see if he can rescue his fallen comrades. But the simple answer, it is going to be no, as Diesel Esports, they found the opening and the conversions. 3 finishes are going to be secured.
Erangel messed up big time, and it was Sham, by the way, who got all those elimination points confirmed. Solid stuff. Sham with a nice 3-piece, and now Erangel Esports. Yeah, what can they do? One last man alive. Now the man needs to play for the placement, try and gather as many points as possible. At least that's going to help them with a bit of that support in the overall standings. Look at the Esports. They've got their own problems to deal with. Metal Esports, they scooped up the fallen player and instantly moved back to safety.
They literally scooped him up on top of that vehicle, man. But he still gets finished off as Neo from the flank finds the confirmation. Metal Esports numbers cut down to just 3. And look at the Esports, look on the radar. They're circling this position like vultures again. Hungry for blood, hungry for those frags, but a little bit of a denial on the entry from Metal Esports, and they find the breathing room they need.
Look at the Esports, known for their sheer brilliance. And once again, they're looking to punish the players of Metal Esports since they've got the higher ground. Viper wanted to switch the vehicles, and there we go. Now he's got his hands on a better car. And look at the Esports. We always know them for that defensive playstyle. Yes. It's not like they try to force fights, but if a fight comes to them, they're not going to be the one to back away.
That is very true. I mean, this team welcomes every single aggression, every single stance of aggression against them with open arms. And you never want to be the ones running into look at the Esports, because even if you're just rotating, they're going to end up wiping down your whole squad. But look at this. Looking from the side of Raven Esports. Seems like they've spotted out Gujarat Tigers in the distance. Shots being taken onto Clutch God, but he has good cover available to him, so he's just going to stay behind it. Zerf shows up. A little bit of a helping hand. The revive comes through right in the nick of time.
Gujarat Tigers Clutch God almost was on the verge of getting knocked out. Luckily enough, though, he's once again going to be patched up, so it's all good in the hood. Clutch got the IGL himself. If he would have been taken down this early inside of the game, I'm not even sure what would have helped the man. And look at the Esports in the elimination feed. Once again, taking a dig against the players of Metal Esports. They find another knock.
Another opening found, and this time out into the open. Sarvit also extremely low. Will he be able to escape? It's a big sign of concern. And there's altitude circling that hill as well. So more trouble for the players of Metal Esports over there. Reckoning Esports in the distance. They see those vehicles out in the open abandoned. And Gravity, I think he is just thinking whether he should re-engage into the conflict.
Reckoning Esports stole that elimination point away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so they got one free elimination point right there. A free piece of candy. That's what happens when you're going to be taking those fights on the high grounds, right? Your elimination points can be stolen away by anyone around that high ground.
But hey, you remember the call that was made by the players of Troy Million Esports at the start of the game to play the Western Shoreline. Turns out it was a good one because the circle took a western shift and the shoreline is going to be a big part of it. Still
on the edge, though. Still
on the edge, yeah.
So if the zone takes a curveball shift up north, which the chances are pretty high since there's an open field right there, then Troy Million Esports, for them to pave a pathway inside of the zone gets even tougher.
Oh, this is going to be a brutal game for everyone moving forward, by the way. It doesn't matter what happens because this western area between Hospital and Quarry, it is completely empty. The only safe haven you could have played from was going to be the Gutka trenches, but now Gutka is going to be outside of the zone, so no cover available. These hills and these ridges are all you're going to have to work with, or those isolated compounds like the one Raven Esports is playing from.
But if you get your hands on the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, all those problems fade away. Move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device and some more incredible rewards. But once again, speaking of the game itself, we've got AK. Acrobats Esports, if I'm not wrong, taking a lot of damage upon themselves as one of the men gets knocked out. Even Odin on the verge of being knocked out. Smoke's tossed towards the knocked player. They really do want to get the revivals, but especially when you've got GT on the tail, this will be a tough job to proceed with. Another man knocked, and Gujarat Tigers constantly just scratching on the flesh. AK, it seems like they've got no chance to survive at the point, but even Clutch God has taken heavy fire upon himself from the back lines. The man's taken down to such low HP, he barely survives, and now he's going to move on towards that ditch.
Well, doesn't matter though, they do secure the squad wipe, and Acrobats Esports eliminated from the game. Luckily for Gujarat Tigers, as you were talking about it, Necro, the third party. No knocks were secured by the side of Dragonclaw Esports in the backlines, and that might just spell trouble for them moving forward, because it's Gujarat Tigers that the shots were taken against, and these Tigers are just going to turn around and try and see if they can retaliate with even more aggression. Gods, he's going to try and scout out the fields before they move out, though.
Are you a big fan of this Gujarat Tigers?
Yes, I am.
It feels like they're thinking too much before they're making a push. Look at them playing so tactical.
What tactics are you going to talk about? Look at where Zeref and Arman are, and then Clutch God and his other comrade with him. They are like almost 607 meters away towards the northern edge, man.
You can't even call that a split. At that point, that's a complete difference.
Yeah, it's like two different teams at this point. Look at the difference, how far away they are. But hey, it works out nicely for them. It gives them a map control.
I told you the zone's going to be shifting in the open grounds because that's pretty much been the meta. And once again, for Troy Tamilian Esports, how can they pave a pathway when you've got so many teams on the edge? The only way is to take a fight.
Either you take a fight or you wait it out. I mean, if they have first aids, they can tank a little bit of damage from the blue zone, find some loose stragglers out into the open, get a few finishes in this mid-game stage, and then move towards the edges of the zone. But the edge control taken away by the side of TCW might be a big sign of concern already.
Hold on to that thought, though, FS Esports. They blind rush towards the compound, and SOA, they're ready to welcome the players of FS Esports, but EXO makes a major mistake, and Magic in the outskirts, he's looking to pull a miraculous play. Can his magic work this time? He's got the wand and everything. Also Molotov to back him up, but Secret pushes out, and with that, FS Esports gets eliminated from the game.
Hey, but SOA, can they recover from this? Because another man was taken out due to the third party. All of that commotion, it is going to make things difficult for them moving forward. But the revives come through as SOA recovers, and all four of these players now have to prepare themselves to take on the lads of fight. The Diesel Esports versus Star Esports, who are fighting for control of that eastern edge of the zone, man.
So many things happening at the same time. Raven Esports, at least they've found themselves in the mix, in a decent spot. But Diesel Esports now on the verge of locking horns against Vasista. Fierce and Rage God right next to each other, but Fierce and Rage God, both of them fall apart at the same time. Diesel Esports with a well-coordinated push is now making sure that Vasista Esports will be on their knees. And within a flash, within a blink of an eye, the entirety of Vasista Esports, they collapse.
Not on their knees, man. They are down in the ditch. Their graves were dug, and Diesel Esports put them in there. 6 eliminations on the board for Diesel Esports. And they're doing so well for themselves in this game already. And I feel that this time, since aggression is working out for them, even they do not want to back off. Look at them playing towards the southeastern edge of the circle. And I believe some information is there about the players of Metal Esports hiding in the buildings up ahead. But Reckoning Esports, with that high ground in the back lines, are Diesel Esports going to be aware about them? Because the third party from Reckoning Esports can actually be pretty brutal.
The only way in for Troy Tamilian Esports is by taking fights, and that's what they're exactly doing. I like the thought process, and they're also inflicting a lot of pain and hurt against the players of IIT TCW. They need to be careful, need to be a bit more vigilant, and look at Likitha Esports. They've already found the opener. That's going to give the opening even to the players of Troy Tamilian Esports. Now they can make the pounce, but they also need to be careful of Likitha Esports at the same time.
They have to smoke off the entry of that shack and then move in for those frags. 2 players still left standing. Utility can be lobbed from this distance, but with all of that smoke blocking the windows of the shack, it's going to be difficult to line up the nades. Plus, I don't see a lot of grenades on the players of Troy Tamilian Esports.
There we go, one on Ranveer.
It's just one, though.
That's a golden nade right there. One nade with a 3-piece. Sounds like a miracle, but at the same time, sounds like paradise.
See, if it connects, it's going to be a hype moment, but what if he misses?
Well, then it's a waste, I guess. The next zone's going to shift out in the open once again, and this shift is once again quite a centric shift. But look at GT and the spread they've got. They control a lot of that circle, and let's not forget, they've also got a lot of line of sight in the open field.
See, the map control is there, but Arman and Clutchgod can give cover to each other. They are 100 meters away from each other, but then difference between Clutchgod and Zeref is close to 250 meters. God's moving in to help his teammate out towards the northwestern edge of the zone. But look at what is happening over here. Troy Tamilian Esports now finally pulling the trigger, looking to move in.
Unfortunately for TCW, they got eliminated. since they try to make a rotation out in the open like that, and too many teams take shots against them, and that's why they've been eliminated from the game itself. Try to million esports, they find some wounded teams on the right side, but they themselves are in a real bad spot, in a major pickle. Raven Esports in the front, look at the Esports as well with their line of sight on them. Where can you go? Diesel Esports, they chime in a fight against the players of SOA. This time the magic does not work, but the remaining two players in the back, that split's not working out that well. Arlo still gets struck down. Goku's going to go for that revival on the fallen comrade. He won't be able to get back up on his feet. It's not even a concern, and Diesel Esports once again fully recover.
Yeah, they do fully recover, but there's Reckoning Esports making a rotation, looking to move in from that eastern edge of the circle. In the meanwhile, Troy Million Esports end up getting wiped out at the hands of Raven Esports, as we see on that finish feed. And of course, a little bit of contribution from the lads of Likita Esports, of course. But Metal Esports, they do find a trade onto Likita, but here we have it. Reckoning Esports against the side of Diesel, who have just recovered out of the conflict against SOA. The nade from Dion, it can go big. He's too close. Lines it up, lobs it out, and there's... well, it just overshoots. I was expecting a few knocks over there. And Diesel Esports just end up disengaging from this conflict as soon as the players from Metal show up.
I like that move from Diesel Esports, but they do not have a lot of intel too at the same time, so it's a pro and a con at the same time.
Yeah.
Diesel Esports, they need to be careful. Meanwhile, Reckoning Esports, they might just lock horns against Metal, but look at SOA! Starboy comes in out of nowhere, and he's indeed a bright star in the sky. Shuts down Arlo with that nade, and now Diesel Esports taken down with 3-man squad. The second nade tossed out in that same direction. Orlo on the verge of being confirmed, and Diesel Esports is too desperate to get that fallen man back up. And why not when you see the man revivable? But Starboy, he's going to strike once again, and he gets knocked against Goku too, but eventually Starboy gets snuffed out, and that will be the return knock.
Yeah, Diesel Esports, the confusion, the chaos of the two teams up in front of them, resulting in them just completely ignoring the fact that SOA was never fully finished off. And Starboy, before leaving this lobby, might have just made sure that he ruins the day for Diesel Esports. But Sarwith, with that nade, causes trouble for the players of Reckoning. The second man falls as well. And it's all down to Kyoya in the backlines. Dion and Gravity, they're going to be finished off. It's just a question of who gets the points. Thunder uses the opportunity to charge at the players of Diesel Esports. So many nades lobbed at his face in an instant, man. Those were 3 grenades. All at the same time.
Reckoning Esports is getting ripped apart, but even Diesel Esports, they lose out on Pari. This push seems too weird at this point. Diesel Esports is still trying to give it all they've got, but it will be Sarvit to save the day. But as soon as I say so, the vehicle explodes, and even with that, Sarvit will too.
And look at the Esports now. I think it's just them surviving towards the eastern edge of this play zone. And Kyoya from the side of Reckoning Esports. But look at this. Reckoning Esports showed up to cause chaos. And the only two teams that took advantage of that chaos was Diesel and a little bit taken away by the players of Metal Esports, because they do end up walking away with 4 eliminations in this game. But we're already down to 7 teams, 21 players still alive. Stage 6. So not a lot of bodies left standing. Altitude Atom is going to hit the floor as Lazy is going to try and heal up inside of that shack, but as soon as he gets out, he is getting taken out. Raven Esports, all the information they need to finish off that last man, and there we go.
The Blues moving up, and Lazy had no options. He could not be lazy in that shack anymore. He needed to move, and that's why he got eliminated in the end. And look at DC. Now they're looking to take a fight against Raven Esports. The nade's so close, and almost the man would have been taken down. Nades exchanged from both the sides, but it feels like Dragonclaw Esports, they're able to find more value with those utilities, as the players of Raven Esports are getting constantly ripped apart, not just by the players of Dragonclaw Esports, but even by a team on the sideline.
Yeah, but guess what? Gujarat Tigers, who took control of that northern edge, still surviving with all 4 players. You have Likita Esports still in this game with all 4 players as well. The Molotov to flush out Kyoya, and the spam inside the smoke. Brilliantly done. Very clean execution by Goblin. 5 finishes on the board already for Likita Esports, and I like the fact that they are not overexerting themselves in any way, shape or form.
Look at the esports, as I mentioned, defensive play style every single time. They will try to play from cover to cover, and if there is a team on the cover, they will take that fight because they've got no other option. If you want a good place to hold, you need to take that fight in the late game scenario. Look at the esports have been winning majority of the fights, and once again, now they look to take a fight against Raven esports. It's not looking too smooth for Raven once again. 2 players down. One man standing on the feet for Dragonclaw Esports. They come in to try and make sure that the opponents are hurt, but Neo single-handedly is lining them up like they do not mean nothing. Viper from the back to provide that cover, but Neo's body's blocking the man's visual, but still Viper, he takes him down super low. Dragonclaw Esports can actually put a major spanner in the works for Look at the Esports, but eventually Dragonclaw Esports, they get eliminated too.
Man, the backup showed up at the perfect time, and look at the esports are able to survive. And as Raven esports were left bleeding, Zoro is the last man knocked out, but no information. Goblin lobs the nade in the wrong direction, and Raven esports might just be able to survive this onslaught. But 3 players inside of that one shack, it is not good news. Lens gets knocked out by Neo as well, and look at the esports again with the man advantage as Loki hits the floor. The revive on Zoro comes through. Akash, he's still standing. Nades coming in from the other side as the Tigers show up. Gujarat Tigers, complete control of the zone, complete control of the game, and this is their time to shine. Clutch God, the buggy over the rooftop. He was looking to go big, but instead gets knocked out instead, and the game once again takes the turn in the favor of Likita Esports. Necro, from here they can recover, from here they can win the chicken dinner, and a big one in game number 1 itself.
The odds are still stacked with GT though, let's not forget that. They've got a lot of that map control and also the zone control, and Likita Esports needs to make it inside of the circle, and to do so they need to expose themselves. Not a lot of time left either on the clock. Now the move needs to be made, and that's what Goblin is doing too. The man moves up in the front first to create some sort of distraction. There's also a revival coming through on the back lines, but even the blue starting to move at the same time. And Goblin from this off angle is looking to punish at least someone. Find that first opener, find that initial knockout. That can give them the ray of hope. Look at the esports, all the 4 players back upon their feet. Now the man advantage strikes them. And look at the esports, with disadvantage, they can actually seal the deal. Look at Neo, he's wrapped up all the way in the back, and now GT, they seem too exposed. As Gods is still giving it a tough fight. Goblin gets knocked out, but even Gods in return gets knocked by Hector. Neo is still taking shots against Zarif. He's looking to find that glimmer, but the man is inside of the grass, and he's playing it perfectly well. He's not moving a lot, making sure his presence will be hidden, but the nade is lobbed right next to Zarif, and even he gets caught. It's not looking too great for GT. The Tigers are not able to stand strong against Likita Esports, as Hector, he closes up even more. Armand's position is noticed. They know where the last Tiger lies, and they just want to end this story. They want to stop the fairy tale run, and it will be a chicken dinner. What a game that was from the side of Likita Esports too, especially taking that control once again, but you cannot forget, even GT gave it a tough fight. But at the end of the day, Likita Esports with that man advantage just took it home.
Man, it wasn't just the man advantage, it was that tactical play towards the end of the game as well. With Goblin moving and making sure that Gods could not participate, Gods could not cover any of the flanks, and then Neo just taking away the backline access and moving deep inside the circle. It was a risky move, but that distraction from Goblin initially made it all happen. And the one flaw from Gujarat Tigers was that early commitment. Yeah, it was too early. They pulled the trigger so early. They could have actually waited because they had the entirety of the circle to themselves and they knew where the last 2 teams were. They could have just waited for Likita Esports and Raven Esports to settle their differences, and whoever survived would eventually be forced to move towards Gujarat Tigers.
I know the thinking behind it. Clutch God wanted to go for a highlight play. Simple. He knew we've got the man number, we've got the map control as well. Let's go for that big play.
It was a highlight in the end.
It was a highlight, but for the opposite team, right? Since they pull off the odds, and then GT was left with a lot of questions on their head. But still, all the odds were stacked with GT, and that one single move from Clutch God just threw that game away. But honestly, even though when Neo was moving out in the open like that, going for that flank angle, GT should not have let that happen.
I mean, they should have not let a lot of things happen, because first of all, as soon as ClutchGuard went out, the numbers swung in the favor of Likita Esports. And when the numbers are in your favor, you do not mind committing bodies into getting information, into initiating the fight. Because mathematically, you will always come out on top as long as you get those trades. And with a team like Likita Esports, who are so good at finding those trades, who are so good at capitalizing on one player overcommitting, it is very difficult to regain that numbers advantage back into your favor. The game ended with a 1v3 in the favor of Likita Esports, by the way. 1v3 as in Arman was the solo surviving player from the Gujarat Tigers, and 3 players of Likita Esports were there to take him out.
I know, right? Everything was done flawlessly from the side of Likita Esports, especially when the blue started moving. I did not think they would have enough time to actually go for that revival, but they still stuck it, got that revival. All the 4 players are back upon their feet, and Likita Esports, as usual, their utility placement has always been on point, and they just know how to play in each and every single scenario. They know how to gather intel.
Yeah, I mean, Likita Esports, okay, enough about them. I want to talk about exceptional performance, because Raven Esports, I did not expect them to go so well right off the bat. Even Dragonclaw Esports. Dragonclaw Esports, to be honest, played a little safe. Just like Royal Million Esports, they were holding that Western edge for a very long time. But still, being able to keep your team alive until the top 5 can be a big deal. If they can consistently pull this off, I think Dragonclaw Esports will have an opportunity to move to the semifinals based on those placement points alone. And then again, Metal Esports, they lost 2 players super early in the game, and yet they finished with, what, like 4 or 5 eliminations.
I really feel bad for Metal Esports because the position they had, there were so many teams looking to eye that position out. Even Likita Esports was constantly taking shots against them. We'll have that conversation continuing in the future, but the MVP of that previous game was Neo with 7 finishes, 1 headshot, and 1 assist, and the damage number of 829. Solid stuff from Neo. Then you've also got Sham from Diesel Esports. Sham was able to pull off a nice 1v3 in the middle, and then in the end, he also got 2 more finishes, so 5 eliminations on the board for him too. Gods from GT with 4. You've also got Goblin with 4, and Viper with 3.
I mean, but we have to look at the match summary and, of course, the point standings for this game. Looking at the match summary right now, 59 finishes confirmed and distributed between all of the 16 teams. 158 smokes used. Of course, the smoke number is going to be high because it was a Western Circle, quite exposed. Only 3 grenade finishes for us to witness, and a 317-meter long-distance finish coming in from Raven Esports Loki. I mean, Raven Esports, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more to look forward to from them in the upcoming days.
I'm not exactly sure if Raven Esports had a lot of elimination points. 6 finish points, that's decent, I guess, considering it's just the game 1. And we spoke about the average of 10 points per game. They've already reached that. 11 points on the board for them. Diesel Esports too getting 10 points. Gujarat Tigers getting 13 points. Metal Esports right there in the mix too with just 5 points on the board. Erangel Esports with 4. And here's the main problem. Dragonclaw Esports, they were able to survive till the late game, but they did not have a lot of elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, majority of the elimination points, if you look at the the leaderboard, were between the top 4 of the game, and that was because of the aggression that was there from Diesel Esports in the early stages. 10 finishes taken away even before the placement points come into play, and then Likita Esports creating the vacuum with 17 of their own. So again, a lot of the teams were going to be left lacking for those finishes. Now, if this continues, this is going to make it easier for the teams with the lesser points to qualify, because from this group as well, it's going to be a vacuum between 2 teams.
That would be a great thing, as you mentioned. That definitely does open up a lot of those doorways for the teams at the bottom as well.
Yeah.
But I'm still speculating, considering it's just the game 1. We're still waiting to see teams like Hyderabad Hydros, FS Esports to step on the boat. Let's not forget, those are the teams with a lot of potential as well. And if they do find that win of the sails, they can definitely scoop away the victories too.
I had completely forgotten about Hyderabad Hydras. Glad you brought that up. The first team to get wiped out in this game, by the way.
We hyped them up so much in that pregame, right? And I guess with that hype, we also cursed them too much because they were the first team to instantly get wiped out as soon as the game was starting. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second game, Miramar.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग
रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ?
अबे तू बाहर में
भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू
रोंडो? रन 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 रन
नेशन wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy, baby. 1-2 with me on the panel. And Icy, what an end that was to that game, right? Especially when we thought GT's going to be the one to take the chicken dinner. Look at the esports. They rise back up from the ashes.
You know, to be honest, for you, those of you guys have been following the entire round stages here in the quarterfinals, especially day 1, day 2, you guys just missed out an action-packed game itself, because that was what I wasn't expecting of an opening coming from both Kuchra Tigers as well as Likita Esports as well.
Yeah.
And also shout out to Diesel, because that was something that none of us kind of predicted them as well, because they were farming a lot of finishes themselves.
Out in the open with those utilities, Diesel Esports was on fire. And I would love to see that same smooth momentum from the side of Diesel Esports too in the front. But something that's going to help you with smooth gameplay will also be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards. And let's not forget, it also gives you 90 FPS BGMI gaming with smartest AI gaming control. So I would recommend you guys to check out the device. But once again, back towards the conversation, right? Hyderabad Hydras, we were having so many expectations from this banner, but that was the first team to get eliminated in the game.
I'm sorry to say, I'm not on the same boat. Hyderabad is on a page where they haven't been bearing their old fangs, if that makes sense, from back in the days, the glory days as well, when they made it to an actual LED event. I feel like they're still lacking a lot in terms of overall communication and strategy-wise. And in this game, I feel like the previous one in particular, Gujarat Tigers were trying something new. Like, you saw that Clutch God was trying to make a very gung-ho hoorah rush all the way to the rooftop. I felt like the only way Gujarat Tigers could have won that was when they actually flew him up on top of the roof. He landed on top of the roof and had control. That was the only way I felt like Gujarat Tigers could have won that.
Or maybe just completely play it passive. Just hold
Fair
the
enough.
edge line. They had the Rich to play with too. If Clutchcott did not make that aggressive move, he could have just held back and waited for the opponents to make any sort of mistake. Because Likita Esports was the one who needed to move out in the open.
Correct.
They did not have the zone. So when they were too exposed, Gujarat Tigers would have had that default advantage. But I'm pretty sure Clutchcott just wanted to please the fans with a highlight play, but then he just messed up big time.
Exactly. If you guys want to make yourself some really, really cool highlights as well, guess what? You guys should actually check out the BGIS crate. We have been talking about this throughout the entire journey here of realme BGIS 2025 in particular. It is finally out. That means if you guys want to show your support to your favorite pro players on stream, this is the crate that you should be getting as well, because the AK looks super, super sexy.
I know, right? I'm a big fan of that Uzi too, and all the money accumulated from that crate will be contributed directly to the realme BGS 2025's prize pool. So I would recommend you guys to check that out as well. But once again, back towards the conversation, even Metal Esports was a part of the action, right? But Metal Esports was always on the receiving side of the spectrum. We never saw Metal Esports do a lot of damage to the opponents, and Raven Esports, man, they were just flawless. They were doing so great until in the end, there were too many utilities responsibilities tossed on them. And speaking of Revan Esports, we've got a substitution coming in too. Smiley IGL is now going to be subbing in.
This is interesting as well, considering the fact that Raven, they did pretty okay. I would say the only reason why they decided for that swap was that they were cornered in a very awkward position between both them, Dragonclaw, Legita, as well as Gujarat Tigers, who has been taking shots from afar, which may have caused some sort of tension. But I feel like Smiley is the guy that is going to be calming things down, right? You got to put a smile on your face and keep pushing forward. Move on, because they have 5 more games to go. 2 for today, 3 for tomorrow. So it makes a lot of sense why they want to kind of mix things up a little bit here, but I still think that Raven is in a situation where they still can make things happen.
And let's not forget, we've still got a lot of names that are yet to perform. Vasista Esports can also be one of those teams that haven't been able to showcase their true glory in that previous game. Since the Circle was taking a lot of curveballic shifts, right, out in the open every single time, and a team like Vasista Esports that thrives with control, they were never able to have that control in the game in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. And even teams like Meadow as well as Diesel, I think the major fight between both of them before they actually got wiped out was actually third party by also Gujarat Tigers from afar. So I feel like you can see a lot of signs where all these teams, they are here mentally prepared to take on the best of the best. And I feel like it all comes down to skill, it comes down to luck, comes down to consistency.
I just love the way Gujarat Tigers was playing, right? Now that you brought up, they had so much control from the start till the end. But you guys do let us know in the chat who's going to be taking home this game in Miramar as we straight up jump in the deserty lands. As the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from El Azhar towards down south Partona. Now, let's be honest, this plane flight path is too one-sided. If the teams want to move in towards El Pozo, Crater Fields, even La Trilera, Chumacera too feels a little bit far away.
Well, speaking of the flight path here, because it is going to be a little bit different now, considering the fact that Erangel was kind of open fields as well. You do have to play a little bit more tactical. But when it comes to Miramar, it all starts from the looting phase and where the circle may or may not be. The trend here has been center zone for some of these teams, but based on the southeast pathway, if the circle were to push towards the northwest quadrant itself, this is going to put a huge dent to more than one team, or I would say majority of teams in terms of overall rotations for that center control.
Dent's going to be there for a lot of teams if you want to move in, especially towards El Pozo or Monte Nuevo. That will be a tough thing to pull off. And speaking of Likita Esports, now they're going to try to move in towards Picado, get their hands on that basic loot, and maybe instantly be out on that prowl, right? Try and get as many elimination points as possible, especially on towards Miramar, because Likita Esports, they're really close to that qualification marker.
Yeah, speaking of qualification as well, because compared to Group B as well as Group C, there was not really a benchmark to actually strive for. This time, the benchmark is somewhere around 48 to maybe even 55 points in general. So that is going to be the target for some of the teams to actually overcome this. And I feel like Likita Esports has pretty much achieved the dream that Johnny is hoping for since the beginning of the show. But seeing how the circle is going to be shifting onto the southeast corner, I would say it is going to be a safe rotation for some of the teams going to be heading towards Puerto Paraiso, maybe even Los Leones as well. But teams are heading towards El Pozo, La Cabrera, Chuma. It is very, very hard to actually rotate away towards that direction itself.
Erangel Esports is on the screen, and for them, the previous game was shaky. They tried their best to get things done, but since there were so many teams out in the open, Erangel Esports, they just got blended in that action. And now look at the Esports. They lock horns against Hyderabad Hydras off the rip. Look at the Esports. It's not looking too good for them since all the 4 players are in that one single building. But still, tables can be flipped. And we have seen Look at the Esports do that in the previous game itself.
This is a fight that Hyderabad Hydras cannot afford to lose right now. And this is the worst possible outcome they can ask for. They are looking at the table toppers as of now after game 1 itself to actually challenge this. And if they go down right here, right now, that is pretty much almost near 0 points for Hyderabad Hydras in 2 games out of everything as well. And their journey to actually try and qualify for the semifinals will become even harder because of this.
Look at the Esports. They're always known for their big brain plays. And especially a situation like these can really help you come out with those big brain plays and make those 200 IQ plays as well. And look at the Esports. They can definitely do that. At this point, both the teams are just waiting for someone to make a mistake or someone to step out in the open. But I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the case.
Well, speaking of the fight here, they have to kind of wrap things out as well. Even the circle is kind of low. near towards them, you can see Metal Esports, any kind of gunshots made in Picado will be heard from them, and they might be expecting some sort of third party or maybe even gatekeeps coming from that direction itself. So it is something that need to be a little bit more careful. Reckoning Esports has one of the easiest rotation pathway from the east side, but the question here is, will they take that high point of the mountain of Los Leones to try and gatekeep any teams that is going to be resigning Los Leones later on if the circle shifts there? But we have to put a hold on towards Picado for now. Let's take a look at what Metal is up to right now. They are on the sides of Graveyard. Nothing super crazy, you know, we don't see a lot of loot from them, but I feel like they are lacking in terms of vehicles right now.
They indeed are. And I hope this time Metal Esports is not going to be on the receiving end of the spectrum. Instead, they're the one inflicting pain and hurt against the opponents. Metal Esports right now, things haven't been that smooth. First game, not that great. Second game, though, still comes in with a new ray of hope, and we know Metal Esports and their potential, especially Thunder's addition. It's been incredible.
It is indeed incredible, and you know what's incredible? It is going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the 90 FPS BGMI gaming, the best in its segment, currently out in the market. You can Google it on realme P3 Ultra 5G for that amazing, amazing rewards. With this class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million score, which doubles the score in this segment itself. But guess what? The fight is breaking down.
Exactly, and already first man's lost out. Goblin, he meets his makers. Viper and Neo right next to each other as the nades being tossed in that closet room. No connections found yet. UMP45 up close and personal. The man wants to barrel stuff the opponents. Look at AJ in his position. I like that play from AJ. He wants to create an off angle, but he's also too far away. Hyderabad Hydras, at this point, they need some cavalry. But look at the esports. They've started things off with a major disadvantage. Goblin himself, the main man, the main playmaker, the MVP in this team is not there. What can Neo and Viper do? They need to flip the odds, switch the tables against Hyderabad Hydras, which sounds next to impossible at the point, by the way.
You can even see the hesitation coming from Neo as well. He needs to make a play, but without the helmet means that any stray random bullet on the head means he is going to be knocked here. It's a little bit risky, but Hyderabad Hydras, they know for a fact they have the numbers advantage. They have Mox pretty much spread out towards the stadium vicinity, looking for an off angle. But it seems like Likita Esports, they have to back out, maybe even try to retreat through the casino vicinity to maybe stock up a little bit more, considering the amount of spread that Hyderabad Hydras have as well. But look at this, the nade looks good from AJ.
I don't think it's going to be landing, and it does not. AJ at this point is trying to get anything done. He just wants to positive trade, simple. They've already found the first man, so that means they know they've got the man advantage in the fight anyway, so that's a default advantage that Hyderabad Hydras have gained. But you never know. All it takes is one shotgun shot to instantly change the tides and bring it back in your own hands. And look at the esports. They're always known to rise back up from the ashes.
Well, in this case, will they be able to do so? Because as the fight goes on, stage 1 is pretty much done and dusted. The circle is going to be closing in. Fortunately, for both of this team, is that a lot of the teams have a very, very far rotation. So they still technically have until stage 3 to duke it out. So it's a longer duration than the usual fights that you are going to be expecting. But guess what? 6 minutes, 30 seconds has pretty much passed. It is already too long to be comfort here. Even Metal East was pretty much looted out everything. And they are going to be making their way into the next phase zone, which they are currently in the center of it all already.
That's one of the main reasons why I'm not a big fan of stalemates, right? You can use that time to loot up better, get your hands on the vehicle, then position yourself better inside of the circle. Imagine if both these teams were in the smack center. That would have been such a major sigh of relief, but now that they're duking it out against each other, their minds are already too occupied. They cannot gather intel either. So Metal Esports, at least they've got a decent spot to play with. This time, I hope they're not going to be on the receiving end.
Yeah, in this case, drop clash does not really help either of the teams as well. As the circle is starting to move, we have at least 4 or 5 teams out in the zone itself. But guess what? Reckoning, they do find a player from Vasista, and that's going to be top getting taken out.
Pucar got knocked out by his own vehicle. He unfortunately ejected too early. And now Vasista Esports are down 2 men. And that's going to give the open window for the players of Reckoning Esports. And that's why they instantly make that bounce. They're on the prowl, hunting down the players of Assista Esports because Reckoning knows they've got the man advantage, and Kyoya is the man to lead the pack. He spots those 2 vehicles, but unfortunately he messes things up as well. He was stuck between that ridge and his own vehicle. He was not able to take those shots in time, but still Pucar can be caught, but no one's going to be the answer of Assista Esports. They barely survive.
They really do. Losing one member is all they can afford right now, because losing another means it is going to be they're down for even more points, as Reckoning Esports looking to try and make a bounce back into his game number 2. Looking for the hunt, looking for the chase. It seems like the chase will continue on into this entirety of the fight. Vasista just keep on running, man. They have no chance of resetting the wall. It seems like Fierce finally takes a pit stop, and he's going to be stuck all by himself. He's surrounded.
Yeah, he's cornered. He should not have went for this pit stop at all, but he's still got his hands on the DBS. We've seen a lot of insane clutches. Can't Fierce be fierce enough? He slaps one man down, Viper out of contention, tosses the Molotov to stop that push from the opponents as well. The second DBS shot connects, but Fierce, he had too much on his plate, and he cannot chew all of it.
Oh, feels bad for Vasista, but Reckoning Esports made a very, very good judgment call here. Stage 1, Stage 2 still really, really tight here. But guess what? Hydras, they're still going on with Likita.
Yeah, and finally the brawl breaks out. Look at the Esports losing out on a few more players, and Hyderabad Hydras with a clear-cut man advantage. This fight is supposed to be theirs. Just one man alive, Hector, with his own dreams. The man, the IGL himself, now needs to go big once again. The pump shotgun connects, but Hector shows his back to the competition and gets eliminated.
Well, what a way for the tabletoppers to bow out in this game. And Hyderabad Hydras, they needed this win, they needed this fight. And guess what? They get themselves 4 finishes, but it wasn't a clean one. Ninja needs to be picked up, but they lose Marsh in this process. And they have to continue this journey with a 3-man push. But guess what? The circle pushing completely towards the east side as well, and maybe even towards the islands itself. And this is going to be an open field battle once more on towards the east highway of Miramar.
Once again, Diesel Esports, they find themselves in a great spot. Raven Esports, 2 in the center. Look at GT, once again having a lot of control. There's one man all the way down south. That's Clutch God. And then you've also got another team, FS Esports. The previous game, FS Esports completely lost out. I really want to see them do great.
Well, speaking of them doing great, because FS Esports Game 1 was a very, very sloppy start. Right from the get-go, they lose one member. There's only so much they can do, right? They have to play with whatever tools that they are given as of yet. But the current tools is the teams outside the zone have no clue or what's happening inside the zone, which is there is a huge, huge cluster of teams inside the center of the zone. So one wrong entry point means they are going to get taken out.
That's always been the main problem for the late rotators, right? They've got no clue on what's going on inside of the circle, and when they finally breach in, they get met with a major trap. And they always fumble up and eliminate themselves in that process. Altitude, taking shots against GT. I'm not exactly sure how good of a fight this is going to be panning out, but that's Gods right there on your screen. And there's another Gods, and even in GT.
This is a very, very interesting one here coming from Altitude. Yeah, they're sending a couple of pit stops here and there. I like why Gods is going to be pushing outside just to take a little bit more space, because if anyone surrounds this warehouse, this entire compound becomes a death sentence towards Altitude itself, just because of the fact that they're stuck, they don't really have a lot of angles to peek out, and one well-placed nade pretty much gives them away some free points itself.
But something that's going to help you do better in your own competition, that will be the realme P3 Ultra 5G. With smartest AI gaming control and world debut Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, if you move on towards Google search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards. But let's move on with that conversation once again. And speaking of Altitude, right? Yes, they have a great spot. And even when you look at the next zone shift, Altitude is doing great for themselves.
Yeah, they're pretty much on the south side itself, right? Like, on towards the highway, anyone who drives past this pretty much gets completely obliterated. And fortunately for Altitude, they are on the edge where if this circle shifts onto the north side, they still have some room to actually penetrate into the next phase zone. Because as of yet, look at this. In center, they have Raven. We have Diesel. We have also Troy Tamlin as well. These teams, yeah, they're great, but their position that they are at is so exposed to a point that if they try to overcommit to a fight on any kind of rotations, they are going to be picked off by teams from the north, teams from the west, every single angle possible. So the only thing they can pretty much do in those situations is just wait for the perfect opportunity to strike.
I'm really concerned for the teams on the northern side. There's so many teams around that same vicinity. And look at Hyderabad Hydras all the way towards Los Leones. Now, that's going to be a long stretch. I'm not exactly sure how can they cover so much distance. They're also going to be burning through a lot of meds too, so even that's going to be another thing that they need to consider. Look at the man. He's got 39 bandages. He's ready for it.
Yeah, he does. And the only way they can actually outmaneuver this is pretty much hope that when they spray onto his vehicles, the vehicles does have enough HP to survive the onslaught. And a couple of stray bullets hitting him means that those bandages will come in handy in mid-rotations. But again, that is a what-if situation, right? We're talking for the best outcome possible for some of these teams. But based on how this circle started for some of these teams, it is very, very difficult to play outside the zone. Like, they are going to be going into this circle blind. And there is a huge divide on the roadside as well. You can see every single team just waiting for stage 4 to happen. And that is where all hell breaks loose.
Diesel Esports, Acrobots right next to each other. And I'm pretty sure both these teams know about each other's presence. Orlo definitely knows that there's a team on the tail. Sham as well, he's got his eyes pinned on towards the players of Acrobots. Reckoning Esports on the hilltop, so the Wolves are going to be tough to deal with. But FS Esports, they've got their own problems brewing up. And what did I just see? Dreams walked back in that Molotov and got knocked out. Few more utilities tossed out from Metal Esports, and now that they know they've got the man advantage, no one's going to be stopping them from making that pounce. Even Secret gets knocked out. It's not looking too fluid, and that's going to be Erangel Esports stepping in the action. Secret gets knocked out by a complete different team. Metal Esports, they have a big window of opportunities.
This is so smart on Metal. They started the fight. As soon as they heard the third party, they went in for the reset, knowing for a fact that the circle is in their favor. All they need to do is just wait things out. They're thinning the herd as much as they can, but they shouldn't be overcommitting to this fight. They've committed like, what, 4, 5, 6 nades so far. It is by far a lot of nades in normal circumstances, but the meta has shifted to where have like 20 grenades in general per team.
They usually try to put those nades in the car trunks, but hold on. Metal Esports constantly taking shots in the front. Prince is knocked out for Metal Esports too, so even they're on the receiving side of the spectrum. It's Erangel Esports in the front who's constantly being annoying for a lot of teams, and Erangel Esports was the one who also got that knock against FS Esports. So Erangel Esports, they're gaining a lot of value, but they're not able to convert that value.
Yeah, it is going to be tough as well. They do have one finishes, but with a little bit of distraction there, having one knock on Metal, guess what? This is the opening for them to actually rotate in, and guess what? The circle is going to be shifting in towards the east side as well. So we have 50% of it inside the ocean itself, and we still have a portion onto his island, which, surprising enough, nobody's going to be hitting there, which is okay. But if it decides to shift there, we are going to be seeing fishes in the sea all the way through.
We indeed will. And I would love to see that zone actually move towards the right side, right? Everyone will be messed up big time. How can you swim on the other side?
You know, it's funny, right? The entire round stages from the grind until now, we had one game that was completely on the island itself.
I saw that game and I was so mad that I did not get a chance to cast it.
Well,
I've always been saying from the start that I want to see a zone move on towards those two separated islands, and then it happened once and I was not there. But Dragonclaw Esports, they definitely do not want to miss any sort of opportunities. GT, they've already lost out on a man in that same compound now. Clutchgot's taken down super low as well, and Dragonclaw Esports, they're going to take down Clutchgot too like it was a piece of cake.
Well, speaking of Clutchgot, seems like they are in a little bit of trouble here. Clutchgot fumbling twice now, and Dragonclaw trying to hold down the fort. QUATER Tigers, they have to continue this journey with Arman, and also Zaref to continue their legacy from game number 1. But it seems like they are struggling themselves here to try and maintain the position in this fight. Meanwhile, on the finish feed, we do see Diesel getting a little bit more active this game, which is great for them, because this is their opportunity to actually overtake QUATER Tigers and Likita Esports if they have some sort of consistency. But all things considered, stage 4, a lot of gunshots has been shot across the entirety of the map. There is still 15 teams alive, I mind you. 15 teams is still alive.
QUATER Tigers and Dragonclaw, still the stalemate continues. And it makes a lot of sense too, because QUATER Tigers is mad that 2 of the players got instantly cut off as soon as Dragonclaw stepped in that compound. And those 2 players were not even able to reply back. But Dragonclaw, they're catching too much hurt upon themselves. Look at the amount of shots taken against them. And that vehicle's almost on the verge of explosion too, so they need to be careful when they use that vehicle for rotation.
Yeah, they do need those to stock up a little bit more as well. But guess what? While they're trying to rotate out, Altitude also going to be taking a couple of pot shots at them as well. And this is brutal for Dragon Claw Esports, but seems like they will sack one of the vehicles, take the safety one, and just re-rotate and hope to pray that they will get out to safety. Now Kutra Tiger's going to be taking a couple jabs in, even nades as well. Zeref! Ooh, does he survive? No, he does not, and he will take them both out. Zeref, how?
That preemptive nade was insane from Zeref. He knew exactly where the opponents are going to stop, so he tossed a nade way before, and those players stopped directly in that nade and got blown up to smithereen. What a play from Zeref that was. But now he's still got one more foe to deal with in the back. But unfortunately for Zeref too, he does not have the man number to go against a lot of teams anymore.
Well, in this case, Dragons are extinct for a reason, and Tigers still survive in 2025 itself. And Kutra Tigers just showed us a masterclass performance that maybe, just maybe, Tigers were once maybe stronger than the mythical creatures themselves. But all things considered, another victim plays into the hands. We have Ami, Jod. Here's a little bit of remnants here coming from Rankar. Another breed of animals. Will the spiders actually come true? Is going to be the question. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. Rankar Esports. They've got their own piece of land to play with on the right side. They're looking okay. And they've also got a lot of control. And with that control, they can also gain a lot of intel. FS Esports' Max is the only man surviving, and he's been surviving for a real long time. So he needs to be taken care of as soon as possible. And just looking at the way the zone's shifting out too, Troy Tamilian Esports this time, they found themselves in the best possible spot that you can ask for.
Well, speaking of best possible spot, guess what? Kutra Tigers, they are going to finish what they started. They've got 3 finishes, looking for a 4th. Taezu, pretty much the last man standing. The nade clips him. Oh no, just enough to actually take him out. Oh my goodness, that's so unfortunate. Kutra Tigers, they will not get that finish point, but it does do the damage and taking them out.
No one gets that elimination. Oh no, for GT. The revenge, yes, it was there, but they were not able to claim the points. But hold on, TCW. Now they're looking forward to take a fight against the players of Altitude. Lazy up close and personal, but those utilities are now starting to do some serious damage. But Lazy's nade, it's going to do even more. It lands right next to Savage. And Savage needs to be even more careful. The players from TCW looking to back up slowly and steadily because they know they cannot really go for that extra risk. They need to be much more cautious than they are. And Altitude from the top, they're constantly just raining down utilities.
Speaking of utilities, Predator is lying very, very quiet. I'm not sure if he's going to be going for the push here. Altitude has got them completely locked into his low ground, which is ironic because they do have the space to actually go in for the flank, but they just don't know how many players Altitude are around. It is a 3 versus 4, but they're just not taking those chances as well. Even Clouds, look at this, he's just checking every single corner to make sure that they are going to be chipped away, but no openings yet for both these teams.
TCW, a man's chipped pretty low, and Altitude, Lazy with 2 elimination points so far. The man's feeling himself, and I'm also loving the confidence from both the teams. None of them are backing away. Both of them are too savage, too stubborn. The next zone shift's going to be dictating the main pace, and since it's going to shift right in the smack center, Reckoning Esports, they once again spring back to life.
Everybody is just waiting for the circle, and as soon as it shows up, guess what? The panic ensures everybody is going to be making a run for it as well. Hydras, they are going to be the gatekeepers from the south, but it's only 2 players, Ninja and AJ. Going to be hearing all these shots coming from Altitude. IITCW, oh no, what a spray from Lazy.
Yeah, from the off angle, he was able to strike that man, but only one man stands in the front. Lazy, he has been the main playmaker for his team, and he's also going to hand out that death blow to Savage. Beautiful stuff, and Clouds closes on up and puts the nail in the coffin. TCW out of the game.
Nicely done from Altitude. They salvage the fight. They have vehicles, and they might be able to just push through as well. Kutra Tigers heard all these commotions, but again, they don't have the numbers. They need to reposition, and they don't want to fight this. Eventually, this is going to be a 3-way showdown, and action is on Altitude because everyone is staring at them right now. Lazy going to be trying to reposition here. The circle still has 2 minutes away before that fight actually beholds and continues into the bottom side. But the northwest side, seems like there is a different kind of fights as well.
Yeah, there are. Rankar Esports, they've got their own problems. Altitude getting pushed on. And GT, big troubles for the boys. Unfortunately, they stepped in unknown territory and they instantly got taken down. What a big panic that was from the players of GT. We never saw this coming.
They indeed never. But the altitude, an amazing run for them as well. They conquered the south side and only one remains is going to be Hyderabad Hydras. But the northwest side, look at Metal. They're inching bit by bit. And Rankar is trying to gatekeep them, but they've lost two and they are going to try and back out as well. Phoenix trying to get away from this. He's down towards the last health as well. His tires are blown. Everything is blown as well. And I think the UAZ's got no gas as well.
Yeah, he's taken down to just 1 HP, but he's got 4 smokes. He can use those smokes to try and block the line of sight of the opponents, but the utility, it's going to do the damage. Enough to take the man out of the game, and Metal Esports, they score that last point.
Yeah, worst possible outcome for Arankar. Everything just went completely wrong in that situation. And Metal has got to be very, very happy about this. But guess what? Guess what? I saw a little sneaky rat in the name of Pukar. He's just laying low for the longest of time.
The gun barrel is spotted. He wants to take the shots, but he does not have the line of sight on the skull yet. Sarvith, he's just waiting for the man to move on the right even more, but hold on to that thought as Reckoning Esports, even they spring into an action. Utilities are tossed against the players constantly in Diesel Esports. You cannot underestimate the team either. Sham is on the right side. Even he's looking to cook a nade and toss it on the opposite. And Dionysus gets knocked out, overextending a bit too much, and Pari, he will be the one to instantly punish him.
Oh boy, Dion pretty much needs to go for the run as well. There's confirmation comes through and Diesel Esports takes it as an opening. They are going to rush this and they are going to try and hunt them all down. But unfortunately to say, they can't seem to find anyone because there is a completely different other team is going to be joining by. That is going to be SOA around them as well. Nades being dropped left, right, front, and center. Nobody knows what's going on. It's just absolute pandemonium in this circle.
Such a confusing state this is, and even Diesel Esports does not even know what is going on around them. Gokul's knocked out, Orlo's taken super low, but at least Pari's got the revival onto the fallen man. So Gokul will be back up on his feet, but there's a team wrapping on the right side, which will be SOA, so they need to be wary of that fact too. Tri-Million Esports, they've got a straight line of sight against Reckoning Esports, and there's a few more fights breaking out, and that will be Diesel Esports on the receiving side of the spectrum.
Oh boy, Diesel. They have been doing really, really well, but SOA has just got a little bit more space to actually pick them apart. Yes, they're playing from the outside the zones, but technically they should be losing. But based on the terrain itself, guess what? They are exposed to every single angle, and SOA Esports, SOA, shuts down Diesel's Esports run. But as soon as I say this, it's too early to celebrate. Altitude sees them and takes a jab at them as well.
Trades happening back and forth. If you try to go for a fight, you will be shot at from a different angle. That's what's going on. SOA, at least one man who was knocked out is back up, so that's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief. They can still go for an extra bit of risk if they do want. Smoker's in the front. He's the one to have that intel and also make sure he's the one to cause that distraction. He also get the revival on the Magic, so it's all good in the hood for now. And even the Blue's going to start to move. Bukar, the last man alive from Assista Esports. Everything, all the eggs in one basket now.
Can he do it is going to be the question here. Without was the final 7 teams. Hyderabad Hydras finally going down, but the table toppers from the previous game, Raven Esports, still pre-holds. And Metal, they're trying to bop and weave their way into this next point, but they just don't know where is safe and where is not. And guess what? Troy Devlin, we finally see them strike. They are going to be pushing through, and Reckoning is going to be the obstacle in front of them.
Hydra up close and personal, but even Inferno closes on even more. And Hydra gets knocked, it's completely fine, but they've still done the job. But now Raven Esports is another team they need to be wary of. Inferno unfortunately loses his comrade, but that's completely fine since Tri-Million Esports, they've still got 2 more men standing. But look at Raven Esports in the smack center. They've got so much land coverage. A few more teams on the sidelines, including Metal Esports. They need to be careful. And you've also got Altitude right next to Metal Esports. So anyone who decides to take a fight will be third party.
This is going to be a free-for-all for every single player. And guess what? Lance! He finds another one on Metal Esports. They're holding down the fort. It's 2 men against the wall, and they need to pick Loki up, but they just can't find the opportunity to do so. And Raven Esports, look at this. They're panicking. They're having center, but so is the rest of the wall as well. Troy Tubman also going to be picked apart as SOA has been driving around left, right, front, and center, just picking up on all the weaklings And they do scout out Pekka as well. Look at this. He's going to try and go for a last-ditch effort. He misses the shot, and he's going to get taken out by SOA Esports as well.
The 4 demons of SOA now just devouring the lobby, slowly and steadily mopping up the floor with their own bodies. SOA, solid stuff, all the 4 players intact, and that's given them that confidence. That's the main source of energy. The team in the front's now going to be by the name of Raven Esports, but how do you take a fight, especially when you've got Altitude in the high ground and even Metal Esports right next to him?
Final 4 team, SOA hit and run strategy has been working out, and it's gotten them to this stage. Can they close out the game? It's going to be the question. A perfect nade from Smoker! What a nade! The star player from Raven gets shut down just like that.
That was a 3-pointer right there from Smoker, but he also overextends and gets taken down by the team in the back, which was Altitude. SOA needs to be careful. As I mentioned, SOA, they will be taken down by Altitude if they overextend, but at the same time, there's a revival being stuck right now by Raven Esports, and SOA, they've got an itch. They want to punish the players of Raven Esports even more, constantly apply that pressure.
They have to as well, but this is the first time we are going to say this again once more time. Low ground advantage for Raven just because SOA is getting marked by Altitude. And because of this, they are temporarily having some sort of sanctuary, but they have to wait for the zone. They have to wait for the perfect timing to strike out. The Crows are down, the Crows are weak, but they have to wait. That's all they can do unless the nade comes through and Smoker with another nade. Oh boy, the Crows, the Ravens. This is not looking good.
Once again, Let's falls down, but Loki as well gets struck down. Now this push, it was immaculate, and SOA on the back of Lens's knock, they're able to wipe out the entirety of Raven Esports. What a play that was, but SOA for them, the hard work's not done yet. Things are still looking dicey as Starboy gets knocked out. Now it's time for them to duke it out against Altitude.
Final 2 teams. Altitude has got them completely surrounded, but they don't have the range for this as well. SOA Esports, all they have to do is just wait things out. It is going to be a 3 versus 4, but they get another knock once more from Altitude.
Altitude is closing up slowly, but even they're facing some problems. There's a man on the sidelines in the name of Atom, but there's also Lazy in the back, and Lazy gets caught. It's all down to Atom now. He needs to clutch it out for his team. They had the initial advantage. Atom is closing up, and he will be taken down. What a play from EXO that was in the end, and SOA, with all the 4 players intact, they had a lot of confidence in the moments.
SOA Esports, XOXO, hugs and kisses, because that was a play from SOA Esports, because they completely love-tapped the entire lobby itself. What a performance coming in from Smoker and XOXO, because that was something that none of us expected. SOA Esports to dominate the lobby here in game number 2.
I know, right? What a play that was from SOA. And honestly, the newer bunch on the block still doing this great, especially when they had all the 4 players alive and they knew that the competition does not have enough man number. They did not think twice. They were just making that push left, right, and center. And when they found that knock on to Raven Esports too, they really wanted to take the advantage of it, but then Altitude from the high ground.
Well, this is something that we weren't expecting as well. In the quarterfinals, we have the best from the grind and we have the best from the qualifiers, in-game qualifiers itself. And now gathering here in the quarterfinals, giving us an insane game. I've forgotten about BNC, man. This is the lobby that you guys got to be watching out for, because you would not expect anything at all.
This seems quite a tough lobby, I'm not going to lie. It's quite a sweaty lobby, but then imagine what's going to happen in Wildcard. It just increases my hopes even more, because only the 16 teams move on directly towards the semifinals, while the remaining move on towards Wildcard. And trust me when I say this, Wildcards will be even more sweaty.
Exactly. There is Hero Extreme Godlike. There is Soul. There is Wildfangs. There is many other teams who needs to redeem themselves. They get a second chance in life, but you know, why take a second chance when you can advance into semifinals right here, right now, right?
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are trying to grab that first spot itself, right? Trying to grab that first opportunity. And honestly, teams like Hyderabad Hydras and Vasista Esports have been a letdown once again.
And I feel like in this game in general, especially game number 2, everybody, you can see the fighting spirit of every single team. It's not been diminished, right? Usually by the halfway point, some people, they're just like, the blame game comes through, you know, sometimes there are internal issues, yada yada. You can see that they're just struggling the way through, but every single team in this game was fighting for their dear lives, knowing that there are only a few slots left into the semifinals. And currently, the benchmark is somewhere between 48 points to 60 points, and getting that 60 points means that they're going to be A-okay. So teams that had that opportunity, Nikita Esports, taken out rather early.
Yeah.
Diesel, taken out rather early as well. Raven Esports, I think they were
Decent.
okay. They were pretty decent here. Top 3 finish, decent amount of finishes. So I think they will be able to match Nikita Esports here after this team.
Yeah, consistency is definitely there from the side of Raven Esports on the board. But honestly, I'm really concerned for a few more teams like Hyderabad Hydra since another game was completely down the drain. Before now, let's have a look at the highlights since this is what really kicked off the major action. Tried to Million Esports, we were quite worried for this team, but later on they moved in the circle. Even Diesel Esports, a few eliminations were named by them, but not for too long.
Yeah, and even there as well, we caught a glimpse on what Troy Tamlin was doing as well. They were inside those warehouses. They were pretty much gatekeeping teams on the north itself, which resulted in that huge hoorah or vacuum of teams kind of stuck on the north side. So I would say they did their best, but the one that racked up all those finishes was none other than SOA. And at the south side, it was Altitude just completely dominating the south side and surviving into this final moments. But this nade from Smoker pretty much spoiled the dreams for Raven of any chance of a comeback.
Every time Smoker and his nades were on point, he was able to shut down Lens twice. And honestly, if you are Lens, you will be pretty mad at Smoker because that nade just fallen up twice in that same spot. It will be quite irritating. In the final few moments, SOA, considering they had the man advantage, they got the chicken dinner too, the MVP of the previous game, it will be Lazy from Altitude with 5 finishes, 2 assists, and 2 headshots.
Hey, they say hard work pays off, but sometimes if you being lazy, you will always find the smartest way to solve your solutions or solve a problem itself. So sometimes being lazy has its perks, and this guy is the MVP.
Yeah, with the minimum effort, he managed to get those elimination points. You've also got Clouds right there with 4 finishes too. Then you have SOA Starboy with 4. Magic as well from the side of SOA getting 4 eliminations, and even XO getting 4. So SOA, majority of the players are on the board. SOA had quite a banger of a game, so let's move on towards the match summary and see how many utilities were actually utilized in that game.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised. I was expecting maybe over the 200, 300 ballpark here coming from Smoke Grenades here, but it was only been 146. But the longest finish goes to Lazy. He was the MVP, but he also had the longest finish in this game, which is 340 meter.
Impressive.
Not with the BSS, of course. I'm pretty sure it's M4, etc. But I want to see how many points they actually got this year coming from SOA Esports. They are the table toppers for this game. A banger performance coming from them. 23 points in Game 2.
I'm surprised even by Altitude's performance. 17 freaking points on the board. Metal Esports as well. They finally redeemed themselves. The previous game was not that great, but now 11 points on the board. Metal Esports, great. Raven Esports, consistency on the board, and that needs to be going on even more. But still, Raven Esports, just to be on the safer side of things, they at least need 15 points in the upcoming game. That's going to be a good ending. Latter half on the board, and as we know, every single team over here, quite the shaky one. Gujarat Tigers, Game 1 was great, but Game 2, complete opposite affair.
Well, Nikita Esports, Game 1 was great. Game 2 was just a complete flop here. The drop clash between them and Hyderabad Hydras, and them losing out was so unfortunate. But with that being said, will this affect their overall standing? Not in the slightest bit. It seems to be they will still retain the #1 spot, but they are only 1 point ahead of SOA Esports at 1 finish points only.
Look at the esports. For them, that was sort of like a sigh of relief, right? Since they got the chicken dinner, they knew they have the cushion to work with, and that cushion's now already being utilized. But if they fail another game, now that's going to be a major problem for Likita Esports. And the latter half is on the board too. Reckoning Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, FS Esports, Vasista Esports, Dragon Claw, they have been a bit of a fail.
Yeah, indeed. And even the bottom half as well, Acrobots Esports, FS Esports, everyone is just struggling. Vasista Esports, a team that a lot of us have some sort of expectation coming from them, not performing is kind of concerning, considering the fact that they were from the grind stages itself. So with this 2 games performance, they only have 4 games to make a miracle comeback. And that is only if they start getting 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Vasista
Esports is known for their consistent plays, right? And the fact that they're not able to stay consistent right now is honestly quite a problem.
Yeah.
Because inside of the grind too, Vasista Esports wasn't that great the start of the tournament. But then the way they played round 4 really reignited those hopes once again. And we thought that maybe Vasista Esports can do great again. But now the first 2 games done and dusted on the latter half of the board. Honestly, the concerns, they just rise even more, but you've still got the game of Sanhok to go, and anything can happen. Maybe you can drop a 30 bomber there. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break before we move on towards Sanhok.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो?
रन 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 रन।
नेशन वांट्स टू नो कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
रन 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 रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Hello everyone and welcome back to realme BGIS 2025. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and the quarterfinal stages of Group A itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me on the desk here we have Super Johnny as we take you through the commentaries of the final match for today for Group A. Okay, the halfway point, which is going to be in Sanhok itself. Seems like we have a little bit of a difference of opinion here between all the casters. Likita still on top.
Yes.
But they flopped majorly in Game 2.
Yeah, I don't understand this as well, right? 27 points in one game and then just one coming from game number 2. But we know that's the Likita mentality, all or nothing. Go for the aggression if you can, if you see an opportunity. And especially in Miramar, they have always been contested super early. That Picardo drop clash is completely unavoidable for them. Anywhere in Miramar they drop, it seems like they are going to be charged upon early. And sometimes you succeed, sometimes you fail. But if you want to be consistent in terms of success, ladies and gentlemen, especially in BGMI, then the realme P3 Ultra 5G, it has to be your device. The world debut for the Dimensity 8350 chipset with a lot of exciting features alongside with it.
Exactly. It's currently priced at 22,999 rupees. You can just search it up on Google, which is realme P3 Ultra 5G, to check out the specs and also maybe walk away with some amazing prizes yourself. So follow the instructions and you're all good. Now, continuing on towards the journey of some of these teams here, Sanhok, we started the day with two very tactical maps. Obviously, Erangel, Miramar, very, very tactical. SOA Esports was able to come up with a tactic where in the midst of chaos, they went for so many hit-and-run strategies, which got them to the final four and then took the chicken dinner away, which was very nice. But in Sanhok, I think that's completely different.
Yeah, in Sanhok, if you try and do that, you are going to be caught off guard because the space on the map is so small and you will have all of these clusters of teams camping in the middle of nowhere. So if you try that hit and run approach while you're running, you're going to lose bodies. It is much easier to make it work on Miramar where you have the map space to work with. But still, SOA, incredible performance, man. Picking off those loose stragglers every now and then, they gathered so many finishes for themselves that I think SOA and even Raven Esports, I think teams like this, teams that have been getting these off plays in and making them work, are going to make sure that this group, the points are going to be very nicely distributed on the overall leaderboard by the end of matches tomorrow.
Well, maybe. Consistency is going to be the key, and the most consistent number to qualify to semifinals right now is 10 points per game, 60 points in total, to kind of have a safety cushion to qualify into semifinals right now. That is pretty much the ballpark here to qualify for that. But as of yet, Likita, again, game 1, 28 points. Wow, that's huge. You know, that's 30 points in three matches. That's great. Job's done. But
need
I felt like if they did well in game number 2 and take it to like 40, 50 points, it makes their life so much easier tomorrow.
I mean, see, they started the day with 27 points. They need like, what, 22 to get that 50 in 3 matches. And if they can succeed in... The problem is that if Likita succeeds in getting those 50 points
Everybody
in 3
else?
matches, they're going to cause problems for everyone else, and especially for the bigger names, because why would you not want to take the competition out when you have the opportunity? So it's going to spell trouble for teams like Reckoning Esports, Raven Esports, Gujarat Tigers, even Diesel Esports now with how they've been playing. Because Diesel has been... I like how Diesel Esports approaches. Slow and steady, not overexerting them too much in any single play, resetting every now and then. So yeah, let's see how things work out.
Well, it seems like FS Esports is going to be taking a little bit of substitution here. They're going to get Crypto back in and Insidious out. Seems like 2 games from them.
Yeah.
Has been a bummer. They need some sort of substitution. Hopefully this is going to be for the better here for FS Esports, because 2 games, 0 points.
I think a fair substitution as well, because both these players have decent amount of experience under their belt, and Crypto from time to time does pop off, and especially if you're going into an aggressive map like Sanhok, then Crypto has to be your man. The problem is he warmed up? That's the question.
Agreed. I agree. And now, here's a little bit of a teaser for you guys for the next upcoming group, right? Johnny, you said you like how Diesel Esports is playing. Wait till you see Shockwave play.
Oh man, I am excited.
These are both in-game qualifier teams.
Yeah, and it is going to be exciting. See, I've heard a lot about Shockwave as well over on the Hindi desk. Engineer Whitey was telling me like it is going to be exciting to watch their play style, because you never see them coming apparently.
Exactly. They're very tactical,
Yeah.
very calculative, and they're so... The right word would be manipulators. Very, very manipulative teams. They make people move how they want them to.
And that
Disgusting.
it is a very difficult thing to do. Kind of similar to what Likita Esports did towards the end game of game number 1.
Yep.
It is very difficult to get your opponent to be exactly where you want them to be while still managing to keep your own player safe. Takes a lot of experience to get to that level, and I mean, I'm going to be excited to see Shockwave because they are in the same group as God's Reign as well. So
See, that's the thing. God's Reign used to be like that, you know?
Yeah.
It's funny how God's Reign, the entire grind stages, was just all just going ham and ham. Anyway, we gave you guys too much of a teaser for the next group here. Let's focus on what's at hand right now, and that is going to be Group A. Because Group A, it's a do or die. They need at least 30 each points. And some of these teams in this final game, they need a banger to stand a chance to qualify for semifinals.
Yeah, especially a big name that has been missing, which is going to be a name like Reckoning Esports. Lot of expectations from Reckoning Esports, but still yet to show us those big numbers on the board. Hopefully Sanhok is going to be their map. This is their last match of the day, along with all the other 15 teams from this group. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are prepared, because here we go towards the action.
Well, the last match for today here for Group A. It is going to be Game 3 for them, and it is going to be the rainy forest of Sanhok itself. No rain whatsoever, but it is going to be very, very wet in the floor itself. But all things considered, the flight path is going to be coming in from the northeast corner, ending towards the outskirts of Tambang. And are we going to see any potential drop clashes is going to be the question, because Game 2, we saw a drop clash between Likita and Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, maybe Likita, they try and get revenge for that early wipe on their heads. But let's see. Usually, the common drop spots where teams get contested are going to be your Paradise Resort, the Boot Camp, Camp Alpha Ill, sometimes in Painan, sometimes in Ruins as well. But as of now, I do not see those clusters forming anywhere on the map. I was expecting maybe Acrobots and Troy Tamilian Esports are going to fight it out for Paradise Resort, but Acrobots just keep heading towards the northern edge of Khao, and Troy Tamilian, for some reason, have gone for that 2-2 spread, which actually works out quite nicely for them, because now they have free control of Paradise Resort. They've scared away the side of Acrobots, if you will.
Huh, interesting. And even Diesel as well. They're actually splitting towards the Temple and towards Alpha Island itself and Camp Alpha. That's very, very wide split. But this is somewhat going to be paying off for them, because nobody's going to be in their vicinity except for FS, who's already in Hatin. We have Likita, who's been playing Ruins for the longest of time, you know, so nobody's going to be messing around with them, which is a good thing for them. But Hyderabad Hydras are heading towards Camp Charlie, and they're very close to Vasista as well, on towards the cave region.
I think the intention for Hyderabad Hydras was to drop in Painan, but Middle Esports getting there a little bit quicker just forced them away, and Cam Charlie is always going to be a safe option in a flight path like this. Not a lot of teams opt to play and start their game early from that Cam Charlie position, but look at this. Goblin sees an Erangel before him. It is going to be Phoenix closer to him, but Amy Jord in the backlines is the one who gets knocked out. Goblin with a brilliant play to kick things off. But Phoenix cooking up that nade, and it seems like it's going to be a good one as well. And Goblin goes down as the trade comes through. Phoenix moving forward to secure that frag for himself. And once again, the start of the match, I see, for Likita Esports has been completely ruined.
The star player from Likita Esports, they had a banger game in game number 1, but 2 games in a row, Goblin being the first player to get taken out from Likita Esports is just very, very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Here. And it seems like Likita Esports, they weren't expecting company. They got a very, very insane knock here with the QBZ. Not gonna lie, QBZ's very, very difficult to control. Feels like an M4. Thinks it's an M4, but it's not an M4. But guess what, Likita, they're not too happy. They are gonna go for a crash right now.
A re-engagement into this fight a little too risky, and they are going to get punished for it. Another man knocked out as Viper pushes forward with the shotgun, but it's the DBS in the hands of the opponent. And is this going to be another early exit coming in for the lads of Likita Esports as only one man remains? It's the IGL himself. Hector, can you be the savior for your team again? Sees Phoenix, but a few pixels visible, and his ankles are going to be broken by Phoenix. 27 points from Erangel, 1 point from Miramar, and 0 from Sanhok. It seems like the fan favorite team I see is moving in the completely wrong direction.
What happened to you guys? You guys were the top of the top 2 games in a row, wiped by Hyderabad Hydras, wiped by Erangel Esports. Is it just me, or is this lobby just that difficult?
I think it's the lobby, man. I think everyone in this lobby is just built different. Because Phoenix, I mean, look at that. A 3K to kick things off. And it is going to be interesting to see, can he get a few more? On the other side, though, target prioritization also had to be a thing over there from the side of Goblin. I thought he saw Phoenix running towards him. I thought Phoenix was going to be the first man to go out. Because Amy Jord was too far away to re-engage in any way.
But that's the thing. It's too far. It's a QBZ. There is also bullet damage drop as well due to distance. And he hit it perfectly. I was like, okay, Goblin, I see you. And then he proceeds to get naded away. I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of sad. That's really sad.
Sad, upsetting, whatever you want to call it. But one thing that's not sad or upsetting is going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, ladies and gentlemen. If you have this device, you will have a very fun time playing BGMI for sure. That is what the device is built for. It is BGMI certified device with the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 chipset, 90 FPS smooth gaming experience, and the AI features that are in this device also make sure that you have a fun time playing BGMI. But is Dragonclaw Esports going to have fun with this? Zeref, he whiffs a few shots, so now they're going to be having a fun for sure.
Oh, speaking of fun right now, seems like Draw Tigers, they need to go on a hunt here. And considering that they flopped on game number 2, they are having 16 points in general. They need a banger performance to try to be a part of the top 3 right now. SOA was managed to catch up. Raven needs some sort of consistency, but what is this shot? What happened? Acrobots going for a drive-by, and they get a nice little pick on altitude.
Well, that's the first knock, and the second man is just... What? He was just standing there. Was he distracted? Was he daydreaming? Or admiring the beautiful, beautiful terrain of Sanhok? Doesn't matter. Now he's on his knees. The punish comes through. Acrobots, they have equalized the numbers and should be able to recover. Odin needs to be careful, though.
Can they recover is going to be the question here, because I don't think Altitude was expecting a drive-by like that. And now Lazy, he gets the opening knock with the nades. He's got the S12K. And he needs to try and regroup with the rest of the mates here, but he needs to wrap up this fight. He's getting surrounded slowly but surely. They have the numbers advantage at them. With the nade, does it look good? Seems like he's going to clip him by a bit. But the zone is going to be pushing them from the north side. They cannot take too long from this fight.
Yeah, they definitely need to wrap things up as quickly as possible. Atom and Lazy, Odin in the backlines from the side of Acrobots. He's a little too far away to provide backup for his teammate, but I think the idea over here is for him to be the distraction and Vulcan to find the angle to lob those nades.
Well, speaking of this as well, 4x UMP, not exactly the greatest weapons, but if you do not have armor, that is gonna hurt long range or short range, regardless of the range itself. But all things considered, Klaus will be taken out. Altitude will have to continue this journey with 2 men, but in order to do so, they have to wrap up this fight. Acrobots, Odin could be leaving first. He is gonna make a run for it with the vehicles first, and leaving Vulcan all by himself as he goes for a big flank potentially. Lazy, look at this. He doesn't have mats at all.
Yeah, no meds, only those bandages and no boosters as well. So that HP bar is going to stay low for a while. Altitude stuck, pinned down in these shacks.
Oh no, Odin's got them completely locked down. It's only stage 1, but both teams don't really have a lot of mats. And yes, there's a lot of bodies lying around, but I don't think they have enough time to be looting every single one as well. And considering the circle is all the way far south, which in this case is all the way down south, which is about, what, that's at least a kilometer, maybe 2 kilometers away. That's too far.
Yeah, it's more than 2 kilometers. I think 2,100 meters to be honest, but Hyderabad Hydras over here against Vasista Esports. It seems like the Hydras, after that fall in game number 1, have decided that it is the big names they want to take out. Bukar knocked out as well. Turbo and Ninja with the man advantage in this fight. They have one more player on the flank. There's a third party coming in. Erangel rotating from the other side of the hill, although they do continue on their journey. Not looking to get sandwiched between Hyderabad Hydras and Gujarat Tigers, who are playing from the top of that hill.
Well, playing on the top of the hill right now. Guess what, Vasista? They are going to get completely flushed out. A big game coming from Erangel. There's a big boy points. There's 6 finishes in this game in general, and they are going to get a full reset. But as soon as I say this, guess what? The third party comes in. Dragonclaw looking to pounce on them. And Scope going for a couple of nades in from the sides, but they are looking for those reset. Scope inside all by himself. Can they get the pump? No, he does not. Erangel is able to trade 1 for 1. But at the same time, Gujarat Tigers is shooting from afar with this third party.
That is what I was worried about. The high ground advantage in the hands of Gujarat Tigers. The perfect angle of approach. And Erangel are going to be left bleeding. Dragonclaw, they need to be careful. Although the execution from Dragonclaw was brilliant, the Molotov at the edge of the shack, but as Taizo runs in, he takes down 2, and Erangel, no answer to this frag fest coming in from Dragonclaw Esports, sinking their claws and securing those finishes, although they have been left bleeding as well. 2 players picked off, only 2 left standing.
Oh my goodness, what a flick coming from Taizu. What a flick indeed. And just like that, Dragonclaw is at a stalemate with Erangel. Gujarat Tigers, they've done the damage.
Yeah.
A third party, the perfect time. Both teams are hurt. And Gujarat Tigers are just gonna sneakily walk away. Sneaky little annoying people who just spoiled the game for 2 very, very try-hard teams trying to survive. Unfortunately, they were the spoilers for them. However, I did catch a glimpse as well. Lazy from the side of altitude pretty much bled out to the zone.
Okay.
They're only having 1 player left from the side of altitude is still outside the zone.
Hey, but I believe they were able to finish off the Acrobot side completely, because we see them getting eliminated over there. So at least they can try and loot up those first stage, play for survival. But look at the circle, man. So much area towards the north and the eastern side left empty. Everyone is charging towards Cave and Quarry at the same time, especially towards the shorelines just north of Camp Charlie. You have Hyderabad Hydras, Raven Esports, Dragonclaw, one last survivor from Erangel. Gujarat Tigers is there. Metal Esports take their position. And SOA finding that sneaky approach, finding that isolated position. I think that is just brilliant from them.
Wow, it's been a while since we've seen a cave circle.
Yeah.
Seems like cave, obviously you want to be outside, but there is a safety net inside the caves itself, similar to how Erangel's shelter kind of work. Once you get in, it's hard to get out. But it does guarantee you some sort of placement points if you are low in terms of manpower. And in this case, teams we do not have manpower is going to be altitude. We have Erangel, we have Dragonclaw as well, is struggling in terms of manpower. They might think things a little bit slow here. Maybe look to try to find some sort of sanctuary inside the cave. But as much as I would love that they can find that opportunity, you have to worry about the Hydras, you have to worry about the Ravens, who's currently around this game.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the Hydras themselves, man. Because if Raven Esports actually manage to sneak their way up to the top of the hill, then Hyderabad Hydras are going to be caught off guard. And plus that SOA situation towards the eastern side, that line of fire, it's quite clear. So that's going to be an unexpected third party as well. In the meanwhile, Diesel Esports just exiting Painan a few seconds ago. They're taking that northern edge rotation. And the one breaching point ideal for a rotation like this is going to be the eastern side of Query. Although, that is where the players of Troy Tamilian Esports are waiting.
Well, are they going to be able to find up entry points? Is going to be the question here. Because Diesel, they did have a little bit of info earlier on. A lot of gunshots coming from Reckoning. A lot of gunshots coming from the GT as well. But like you said, Troy Tamilian might be the problem. But you said you were worried about the Hydras and the Ravens. They are going to be striking there. Turbo is going to get completely finished off. He's dropped down so low. The pickup comes through. And Raven, they're slowly pushing it forward as well. But guess what? Loki from afar providing this cover fire. What is that? And they get the confirmation as well. Loki just blew up the entire vehicle. And Smiley finds Ninja as well.
Perfect execution coming in from Raven Esports. And Hyderabad Hydras all of a sudden down to the last man, Moksh. He's been quiet all this time. Has the S12K to work with, but Drew, the lads from Raven Esports, have his position. First man spotted out. Moksh holds the trigger. The second man as he climbs the rock. Shots fired. Although the connection is not going to be perfect. No knocks in this fight. It's just finishes straight up into the bags of Raven Esports. 4 eliminations confirmed as Hyderabad Hydras get sent back to the lobby.
This is huge for Raven. They've got center control.
Yeah.
And despite all that, guess what? Altitude from the north, they just came in the zone and Diesel was expecting them. They had a little bit of run-in and now the nades comes through. Lazy, he's going to try and push forward too as well. He sees ahead, but he can't seem to find the connection. 2 versus 3. Lazy dropping those Molotovs and they're trying to find some sort of inch. And guess what? Kutra Tigers, they're melting. They're melting through the nades and Altitude. They wiped the Tigers.
Well, Altitude brilliantly done.
my
Diesel
goodness.
Esports eliminated in a blink. And this is not what we expected when at the start of the game this team just lost 2 players instantly at the hands of Acrobots. But in moments of desperation, they bring themselves to composure. 7 eliminations secured by Altitude. On the other side, as we were talking about it, I see Gujarat Tigers. They were also wiped out thanks to the players of FS. But FS have taken a beating in that fight as well. And of course, the third party from multiple teams, Dragonclaw and Medal, will result in even the last man from the side of FS getting finished off. And Medal Esports, as they look to move forward against the players of Reckoning Esports, they get shot in the back. Thunder falls, all thanks to Raven on the flank.
Oh boy, now Medal. They have to hold on. Legit is still taking some serious damage as well. Reckoning Esports, they're making a lot of noise, but they are taking advantage of the commotion to rotate in the next phase of zone. We're down towards the final 9 teams. But for some reason, Altitude, one of the worst possible starts, but somehow gets some finishes.
I see in the morning I was asked a question. Which is my favorite map to commentate on? And I said Sanhok, and this is why, man. Stage 4, it's just 9 teams, 28 players remaining. Most of the teams just getting completely annihilated, and out of nowhere, surprising, it's the loose stragglers, a team with just 2 players surviving, that is performing the best in this game right now.
Yep, at the same time as well, this is a little bit of replay on how Gujarat Tigers got taken out by FS Esports. Arman, last man standing, but Crypto just spraying randomly through the smoke, catches a glimpse of it, a random stray bullet takes him out. So very, very unfortunate for the Tigers, but they will bow out on 5th place here with 19 points in total, but the score will tally later on. Meanwhile, the remaining 9 still holds and hangs on for their dear lives to try and get even more points to push into the top 4.
Oh man, intensity of this match has just gone through the roof. A lot of time for these teams to play with, but the problem is that clusters are forming at the most common spot. You were talking about Cave, right? We have 4 teams fighting for this Cave Hill control. Medal Esports is there, Raven is there, Dragonclaw, and that last player from Erangel Esports is still alive. But Raven Esports distraction as they try to take a fight against Medal and TCW at the same time. They're playing a 2-2 split. So on this hill position. It's just 2 players from the side of Raven Esports going up against whatever remains of Medal.
Well, I like how Smiley is just dropping a couple of nades while he rotates a wide lens, goes for a huge flank. And Medal, they still haven't picked up legit yet, and they are right at the edge of the zone. As much as they want to reset this fight, Ravens Esports got them completely surrounded. They've got the numbers, they've got the edge, and all they have to do is just wait things out. But the longer they wait, there might be potential teams sneaking by from the north side as well. We have Dragon Claw is holding down those compounds for the longest of time, and they are holding on as well.
2 more squads bite the dust. Altitude getting eliminated, and Erangel, the last man, also picked up. 7 teams, 25 players still alive in this game, and it's just stage 5. Medal Esports, their struggles continue, but Legit has been brought back. The revive comes through as Raven Esports get distracted thanks to IIT TCW in the back lines, along the shorelines in fact. And Loki needs to be careful. Is that man Ace knocked out? They do find Predator in the back lines. The finish is going to be confirmed, but Loki gets knocked out. No, he wasn't. Ace was on his feet, was willing to fight, and the trade for TCW is a brilliant one. Lens closing in, M4 at the ready, sees the opposing player, takes him down as well. These finishes in the bag as Raven get a total of 8 finishes in this game already.
What a game by Raven. What a game by SOA as well, because why? We're down towards the final 7, and the top 2 has dethroned Likita Esports, who's holding the #1 spot. And Medal Esports looking to join the ranks of those 2 as well, and they are going to be taking shots onto Raven. Loki getting knocked. Prince seeing a very dirty angle to Raven. They find the opportunity and looking to go for that confirmation. Unfortunately, a little bit off on those nades though.
Yeah, the nades are a little bit off, but Medal Esports, considering that Raven Esports are left bleeding, have the upper hand in this fight. They need to be confident in their skills. They need to move forward. I think one of the players just fell and got knocked out over there.
How does that work? Like Prince dropping a nade and getting a free knock onto his Raven. That's insane. He fell down and he actually got a free knock. What?
Yeah, I have no idea as well. I think the nade just did enough damage to bring him down to a pixel, and that fall damage did the rest, but
okay.
We're going to leave it at that. Medal Esports, who cares how they got the knock? They have the finish as well in the bag. Down to
bad
16.
for Raven, though.
Yeah. I mean, you feel bad for them, but they have 29 points.
Fair enough. Now, 16s remain. We haven't seen too much of Reckoning in this match as well. They are somehow bouncing back in this game. They are currently at the bottom of the table here. That is still alive on 11th place with only 10 points. And now the circle is going to shift completely into the cave region. And as what? We are expecting company from SOA against Raven as well.
They don't waste a second. Smoker and EXO just charging at the backs of Raven Esports. In the middle, meanwhile, Medal Esports looking to clear the front lines. Putting pressure on the players of Reckoning. Viper spotted out. Sarwith almost getting that knock. Kyoya exposed as well. And then nowhere he proned. Last few shots confirm the knock. But the finish is also going to be confirmed by the players of Medal. 5 eliminations and make that 6 as Reckoning Esports get eliminated.
Well, if there's 3 points out in open, take it. Sarvit deserves a medal because he finds himself not 2, but 3 finishes just like that. So Medal Esports continue on. They're still at a stalemate between them and Raven. It is, after all, Circle 6. And it's about to close in completely to 7th phase. And SOA taking a couple shots in. But guess what? Troy Tamilas, they're split off 2-2. They want to take a fight against Troy Tamilan.
Well, it's a tricky situation, but that numbers advantage is going to be a big deal for SOA. Molotov lobbed out as he knows exactly where the players went prone. And if the connection with that utility is found, it should be a finish conversion. Oh, it just rolls off the rock, almost picking off the players of Troy Tamilan Esports. They were so lucky. Pekka brought back, but Hydra is going to be forced out into the open. The blue zone knocks Pekka out again. The point denied to the players of SOA. They still have no finishes in the bag as we're down to the endgame scenario of this match. Dragon Claw on the other side, causing some trouble for Medal Esports and SOA at the same time. That's the first frag as Magic works his magic. But difficult to survive from here on out as the hill climb is going to be the next challenge.
Dragon Claw finally pounces out top 5 finish, but it's only one guy remaining. SOA Esports, they are still 4-man healthy, but guess what? They only have one finish throughout this entire game. What is going on? How do they only have one after so long?
Well, all this chaos was happening, I see. Raven Esports, they've reset themselves. 3 players, strong again. And if SOA make a single mistake, then this chicken dinner is going to slip out of their hands. Last player from the side of Dragonclaw, shut down by Metal Esports, as even Metal is still in this fight with 3 players left standing, and Raven might just be their next target as Prince charges forward, gets knocked out. Sarvith also taken out of the way, and it's down to Legit and the DBS, but this time there's not gonna be any more magic. He gets shut down, and I think now the chicken dinner might be guaranteed to SOA as last man from Raven Esports gets picked off, and another chicken dinner in the hands of SOA Esports, just like in Miramar. This time as well, they show up out of nowhere, secure the win, and walk away.
2 back-to-back chicken dinners for SOA Esports. Not the biggest finish game here thus far from them, but a chicken is still a chicken. A chicken means 10 points to SOA Esports.
I think they have like 12 or 13 eliminations at the end of the game, so that is 12 or 13 points secured from this particular match. They are going to be sitting at the first position in the overall leaderboard with, I believe, 40 plus points.
I think it's going to be somewhere around there, but we have to wait for the official results first, right? Because I think in this game, this was a big game coming from Metal. This was a okay game for Raven. Raven has been by far the most consistency in this group here out of all 3 games. High finish volumes. Unfortunately, always the chicken so close, yet so far for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Raven Esports actually care about the chicken with how they've been playing, because at one point they picked up 2 fights at the same time while playing a 2-2 split. A few players were in the backlines giving trouble to the players of SOA, keeping them at bay, and 2 individuals keeping Metal on the slope of the hill for so long. It would have been impressive to see them succeed in that scenario, but unfortunately that wasn't the case.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Even Altitude as well. They are also one of those teams that is very, very consistent. They were stuck all the way far north. I don't know, to Narnia or something like that. It was so freaking far away. And I'm like, huh, they're 2 guys. Okay, fine, sure. You know, they won that fight. Okay, great. By the time they got the zone, they were caught in between mid-rotation between them and Diesel. And they 2 versus 4 Diesel.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Tigers, but it was Diesel Esports that just got completely shut down. And I was like, wait, I can't do math. Isn't 4 stronger than 2? How did 2 win 4?
I mean, that's the thing surprising about Altitude Esports. I mean, Maisie said they were good at placement points, but yeah, these lads are good at getting those finishes as well. Because game starts, they instantly lose 2 of their players. Cloud and Gods were picked off by the side of Acrobots. And I did not think that they were going to survive, because they were all the way up north, just a little south. I think 50-60 meters south of Paradise Resort was where that entire fiasco happened. And from there, to be able to rotate towards Cave and Quarry, first of all, finding a way through that Quarry cluster, it's so difficult. They pulled it off.
Agreed.
And then they ended the game with like 7 or 8 eliminations.
Exactly, and even Lazy as well. This guy is starting to make waves here coming from Altitude here. 2 games in a row, he was, first game he was the MVP, but that game itself, he completely destroyed Diesel, right? Using the most easiest way to solve the solution. How do you take out your opponents? Perfect place Molotov, zone them out, nades here, flush them out, take 1v1 fights, 2 versus 1 actually. They got so many 2v1s because they were isolated and just take out everyone from Diesel. Unfortunately, it is not on the highlights. We have to talk about the games that happened itself. The circle was ending onto its cave, and this is where every single team was kind of struggling on the north side.
I actually have a question as well. What is going wrong with Reckoning Esports, man? Because last year we saw this team, they were one of the best. Right now they're playing like a middle pack roster.
Well, I would say they are currently getting reckoned with by everybody else, if that makes sense. Metal Esports obviously deserve a medal because when opportunity presents itself, they will take it. Sarvit was able to find a lot of easy finishes. Technically, they did not get the chicken dinner, but those 1 or 2, 3 points difference will help you out as time goes by. And with 6 games happening to play, every single point counts as well if you want to qualify and be part of that top 16 echelon.
They have set themselves up for tomorrow. That is the simplest way to put it. But looking at the numbers, starting off with MVP of the game, we have Lens from the side of Raven Esports. 5 finishes secured, 959 damage dished out. So he was doing a lot of heavy lifting for his team. Looking at the list of top 5 players, we have Tezo, that incredible play coming in from Tezo where he pushed inside of the shack and took down 2 individuals. I believe it was Arankars that they went up against, completely denying them any opportunity to move further inside of the game. We also have Smiley, Sarvit and Phoenix from Arankar Esports making that list. But match summary, 47 total smokes used, 3 grenade finishes, and this is what you like, right? 321 meter is the longest distance finish.
Hey, so far I think Jonathan still holds the record, right? Somewhere around 405 meter, 410 meter. That's like the longest and longest. But at the same time, you know, you talked about Arankar Phoenix, right? He's the reason why Likita Esports couldn't play the game.
Oh, that is true. That is true, man. That nade opening against Goblin. And as you put it in a much better way, Likita Esports could not play this game at all.
Yeah, unfortunately to say. But Raven Esports, they are the winners of this game. Yes, they may not have gotten a chicken dinner, but they will get themselves 17 points. SOA Esports, again, I've reminded, very, very high finishes for game number 2. This game, only 3 finishes, but taking the chicken dinner. So again, chicken, no chicken, chicken is still points.
It is still points, and I think that is the only thing that SOA were keeping an eye out for, because with how passive they were in this particular match, I think the intention was clear. Get over 30 as quickly as possible. And towards the end game, it's just lucky that they got the chicken dinner, because this pushes them to 40 points in the overall leaderboard. It is huge indeed, because tomorrow, now all they need is like, what, 5 points per game, and that puts them in a safer position in the overall leaderboard.
Exactly. I think overall, as of yet, SOA Esports has by far the highest amount of points out of all the groups thus far.
In 3 matches.
In 3 matches.
Yes.
So I think Forever Red Ross had a great start, but unfortunately they need some sort of consistency, but they fell a little bit short. So as of yet, the benchmark is somewhere around 49 points, which Revenant Xbox does have the 4th position as of yet, compared to the 3 teams who are in the 60 point threshold.
Yeah. But let's move forward to the second page of the leaderboard. A few big names over here. We had a lot of expectations from FS, from Visista, Hyderabad Hydras and Reckoning Esports. But these teams, the struggles continue, and tomorrow the last 3 matches of the quarterfinals for them will decide their fate, whether they move to semifinals directly or are they going to fight the gauntlet in wildcard.
Now, let's take a look at the casters' predictions here. Usually, English Dash has been completely off the mark since round 4 onwards. For the first time, you and Johnny, guess what? Me and Johnny. Johnny bye. Guess what? Likita Esports. They had a great game 1, but game 2 and 3, it's... Okay, you're still part of top 4. Fine, I'll take the win.
We're still in the top 4, but props to Maisie, man. He picked an undergod team, and Altitude Esports have made sure that Maisie can hold his head up high amongst us tonight. Because Altitude, again, it's a new team, new set of players, but with how they played Sanhok, man, that was impressive, and I want to see more of these lads.
Agreed. And Reckoning Esports and also Vasista didn't really do too well. Necro picked Gujarat Tigers, which also, I think, somewhere in the top 5. You know, I wouldn't say it's the highest of highest here, but they still have a long way to go to actually climb here, because I believe they are somewhere around like 15, 17 points, which is way below what the average you need to get here to break past the 60, right? Again, very simple math. 6 games, 60 points is where you want to be. 10 points per game.
Exactly. And Gujarat Tigers, though, I have to give a little bit of a benefit of a doubt to them, because me and Necro were having this conversation, and I think you would agree, it's a hit or a miss. If they hit extremely hard, but if they miss, it's going to be way off the mark.
Well, same can be said for Likita Esports.
True, very true.
But all things considered, we'll be seeing this group for tomorrow's match here. But after this, we are going to be having a different group. And that's going to be Group D, or quote-unquote, the Group of Destruction, coming up very, very soon. See you guys right after this break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो
Run, 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 run.
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो, रोंडो, रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. And as the day for Group A comes to an end in the quarterfinals, at least for today, we're going to start the journey for Group D, a group that has been deemed as the group of destruction, a group of death. Joining me right now, it's going to be Necro alongside with me. And Necro, first of all, did you enjoy the action in Sanhok? Because that was something else, man.
Of course I did. And SOA once again getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? SOA, a new team coming in out of nowhere, scooping up those chicken dinner and altitude. How are they doing so consistently well?
Yeah, I mean, that was something else. That was phenomenal coming in from altitude as well.
Yeah.
Those two players saving the day for their team. But can any of the players from the side of Group D pull off similar miracles? Because Group D is just too stacked, man.
And speaking of stacked, this device as well is pretty stacked with a lot of performance-inducing features, especially speaking of the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards.
Exactly, we talk about the features. The world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, ladies and gentlemen. 90 FPS smooth performance, and a big reason is that it is BGMI certified. You would want your device to have that BGMI certified device, so you know for a fact that it is going to give the best performance in BGMI.
Have that smooth, lag-free experience, you need to check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G.
Exactly.
But once again, moving on towards that conversation, right? Now that previous group, at least for today, is done and dusted, we move on towards Group D.
Yep.
And inside of Group D, we've got even more heavy hitters. K9 Esports, you've got God's Reign in the mix, you've got Phoenix Esports, Genesis, Cincinnati Kids. The names just keep on going on. There's so many known names over here.
I don't know where to start, man. I mean, you talk about God's Reign, K9, Cincinnati Kids. New Version is one of those undergod teams that we want to look forward to. There's Phoenix Esports, Genesis, VST, Versatile. There's Mysterious 4 as well in this squad roster. So it is going to be interesting to see who plays how, because they know the tactics for each other as well. But in the quarterfinals, it is difficult to counter those strategies because you only play 6 matches.
Mysterious 4 has had the most interesting run-up so far. They were not able to do great inside of the grind, so they moved on towards round 1. And now from round 1, they're over here towards the quarterfinals. They have gone through a long journey. They've played 48 games so far, Johnny, and they have played the most amount of games in 2025 in the official tournament.
Exactly, and now I just hope that they make it to the semifinals. And talking about the semifinals, ladies and gentlemen, the BGIS crate is out and available for you guys to grab. Go inside of BGMI, grab yourself the BGIS crate, because what it's going to do is it is going to contribute to the overall prize pool of the BGIS. And it's a beautiful, beautiful gesture coming in from Crofton India Esports, making sure that the players that have put in all of the hard work and the effort have an incentive to make it further deep inside of the tournament, because we kept talking about 2 crore plus in prize money, right? And the prize pool distribution only shows the prize pool for the top 16 teams. Well, guess what? Every single contribution made by our lovely viewers through the BGIS grade, it is going to be incentivizing the teams playing the semi-finals as well.
And as you mentioned, all the money accumulated will directly contribute to the prize pool.
Yes.
But we've got the teams playing on the screen. Group D reveals itself with K9 Esports, God's Green, Cincinnati Kids, 2OP Official, New Versions, 4BR, Wind God Esports is another major name we cannot forget. Young hitters, I would love to see what they've got once again.
And then there's 2OP Official as well. It's a returning name that has been returning to the circuit of BGMI every single year after year. But it is... they still have to make their LAN debut yet. That is what we have been waiting for a while.
And I'm pretty sure they will with a banger style too. Phoenix Esports, Genesis, VST, SWE, Versatile. You've also got WG, BO7S, and Mysterious 4. As I mentioned, Mysterious 4 is definitely a major mystery. I would love to unravel that mystery, but I'm pretty sure unraveling Mysterious 4 will be super tough because they always somehow make it. But if they're not able to directly make it in the semifinals over here, they will have another shot from the wild cards, and maybe they will make it once again. But we've got the caster prediction on the screen. At the start of the day, we made our predictions. We locked in our predictions, and I went with Phoenix Esports.
You went with Phoenix. I went with VXT, Versatile. I believe in Somraj, man. The man has to make those miracles work. IC Baby going for K9 Esports.
Classic,
Engineer
right?
going for God's Reign. We have Maisie with another risky prediction of BO7S. You have New Version picked by Sparrow, and Anki the bot sticking with his brother. That is me, Versatile.
Honestly, it's really tough to pick and choose with so many good teams in the mix, right? But the only reason why I went with Phoenix Esports is because I know at least they will make the competition more interesting. Even K9 Esports, they're quite the heavy hitters. They're quite the powerhouse. They like to go super aggressive inside of the lobby. Even K9 Esports can contribute a lot to that entertainment. But let's not forget, the newer names have been making a lot of shockwaves. And I'm speaking of Team Shockwave itself. I would love to see even what they've got.
Exactly. I think Shockwave is going to be one of those interesting names that everyone is looking forward to seeing. Like, all right, this is the first time we are seeing this name appear in the quarterfinals of this realme BGIS. And can you make an impact? Can you make your mark? Can you make your presence felt in a lobby like this? And if by any chance, because, I mean, no one expected SOA to be able to hit 40 points in the first 3 matches. If Shockwave can pull a similar performance out today, oh man, I'm going to be looking forward to the semifinals for them.
And let's not forget, in the previous round, 2OP Officials were dominating. They were doing really good, single-handedly destroying the competition, just like K9 Esports and the others. And since 2OP Officials, quite the newer bunch on the block, I would love to see how they do under a lot of pressure inside of the quarterfinals when you've got such a stacked lobby.
Yeah, I mean, 2OP Official, not exactly the newer bunch. We have seen this name appear in Officials again and again, but they failed to make it to the finals. I think the best they have done is like quarterfinals of the previous year's tournaments, but nothing further than that. So they
I think round 4 is the maximum 2OP has made so far.
Yeah, could be. I mean, we'll just check up on that as well. But again, 2OP Official, they're used to situations like this. So they're used to facing the bigger names in the past. The problem is that, again, when you get to the later stages, the pressure goes up because you realize, like, all right, now the competition is getting tougher. Teams are more refined as well. The lobbies are more refined as well. Can you find the small little detailed flaws in your own performances and the gaps in the performances or in the strategies of the other teams? But by now, I think considering they had a decent year last year, they would have definitely figured out, all right, this is how we take on the bigger names. When we go up against the newer teams, we just stick to our game plan and do not really overcommit into their play style. Things should be good for 2OP Official this time.
I think the newer teams are pretty much just fighting themselves at that same time, right? Because all the demons in their heads, so many overthinking thoughts coming through, and they're probably just trying to fight through it, find their way in a better spot inside of the zone. And all those overthinking moments can actually put you in a bad spot too. So I hope 2OP Officials does not really take a lot of tension, and they just try to take things as casual as possible and just try and be as normal as possible. Because the more pressure you take, the more worse you will perform inside of the game. game. It's pretty normal.
Yeah, talking about names that keep appearing in these official tournaments again and again, but we are yet to see them push themselves through to LAN, VST, Genesis Esports.
Yeah.
These are also the names that, similar to 2OP official, show up every single time. We see them make it to the later rounds of the tournament, but again, qualifying for that LAN finale has been a challenge for them in the past as well. Hopefully this time it's different.
In 2024, Snacks was a part of VST. And today, or in this time, I mean, we saw VST in the round 4, if I'm not wrong, or in the week 4 of the entire grind. And they were not able to perform that well, right? They were the one to first ever play the grind itself. And VST, yeah, they had quite a dominant start, but we did not see that aggression coming out from the side of VST. They were consistent on the overall standings, but I want to see them be even more confident with their approach inside of the game.
But while all this is being said and done, let's have a look at one of the biggest names inside of this lobby. I'm talking about K9 Esports, because these 4 players that are part of K9 Esports, Ninja Boy, Beast, Omega, and Slug, are on a path of destruction. Their strategy? Very simple. You see someone, you shoot at them, you try and finish them off within seconds.
Yeah, 127 finishes, 70 positioning points, 3 chicken dinners, and total points of 197. K9 Esports, as I mentioned, they're an absolute powerhouse. And whenever we've seen this team play, it's been an absolute delight to witness. They are so entertaining because they just bring in so much action. But once again, resuming that VST's conversation, right? As I mentioned, they played the first ever week, and the way they were playing, they were quite defensive. I guess it's understandable since the new zone meta was just introduced and a lot of teams were trying to get used to it. But now since they're used to it, I really want to see what VST's got in the backpack.
It is definitely going to be interesting. Plus, I mean, considering, as you said, they played the earlier rounds of the grind, they will have had an opportunity to observe what everyone else was doing as well, figure out the difference between what they did and what worked out for the teams that actually did end up performing in those later rounds, giving them a little bit of tips and tricks of what to do, what not to do, and implementing in their own game plans right now in the quarterfinals. That is going to be important.
And VST has also played a lot of games since they resumed their journey in the main event from round 2. So VST, even though they were doing great inside of the grind, let's not forget they jumped from the week 1. And inside of week 1, the maximum high you can go was still the round 2.
But as you mentioned, a team that did not jump any stage, Mysterious 4.
Yeah, they
played
somehow
the grind, played the grind, played round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4. Quarterfinals, they have survived through everything, man. This team has gone through hell and still survived. The players are going to be battered and bruised, but hey, these warriors are still standing.
I don't think they're going to be battered and bruised. I just think they're just going to be having more experience now. Since they have played inside the new zone meta the most, I'm pretty sure Mysterious 4, they might just have something new cooking up. Maybe some more tactical brilliance can be seen from them.
Let's see, man, because this tournament has been going on for more than a month now, and this can get taxing on the players. So I just hope they have that mental composure still in them, and hopefully they're able to perform in this game 1 itself.
But let's not forget, New Versions 2 is going to be another one of those teams we all are looking out for since the OGs are in there. We've also got Gil in the mix, so I would love to see what New Version can pull off too. But without wasting any more time, let's just jump into the game of Sanhok. As the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from Lakavi towards Camp Alpha. Now this plane fly path seems perfect. A classic plane fly path if you are a part of Sanhok, and it's going to be helping every single team, no matter where you want to go. Either you want to go towards Stocks, you want to go towards Cow, you will still be able to easily stretch towards that drop location. Once again, moving back towards that New Version conversation that we're having, right? We've got Gil and Viru back in the mix. These guys are legends. They were a part of maybe the Gen 1 of the competition, and I would love to see them once again over here in the competition dominate.
Yeah, Gen 1 legends, but to be fair to everyone else that showed up for this tournament, man, everything has changed since these lads used to play for the top tier teams now, and I want to see, can they hold on to their title of being legends in a lobby like this as well. I mean, they've made it this far, to be honest. Mechanically, these two are gifted, right?
Yeah.
But the strategies have changed.
Yeah, as you mentioned, back in the day, the mechanics weren't that advanced. Now teams and players, they have adapted so much that you will see some weird moves being pulled out from some teams. And speaking of weird moves, here we have a weird team on the screen. Phoenix Esports off the rip, taking a clash, and 4TR finding themselves on the receiving side of things. 4TR official. Not the way they wanted to kick things off, but hey, it's Phoenix Esports at the end of the day and their shenanigans.
Yeah, Phoenix Esports always looking for the early action and never really shying away from it. Look at that. Another one is going to bite the dust. That's the second frag coming in from Venom. As the finish does get confirmed, Morty, we see him in the distance, but it seems like 4TR, they're going to have to figure out a way to play the rest of the match with just 2 players remaining. Phoenix Esports now picking up those vehicles, can carry along their merry way.
They indeed can. 3 players in that one single vehicle. Even the 4th one will be in that vehicle. You've got new version towards Ruins. You can see the players right there. Even WBG around that Nakam area. They've also got their control towards Sami. BO7S can be a bit of a problem for both the teams for BR. And speaking of VXT, they've got the cave control as usual. That's where VXT likes to drop, and that's where they have dropped once again, getting that control in their hands. But look at that spread VXT has. One man is towards Docks, the other man is towards Kampong, the rest 2 towards Cave.
And looking at the storylines of this entire tournament and that drop towards Cave, Kampong, and Docks, and of course having witnessed Visista Esports in the previous game, I would really like to see both these 2 teams in the same match.
I know, right?
It's going to be fun.
So you're basically saying you want to see VXT move on to wildcards?
I mean, Visista isn't confirmed for wildcard, Necro.
Yeah, but they aren't doing that great either.
See, did you expect them to make it all the way towards the quarterfinals in the first place? They did it, right?
Yeah, they did it.
They can still qualify for the semis directly.
Hopes are there.
Yes.
Hopes are really there. But since we have already seen 2 groups play, and since so many big names have been in there in the wildcard stage itself, yeah, it just brings my hopes down even more.
So you're expecting the bigger names to go through wildcard and all of the underdogs to directly qualify? Oh, that is going to be something else.
Yeah, I know, right? Because just have a look at the pattern. So many teams that directly qualified from the grind are now in wildcard.
That is true. Only one name has made it directly to the semifinals, by the way, so far, and that's just 8-bit.
Oh, yeah, that's just them. And still, we don't exactly know the cutoff, by the way.
Yeah.
Right? But 90% sure that they have made it.
60 plus points. I think 8-bit is safe.
Yeah, I think so too. But as we have got new version on the screen, they want to make some quick moves on the board. They've got themselves quite a great spot, honestly. Since the circle is centered on up right towards Ruins, new version does not really need to make a lot of moves.
And it's going to be interesting to see how they play with the shoreline control, considering even the circle this game is favoring them. We have a western circle favoring the Ruins Island. And something that is going to favor your performance, it is going to be your device, but only if you have the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. Starting from 22,999, comes with the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, the smartest AI gaming control, ladies and gentlemen. So go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G.
And I'm pretty sure a lot of the people have already done that. But hold on to that thought. Cincinnati kids taking shots against VXT. That spray's not going to find a lot of connections. And eventually, Juicy's able to find that. Beautiful knock from Juicy with that AOG, and Somraj is knocked out in the open. No way for the man to be back up on his feet. And eventually, the confirmation too will be scooped under the rug.
Man, if you were to ever ask me my favorite team, not based on performance, but just like a team that has, vibes, it is going to be Cincinnati Kids, man. But we'll come back to that in a bit. As it turns out, we ST have a little bit of run-in against the players of Mysterious 4. Opening found, but the nade exchange, who is this going to favor?
It seems like Grind's going to be taken down super low. Mysterious 4 on the verge of being eliminated from this game off the rip, but even VST's taking a lot of damage on themselves. Pratik is completely taken down. The man's going to be eliminated from the game too. Mysterious 4, they're doing some serious damage against the foes. Siraj patches himself up. A Mysterious 4, they've got the default man advantage. That's going to help him a lot inside of the fight. Osiris gets knocked out from VST. There's not a lot VST can do to try and sustain the fight. Mysterious 4, they've got VST surrounded.
Surrounded, pinned down, and they're putting the pressure even more. As you said, Shiraj, the last player alive, tries to get away, and Mysterious 4, are they going to let him be as he closes in on the shoreline, goes under the bridge to try and hide his body. And he needs to stay there now, but goes out again in the open. Look at the head of the player from Mysterious 4 turn. He's waiting for a line of fire. Oh no, Shiraj from one fight into the next just runs into the open arms of Genesis and gets wiped out, gets finished off. First team to get eliminated from this game of Sanhok, VST.
Mysterious 4 has improved so much.
Yeah.
When we saw them in the week 1 of Grind, they were not even close to such level of tactics. But now the moment they took the fight, they just engulfed the entirety of VST. They had all sort of line of sights. And VXT, it felt like they were just in a major trap. They could never get out of it. And slowly and steadily, they were strangled to death.
Man, perfect use of that long journey of there, it seems like.
Yeah, 48 games paying off.
Not just 48 games, 48 games of BGMI at the highest level possible.
Yeah.
These aren't your normal scrim
This
lobbies
is
or
49th.
anything. This is competitive, man. With 2 crore rupees in prize money on the line. And yes, this is the 49th match that they're playing.
We're going to have half century soon on
In
the
the
game
next
of Miramar.
game. Yes.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Oh boy, Mysterious 4, definitely quite a mystery. And the way it's unraveling, it's quite entertaining too. I just want to see more of them. And they've also got the Smack Center too, by the way. They will be unshakable in that spot. But since they've only got a 3-man squad, they're still easy to be taken down. So they need to regroup up and once again rethink the strats. They've got a great spot, maybe just hide in a compound.
But you mentioned strats, right? And one of the teams that is the most difficult to read is Phoenix Esports, man. They won that early conflict of theirs, and then for some reason just went towards Camp Bravo, still sticking towards that northeastern edge of the circle. Phoenix Esports is the furthest away from the play zone right now.
Yeah. They took the advice literally, think outside of the box, so that's why they just don't think.
What?
I mean, have you seen those pushes that they make? They seem so blind, but just because of their sheer mechanics, they always come out on top.
Yeah. I mean, that shoot first, ask question later strategy always seems to work out for them.
I know, right? Especially... Okay! This time, the nade will be tossed right to the face of Raiden. The man saw his death approaching him. Oh boy, the Scythe's just taking his soul away soon if he does not get revived. Raiden will be back upon his feet. Luckily enough, Equinox will get that revival. But what a nade that was. BO7S, man... hopes they rise up even more.
Man, I saw that nade coming in slow motion for some reason.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, but luckily, Versatile, they do recover. Raiden was close to Equinox, so the revive comes through. But look at the armor and the helmet that they have. It's all level 1. That is going to be a big sign of concern if BO7S just continue to push. And plus, look at this. 4 barriers in the backlines as well, waiting for an opportunity to third party. VXT already in trouble. 2 players picked off early. Just 2 remaining in this game. And 4 barriers can be the saving grace that they need. But Doroki, along with his teammates, looking to close in. Looking to take that compound away from the players of VXT.
The advantage is still with the players of 4 barriers. The only reason so is because they're holding the edge line. All the teams in the front, they're being camped out. And everyone needs to move inside of the circle soon. So 4 barriers, they've got the advantage in their hands. They can actually scoop up a lot of elimination points. They can just mop up the floor with those elimination points if they play this right. And in the elimination feed, you do see Mysterious 4 as well going off once again, Johnny.
Well, Mysterious 4 definitely quite mysterious.
Uh-oh.
With every single thing that they do. The Molotov lobbed out. But I don't think connection is going to be found. Raiden is still quite safe, sitting in that corner. The nade might be able to get the job done, though, if it's cooked to perfection. Overshot. They're just waiting for the players from BO7S to push in, but 4 barriers. Kaiser, the third party. This can be the breathing room that VXT need. But as I thought, 4 barriers not willing to commit into this fiasco completely. They're quite hesitant, second-guessing their own decision. Do we fight or do we just stay back and watch?
And I guess 4 barriers at this point they've realized it's better to regroup, get inside of the circle first, and then maybe rethink. Because look at the zone, it's quite a curveball shift. It shifted all the way up north, and K9 Esports, now they've got the advantage. It's right on top of them as well. And I'm pretty sure K9 Esports is holding that high ground on top of the hill. But speaking of BO7S, Ghostface, the Molotov was well placed right on top of him. VXD, still some signs of life available. Another Molotov tossed outside of that window, and Ghostface gets caught on fire. He's got his hands on the S12K. Now he needs to close on up, but within a flash, they've wiped out VXD from the game. VXD did not have a lot of players to defend themselves, but still valiant effort.
Yeah, valiant effort, and I think they might have created an opening for the players of 4 barriers to strike. Iconic knows exactly where Ghostface is. Although the nade goes indoors and the counter nade from Ghostface is going to make sure that Iconic can't do a lot from behind that rock. The blue zone is here to do its job. Zeus and Fearless, they're going to be forced on the back foot because of their front liner getting knocked out. And as you mentioned, Necro, 4 barriers. They had the opportunity to create a barrier between BO7S and the safe zone, but now the pressure is on their heads. And guess what? In the backlines, there was Wingard Esports who heard all of that commotion, and now they want a third party this fight.
Yeah, he shouldn't have stayed in that nade, but Rage mistakes follow up even more. And Ghostface, he's lining them up like they don't mean anything. Zeus patches himself first, but then he goes for the revival onto Fearless because Iconic gets ticked away to death. And now BO7S, they need to be a little bit more quick, apply that constant pressure, stop this revival from coming through. The revive is already there. S12 can't close, and personal, it might just prevail, but instead it's Ghostface once again, striking both the players and 4 barriers. That barrier was way too weak.
Yeah, it was very weak, and as you mentioned, Necro, with how this man is moving around, he does not think of anything of anyone who comes in front of him. Just ran towards the players of 4 barriers with absolute disrespect, man. That was a complete open push.
Kaiser, the only man alive, and there is a man in the front. Kaiser at this point, he's scared. He's scared for his life. His teammates are taken away to death. Kaiser peeks on the horizon, and he instantly gets eliminated too. I'm not exactly sure why Kaiser pulled that move, but whatever.
That's a complete squad wipe, all in the hands of one player, I believe. I think all of them got picked off by Ghostface himself.
Wow, nice 4-piece, I guess. But you really got to give it to the man. He was able to wipe out the last man of VXT, then instantly switch his focus back towards the players of 4 barrier, toss that nade, find the initial opening, and then a lot of mistakes were forced out.
Hey man, you name yourself after a legend, you have to play like a legend.
I know, right? But hold on. Phoenix Esports, they've got the problems brewing up for themselves. Phoenix Esports aimbot, he rushes out from that wall. It's not even a question. It's them to come out at top aimbot. Yeah, some easy work, some light work against the players of 2OP Official, and Phoenix Esports already has secured 7 finishes. But let's not forget, even the circle is important, and the circle is once again shifted towards the centric part, favoring the players of K9 Esports.
I wanted to talk about it. Phoenix Esports, they're not going for the circle at all, man. They're just going after the other teams themselves. They just want to play for those finishes, it seems like.
I know, right? If you get 10 eliminations per game, you've done the job.
Yeah.
Why do you need to play for the chicken dinner when you're getting the bare minimum just by eliminations?
Oh, but look at this. Cincinnati kids. They're keeping What are these two doing against each other? Aditya is just waiting for Grind to peek from behind that rock, and Grind is more interested in his teammate. But Cincinnati kids, 6 eliminations already secured on the board. And they want a few more. Putting pressure on the players of Mysterious 4. One man was shut down very early inside of this game, but I don't think Mysterious 4 care at this point. They're too comfortable in BGMI, having played all of those matches beforehand and surviving through all of those stages of this realme BGIS 2025.
Mysterious 4. Sketch is the only casualty, and the man was taken down pretty early as well.
Yeah.
Cincinnati kids up against the players of God's Reign as Destro knocked out. But for God's Reign, it's not a concern at all, since Destro will be back up on his feet soon. It's okay. Phoenix Esports still in the back, by the way. Tailing down the players. And Phoenix Esports is going to play on that small ledge that's available off the circle on the opposite island.
And the one sign of concern for them, or one team for them to be concerned about, has to be Shockwave. But the shots that forced one of the players of Phoenix Esports on his knees came from Genesis. So that one little play can act as a distraction for them. God's Rain as well from the shoreline can cause trouble for the players of Phoenix, but they have their own worries to deal with in the form of Mysterious 4 in the front and Phoenix in the back lines. Now finally spotting out God's Rain. Shots being fired, forcing them into the water.
It feels like God's Rain is playing scared.
They have
All the
to be.
players moving in tandem. They don't even have proper vehicles to pull that strategy off. The Buggy's tires are now being blown up. What can you do? Not a lot. Phoenix Esports, they've got the hilltop control for now, but the zone once again centers on up. But look at K9 Esports. They've pushed outside of the comfort zone. K9 Esports back in their real element. They want to be the part of the action as well, and that's why they're pushing out.
They were holding on to that southwestern edge of the previous zone for a long time, but everyone else was just playing for cover. But now, since teams are going to be forced out into the open, this could be the moment where K9 Esports choose to strike. And also, amidst all of this Chaos Necro new version, they've managed to gain control of that western edge of the play zone, so they will have a little bit of a safe haven breathing room to work with. But Mysterious 4 finally pulled the trigger against Cincinnati Kids, and while Flock burns from that Molotov, he ignores Fragger in the backlines, but vision denied for Fragger, all thanks to that smoke that was lobbed out, and Cincinnati Kids still managed to keep their numbers intact.
The blue is now starting to move. Aditya is out in the open. Fragger has got the off angle. Flock is spotted. Fragger missed a lot of shots, but now he's once again going to go for that ADS spray, and he finally catches Flock, but no is going to be the answer. Instead, Flock is still alive, and Aditya got that cover fire done.
Beautiful, beautiful play coming from Cincinnati Kids. Aditya, as you mentioned, that cover fire was perfect, because Flock, he was left with a sliver of HP, but now Cincinnati Kids, the reset is going to be a big struggle as Mighty goes down. Flock again, no HP on him. It's down to Aditya and the shotgun, but he can't really do much in a position like that as Wingard Esports end up getting that squad wipe for themselves.
Hot knife through butter. That's how quick the fight was.
He has no HP.
Yeah, he's barely alive on a pixel that we cannot even see. It's not even visible to naked eyes. Wingard Esports, they need to move. The Blues on the move once again. If the man who's got no HP, he gets caught even for a second, he will be eliminated. He will be knocked out. GodX was too exposed in the open, even from the sidelines. There's a lot of shots taken against him. But how is Sahil still alive? How is no one spotting this player? He's barely alive.
Oh man, the man cannot die. He cannot die, straight up. No HP, no pixel, no first aids, no boosters, nothing to bring that HP back up as well. And yet, he has survived through it all. But K9 Esports against new version. This is a clash of the new Titans against the old gods, man.
Yeah, but K9 Esports, it's just down Omega. And even he's taken down super low. What am I watching? And he's also burned through his helmet and even that level 1 West.
Yeah.
That means he's way too vulnerable. And as soon as I say so, new version, they're going to put that nail in the coffin. Vera's knocked out, but the revival is in process, so he will be back up on his feet. Silo P still alive, by the way, just scraping himself inside of that zone.
Does he bring his HP back up? That's what I want to see.
No, he hasn't.
What?
He's got no meds.
Yeah, he has no meds.
He does not even have bandages. This is the worst possible scenario you can be put in.
Oh man, this is a story now for everyone to witness. The story of the ultimate survivor. But God's Rain, they've somehow managed to make it into the top 5. And to see the players of Shockwave in front who are distracted by the presence of Genesis in these shacks. Nade from Max secures the opener. 3v3. The fight between two of the teams that have been playing the prime spot in this map for a long time.
What happened to Phoenix Esports?
Oh, they got wiped out on that hill slope. They were never able to cross the river.
What? I completely missed that. Did not even see Phoenix Esports. Well, that's pretty much Phoenix Esports, right?
Yeah.
That's how they are. They come in with a bang and then they just go out with nothing. And right now, God's Rain, they found themselves in a weird terrain that they do not exactly know how to play and sustain. If they move up even more, there will be Shockwave taking shots against him. If they move outside of that terrain, there will be WindGod Esports, Silo P, and even new version.
It's been like 3 minutes, 4 minutes of Sahil OP just in this game with the magic pixel. And no one has seen... Finally, he goes out.
I feel kind of sad.
Yeah, me too, man.
That could have been a Cinderella run right there in the game itself. But Shockwave, now they want to deliver a few more Shockwave to the players of God's Reign. Delta PG is moving up. The blue is on the back. Delta PG, he needs to be quick on the feet, but he's already caught too much damage, and even the blue's taken away. The man can't do a lot as he gets engulfed by the opponents and devoured slowly. God's Reign Destro is going to be the last man alive, the final glimmer of hope, and he's also the IGL. The man needs to go big, just like his role in the team.
Yeah, but can he pull this off? There's too much pressure here. With Shockwave up front and new version on the flank, Destro has nowhere left to hide. As soon as he steps out from behind the rock, he's going to get finished off. Deny the point. There he goes. Down to the blue and Genesis. They finally spot out the players from Shockwave. 2 players down, 1 confirmed. 2 players left standing. And they want to get behind cover to not get taken out by new version as well.
God's Reign were at least in the top 4. Shockwave, a man is knocked out. A bit of that casualty in that process. Look at Apollo. He's trying to create an off angle. New version's out in the open. Smoke's tossed out to block that line of sight of the opponents. But Cyrex is being a constant threat. The amount of shots that are being taken against new version. Now they do not exactly know how to recover from such a setback. The nade's tossed right next to the player. But it's not going to find any sort of success. Shockwave, even they're losing out on the players at the same time as another man gets knocked out. And Shockwave's Shroud gets confirmed too in return. Apollo is constantly hurting the players in new version. And now it's down to just Viru. Within a blink of an eye, Shockwave was eliminated, and even Envy is taken down to just 1 man. And just like that, it will be Genesis to seal the deal and get that chicken dinner.
You know what? It all started in the book of Genesis, and this team has written the revelation for everyone else in this map. Incredible performance coming through. A lot of eliminations as well to show for that stronghold on the shoreline. I think they held that position for a good 10 to 12 minutes, and 10 plus eliminations in this game as well. Perfectly done.
I know, right? Genesis, looking at the start, I never thought they will be the one to sort of get that chicken dinner because the way they made that entrance inside of the compound, there was also K9 Esports in contention. But then K9 Esports messed up big times because there were so many teams around them. And the moment K9 Esports initiated a fight against one of those teams, they got third party.
I think they just stayed back for too long because 2 zone shifts ago, K9 Esports, they were in that cluster towards the southwestern edge of the map. New version was also there as well, but new version made the smarter decision of rotating along northern shorelines of their ruined positions. K9 just stayed there with a 4-man split. They were hungry for frags, they were hungry for blood, but all of that hunger, they did get a decent number of eliminations, but it also made sure that they were going to be taking damage from the blue.
Maybe they should have played even more defensive. That's what I think. As soon as the next zone popped up, maybe they should have played inside of the zone. Yeah,
agreed.
And if that was not working out, they should have pushed in towards the compound and went for a secure and isolated fight.
God's Reign was also there in the mix, by the way. God's Reign moved in early, and because of that, they were able to break into the top 4, the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, God's Reign, we saw them stack behind that one single rock because Phoenix Esports was constantly peppering shots against them. And the moment Phoenix Esports got eliminated, that's when God's Reign had a clear line of sight to move inside of the zone, and that was a major breather for them too.
But the best possible rotation, I think, has to be Phoenix Esports. No rotation at all. They just played outside of the circle the whole game and had like 7 eliminations to their name.
Just mopping up floors, get as many elimination points as you can. They got 7 elimination points from that game and no placement point because they got eliminated pretty early. But in my opinion, I'm pretty happy with 7 eliminations in first game itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to warm up. Plus, it was the map of Sanhok, so you need to make sure that you're getting those finishes in this map. It would have been better had they gotten that 10 total points in this game, but I think the next few matches, if Phoenix Esports can secure the finishes, finish in the top 3, we should be having a good average on the board.
How many points can you have in total if you get 7 points per game?
In 3 matches, 21.
And in 6 matches?
I mean, are we counting placement points as well? So placement points are variable. If you just keep getting those 7 eliminations, it is going to be 42 points just for the finishes in 6 matches. Yeah, that is why placements are going to be important. You need those top 4 finishes in at least 3 to 4 of those games.
So I guess 10 points per game is needed. That's like the bare minimum. That's going to help you scrape inside of the semifinals directly. So Phoenix Esports first game with 7 points. In my opinion, not that bad of a start, but they can still do better in the upcoming game in Miramar. And considering Miramar really forces these teams to be as tactical as possible and be as slow as possible, maybe Phoenix Esports will now get some brains and play slow.
I mean, you don't really have to play slow, to be honest, because the way this game works is if you are getting 7 eliminations every single match, one of those matches you are going to be in the top 3. And the moment Phoenix Esports break in the top 3, their entire average for those 6 games is set.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it as well. And since yesterday, there were a few different groups that we witnessed. Inside of those groups as well, we had those teams that were just going and blindly rushing the teams. Things did not really work out for them, but it's completely fine, right? At the end of the day, it's not like you're eliminated from the tournament. You are still moving towards wildcard. We've got the MVP of the previous game, and that will be Apollo from Genesis with 6 finishes and 782 damage dished out. Ghostface with that brilliant play against those 2 teams, VXT and even Barriers. Yeah, that's why the man got 5 finishes.
Hey man, he is, again, as I said, this man is he has to become a legend because his name is Ghostface and we all know who Ghostface is, right? But following him up is going to be Flock from Cincinnati Kids and Aditya. Cincinnati Kids, the team with all the vibes, I guess, is vibing very nicely in this lobby.
Yes, CK doing okay, but as we know, those many points, not enough still. They need an average of 10 points. So CK, I guess the upcoming game has to be cover-up for the previous game too. And the cover-up is going to be massive because CK will need a lot of points, at least 15 points in the upcoming game to get that bare minimum and have that average of 10 points per game.
Yeah, I think they are going to need a few extra points, but in this one, they had a lot of eliminations. That is what I wanted to come to, because they started getting those finishes super early. They were taken out at the 8th position, but still, those finishes do work out quite nicely. And Cincinnati Kids, as long as the finishes keep coming, it is all good in the hood. New version as well, brilliant performance. Not a lot of finishes, but as I said, the players used to be mechanical gods back in the days. Now they're readjusting to the new strategies of this new meta. Phoenix Esports, just 7 points to show for all of that aggression, but nothing taken away. I want to see more of them.
New version, 9 points, not bad, but CK definitely was a big surprise for me. Mysterious 4 on the latter half of the board with just 2 points, Johnny. That just increases my concern even more.
Why are you ignoring Versatile, man? They got nothing in this matchup. The first squad to get taken out.
It's Somraj and the boys. You know, they always bounce back. They are just that good. They always bounce back.
Bounce back here or in wildcard? What are we talking about now?
Bounce back over here, I guess. They will do it in the upcoming game. It's Miramar, right? Somraj is home.
That used to be the case, but in the last few tournaments we have seen them in, Sanhok and Erangel actually have been their maps.
Yeah, true. That's also a great point that you brought up, right? Erangel, they have been performing the best. Sanhok has been their second best performer.
Yes.
And then comes Miramar. But you never know. Maybe right now is going to be the time when they just flip the switch and start performing on Miramar, since they have finally entered the officials.
I'm going to keep my fingers crossed and hope this team bounce back, because Mr. Official needs to be there, right? Somraj, his dreams need to come true, but there's still 2 more matches left for this Group D, ladies and gentlemen. The action continues after this very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है तू। रोंडो? रन।
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो?
रोंडो?
अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
बैड स्क्वाड तो बची नहीं। क्या हुआ? कमबैक नहीं हो रहा क्या?
प्रो स्क्वाड जो मैप खेले उसे मीरामार कहते हैं और उसी स्क्वाड को जो बिना स्कोप के निपटा दे उसे विक्टर कुमार कहते हैं। तेरे बैग में इतना एमो नहीं होगा जितना विक्टर कुमार एक स्प्रे में उड़ा देता है।
विक्टर, कहाँ है तू?
जिन हॉट ड्रॉप पे तुम जैसों के खोपड़े उड़ जाया करते हैं वहां पे हम अपने एक्स सूट सुखाया करते हैं।
विक्टर, बाहर आ!
ताजमहल की कसम, इस तंदूरी नाइट में एक चिकन डिनर तो बनता है। दीवान, कम टू माय मैदान।
बैडएस बनने के लिए सिर्फ स्वैग नहीं, स्किल्स भी इंपॉर्टेंट है।
डाउनलोड BGMI नाउ।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. And yes, Icy, Genesis just struck every one of us with that chicken dinner, and it was quite a surprising affair too, because Shockwave also had the advantage, but then in the final few moments, Genesis was just winning every single fight they were taking.
I think it came down to just understanding how strong the tri-compound is, right? Like the compound itself is in between all the three islands itself, and that specific spot allows you to control most of the teams that is going to be pushing in. And I feel like in the southern side here, Shockwave may not have gotten a lot of finishes, but they were one of the major reasons every single team from the south just could not push into the zone.
Exactly, and Phoenix Esports is also a prime example of that, right? Because they wanted to make it inside of the circle next to God's Reign, but because of Shockwave, they were never able to do so because there was constant pressure from Shockwave, even Genesis Esports. We also did see K9 Esports with quite a big advantageous spot, but the moment Circle moved away from them, instead of going inside of the circle, they went back and started taking fights, and then they got third-partied and eliminated.
Yep, agreed. And of course, for these guys watching at home as well, if you guys want to get a very, very good BGMI experience here, you guys should check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, which is currently out at 22,999 rupees. Just Google it, and you might stand a chance to walk away with some amazing, amazing rewards. Just search it up. Very, very simple. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double its performance in its segment itself. Now, when you want to spot people, use this phone. You see a little, tiny little headshot right at the rocks. Just shoot it. You get it done. 90 FPS gaming is what you need to get the best performance ever.
Smooth gaming experience, move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win those incredible rewards. But once again, moving back towards the conversation, right? Still a few names that were not able to perform, and I guess one of the biggest name over here has to be Versatile. The way they got taken out, I never saw that coming.
To be honest, both Versatile and VST was struggling in the game, right? Like I feel like these two teams have one unique feature, is that they're very, very tactical. And Sanhok is the kind of map that tactics help you only so much, because it all comes down to maybe a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill as well, just because of how chaotic things can get. And things are very, very unpredictable, right? We saw the earlier moment between BO7S and Versatile. In particular, it was 2 versus 4. But BO7S could have wrapped that fight so quickly, but they just couldn't because they were third party by a different team. And I'm like,
yeah,
because of this small little stalemate, those three teams just got completely shut down rather early in the game.
Yeah, 4 Barracks was the team that was trying to third party constantly, but how can you forget Ghostface in that moment? The way he was forcing the opponents to make the mistakes, taking down the last man of EXT, then instantly switching back, tossing the nade, finding the knock against 4 Barracks, and then constantly forcing them to make those mistakes. Ghostface was the MVP for that team, and I would love to see more of that.
Yeah, Ghostface has been very, very consistent coming from BO7S. Every single time BO7S has appeared on stream and on a game, Ghostface has always been the star player from the team. So if this keeps up, it's great for him in particular, but you must understand, in a competition like this, it is a team game, so you have to give credits towards the shot calling as well, which I think it is done by Doroki. But right now, you have to have a very, very solid game plan, especially in the quarterfinals. 30 points per day is where you want to be at. 30 points day 1, 30 points day 2 means 60 points in total.
And speaking of game plan, in my opinion, even Phoenix Esports, they need to come up with a game plan instead of just directly aggressing and going for the elimination points. Since the upcoming map is going to be the map in Miramar, you need to have a proper playing structure, a proper strategy, and a proper game plan. Without wasting any more time, we are going to jump in the deserty lands of Miramar right now. As the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from Tierra Blanca towards down south, that's going to be Minas del Sur. And now this plane flat path, it seems pretty balanced. Unless if you want to move in towards El Pozo, then you need to go for a pit stop.
Well, speaking of pit stops here, are we going to see potential drop clashes? Is going to be the question here, because in the previous group, especially in Group A, we saw so many drop clashes in Miramar. In particular, it was between Hyderabad Hydras and also Likita Esports. Are we going to see the Picado drop clash again? We shall see, because as of yet, we have no clue where anyone is going to be playing here, because placement points is going to be very, very important in a sense where it does gives you a little bit of an edge trying to pick up. Yes, high finishes is what you want to aim for as well, but in case, and I mean in case you don't get those finish points, chicken dinners still give you 10 points in general. So that's 10 finishes just by doing nothing, just by taking chicken dinner.
Yeah, pretty much. And one thing is for sure, if a team like Phoenix Esports gets dropped on, they're not going to be backing away. Phoenix Esports likes to move in towards San Martin, and they have been clashing against Revenant Spark over the time in the past. But since Revenant Spark is not in their group, so that's actually a big sigh of relief for them and even for Phoenix Esports. WinGod Esports' previous game, major letdown. I would love to see more from them in this game itself and new versions. Honestly, 9 points in the first game itself, not a bad start.
I think for new version, it was very unexpected as well. We have heard a lot of rumors about how new version may be able to bring it to the table against the top dogs in general. But for them to actually qualify towards the top 2 position and only getting 9 points on the previous map, I feel like this is quite concerning for them. And speaking of concern, look at this. We might see a very, very major fight here between K9, new version, and potentially Versatile in Chumasera itself.
K9 Esports a little bit separated, though, from that fight, so I don't think they will be a part of it. But WinGod Esports and Envy definitely locking hard. And Shub is all by himself in that vicinity. You've got Infinity too. And since it's still the early game, he cannot even go for anything yet.
This is by far the first time me seeing 2 bow fights right from the get-go here. This is new version bow fight versus WinGod's bow fight. But surprise enough, both of them tag each other a little bit, but they didn't even get the confirmation or the knock at all.
Yeah, the bow and arrow not doing enough to get the knock. And Shub, he really does want to be the one to survive through this onslaught, but how can you when you do not even have a proper teammates backing you up? And just like that, Shub gets knocked, and even the confirmation will follow up. There is the cavalry, but it's too late.
Well, it's a little bit unfortunate for a new version. WinGod will start things off with 1 finishes. And here's a little bit of fun fact for those of you guys who do not know about the bow. If you guys are using the bow and planning to go for those AoE damage, it does do some sort of chip damage. But if you get a precision shot on the head, regardless of whatever health you are, even if you're a level 3 helmet, you are going to get knocked.
Yeah. It's got to be a knock, right? Because you are working so hard to connect that headshot.
Exactly,
and if it's not a knock, then that's not satisfying enough.
It's kind of like a budget version of the AWM. A very, very long reload time and I would say drawback time just to set up for that perfect shot. So
exactly.
But if you get the headshot, it's a guaranteed knock.
Yeah, but it's also real satisfying, right? Just
yeah,
like
if you
the
get it,
AWM. Yeah. It's really tough to get it, especially inside of the pro circuit. I don't think anyone's ever going to be rocking it. Unless a team is in a safer spot and they know they're going to be qualifying, then maybe they can
what is going
do some
on?
weird stuff.
I'm sorry, Necro. That's the 4th bow I've seen on 4 different players so far. What's going on? Is this just because it's early phase or what? But it seems like bow is kind of trending in early fights.
I think it's because, as you mentioned, early fight, and teams did not really have a lot of time to scavenge for loot, so they needed to be quick, and they needed to get their hands on whatever they can. And right now, Wobble Gaming, up against the players of 4 barriers, this will be a tough one to convert. Since 4 barriers are so spread out, you never know if you're going to get shot from. Sporta He makes it inside of the building. Iconic's position is noticed, and he's the only man alive inside of this building. He's way too separated from the pack, and he's got no clue that there's a man in the closet, but eventually spots him, and he takes him down in that little room that there was available. Iconic instantly hands out the death blow as well. That means now Wobble Gaming is taken down to just 2 men.
This is so smart of Iconic. He's going to get a perfect nade once more. He sees him as well, but I don't think they know he's there. They missed the level. They dodged the nade, but here comes a spray down as well, but they know they've got shotties and 4 barriers. Iconic, he needs to get out to safety. He's not worth fighting against shotties this close, but seems like he is having some sort of reinforcements. They are going to re-engage this fight to go for the wraparound.
The cover is there. Even the teammates, they arrive. 4 barriers. A solid chance they can make it alive against this entire onslaught that was there. But Wobble not too far back as Ragnar finds a return knock, and Fearless now is going to be filled up with a lot of fears and remorse.
Well, Kaiser going for the crossbow here. He's dropping a couple of
chip
damage, and he actually did a little bit of self-damage. Close quarters, not exactly the greatest, but again, if you get the perfect headshot, it is instant death.
Yeah, and Vampy is just spamming through on that corner with the shotgun, waiting for someone to walk in that alleyway, and the moment someone does walk in that alleyway, Vampy will be able to connect a clear-cut shot, but he's also burning through bullets. He's also burning through a lot of shotgun shells, and Kaiser, he's doing a lot of damage with that AoE, constantly chipping away the HP of the man in the front. Once again, pulls out another arrow, and he tosses it in there again, and eventually the knock as well follows up with the UMP-45. The second man is there too, right around the corner, and eventually he's going to try to hand out at least some sort of an advantage to his team, but that's not going to be the case. Still 4 barriers. They seem strong.
That was a masterclass performance coming from Kaiser, using that to actually chip away their health and then going for the rush, because that made it super easy for them. But Ragnar trying to save the fight for Wobble Gaming. He does a decent amount of damage. He gets the knock through. Kaiser, being the last man standing, going to be going for the reset, but the health has been generated as well. Kaiser, right at the corner. Ragnar cooking up a nade. He knows exactly where he is. He's going to try and lob it over. Unfortunately, say he's all by himself. He repositioned. And does he know where he is? It seems like
knows.
He has a rough idea.
He knows. He wanted to toss in a nade towards that closet room, but now he knows they've also moved out. He's constantly moving up the stairs to gain that info. And now he's going to go up the stairs once again, tosses the nade towards that room. It's not going to find the exact connection, but Ragnar spots another man, takes him down. Kaiser will still seal the deal and save the day, but that got real too close for comfort.
What a clutch coming from Kaiser, and who would have thought you can use a crossbows in this kind of scenarios? And that is the perfect example of how you should be clearing corners. If you don't have nades, use those bows. Chip them down low enough that any stray bullet will get the knock. So very, very nicely done coming from 4 barriers.
Yeah, opening up the fray, getting the advantage initially, but still Fearless was a casualty that was not necessarily needed. 4 barriers could have taken the approach much more safer since they had the man advantage off the rip to kick things off with. And speaking of man advantage and speaking of a strong team, we've got K9 Esports on the screen. First game not so strong, but I'm pretty sure it's K9 Esports at the end of the day. They can bounce back.
Hopefully. They are known for the Erangel map as well during the round 4 stages. Their debut match was just dominant coming from them. And hopefully they are going to be able to bounce back here. But speaking of dominating the market here, when your mobile phone, guess what? The realme P3 Ultra 5G is currently out and at a price of $22,999, which is world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment itself. So be sure to check it out and Google realme P3 Ultra 5G.
Smartest AI gaming control, and there's a lot of features inside of this device. But once again, moving towards the game itself, you've got Genesis kicking things off in the elimination feed, the winners of the previous game, and Apollo is also going to get the confirmation. VST, in the previous game, the struggles were there, and we all know VST, especially when we saw them for the first time inside of Grind, it was so mesmerizing to witness them play. And I'm pretty sure that same gameplay will be back soon. Looking at the zone, it's going to shift down south even more. New version, they found themselves in a decent spot, but they now need to be proactive.
Yeah, they definitely need to as well, considering the circle is going to be shifting all the way down south. Open fields all the way through. Restocking is going to be nearly impossible as well if you get stuck in all those urban warfares. Genesis now taking the reposition to try and push through Chubasera, which I think it is going to be very, very risky, but they have to do it now, just because it is still early. 9 minutes is not a long time in Miramar, but in Erangel, that is very long.
Indeed. And Genesis Esports, since they are so quick on that rotation, I'm pretty sure they will be able to find a great spot inside of the zone too. It's not even a question. Genesis Esports, they've also got the firepower to back that aggression up, so it's completely okay. And Phoenix Esports, they've still got their backs against the wall. The blue is right there. And Phoenix Esports, knowing them, they're once again going to try to take things aggressive, try and get elimination points. But this time we're seeing quite a slower approach.
Yeah, they have to be a little bit slow, right? It's either you go super late or you go super early. And either or has its pros and cons. Pros for inside early is that you will get position. Cons is restocking is very, very difficult. So you have to make everything you have count. Unless you got very, very lucky where one shack has like, what, 4 nades, 4 smokes right from the get-go, then that would be super, super lucky for you. But all things considered, luck is a major factor in the game. There is a lot of RNG that is you have to take into consideration. Maybe circle, maybe loots, maybe anything in this general as well. And I've seen instances in Miramar, especially if you don't loot long enough, you might not even have 3x or scopes to actually work with as well.
I mean, at this point, considering inside of custom lobbies, the loot is cranked up. Scopes is not that big of an issue. Teams usually do find at least a 3x to play with. Usually the most favorite is the 6x that you really zoom out and use it as a 3x as well, because that just gives you more stability.
Yep.
So loot is really not that big of a deal, especially inside of the pro circuit, because the loot's cranked up in these lobbies.
Agreed. Red dot mastery is something that a lot of teams do lack on as well, just because we have been so dependent on 3x and 6x's, right? So personally, sometimes red dot gives you a little bit more vision just because while you're shooting, you can see a bigger range rather than being tunnel vision with a 6x completely zoomed in rather than zoomed out.
Yeah, in close range fights, if you do not have shotgun, I guess red dot is the best implementation that you can come up with.
Agreed. Because swapping scopes take a little bit of time. It's not like the most efficient way to swap a scope as well. It does require you to take away your fingers and then choosing the scope, so it does take like a 1 second window. But looks like K9 Esports is going to be expecting company right now.
Yeah, 2 heavy hitters, locking horns, and Venom can be knocked. Slug was taking shots against him. Some serious damage is dished out from both the sides, but Ninja Boy is able to knock out Altu all the way in the back. Solid knock that is, and that's also going to be the ray of hope for the players of K9 Esports in the fight itself. Ninja Boy catches a bit more of that chip damage. Phoenix Esports, they never back away from this fight. They instead close on up towards the compound because they know Altu will be back up on his feet anyways.
Never back down, never give up. That's going to be the way to go here for Phoenix. But now with one knock coming in, K9 Esports looking to try and flush out the competition. The flank comes through from Slug. Here's him through the door. But unfortunately, Say does not find any sort of connection. Fury going to be left out in open, and Ninja Boy gets traded off, and Slug was able to retrade him as well, and he finds another one. Slug, a 2-piece pick-off coming in from K9 Esports.
Fight's now looking good for Phoenix, because they've already lost out on 2 players. Another one falls down once again, because the re-knocked man is not going to be feeling too good. He's also going to be taken away quickly enough. And there's one man from K9 Esports who's already separated from this compound. I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking to find at least an off angle on the players who are scattered and knocked out and hurt.
Agreed. But Beast, what? Mr. Reliable, man. He is the one that got the final finish. But Slug with the 2-piece saved the day for K9 Esports. They do get themselves 3 finishes. However, they will have to continue to do this journey with doubt Ninja Boy, which is going to be a little bit of a problem for them right now because in the position, look at the circle, they're all the way towards the north side. It's not exactly the greatest way to push in from. Yes, they have some sort of vehicles, but their next pit stop is going to be on the outskirts of Chumisar, right on the south here, like at the seaside angle with the compound. It's great, but to get there, we have VST as well.
Yeah, VST. They might just collide in VXT. This will be an interesting fight. Versatile versus VST. BO7S now under heavy fire. Utilities finding connections for God's Reen as the first man is knocked. And that's also going to be the window of opportunities now opened up. Justin wants to close up even more. There's a bit of that itch on his hands. But since 3 more players still stand strong for the players at BO7S, anything can happen.
Well, seems like they are going to be looking to try and back out from this fight. God's Reen looking to try to go in for the push, but BO7S, they made the right call. They are going to cut out a leg just to save the body here. And that is going to be 3 guys running away, and God's Reen almost getting a second knock right there. But BO7S, they will settle with just losing one player in the process, and that is going to be Kandu that gets taken out.
That's quite sad. But God's Reign, they're not done yet. Instead, they push on against 4 barriers. Iconic is already just evaporated into thin air. But Ninja Boy, he needs to face a lot of problems too. As Ninja gets knocked, you've still got 3 more players standing from the side of God's Reign. Ninja John wants that revival upon himself. A beautiful place, Molotov. That's going to force Zeus out of his position. And the floor's lava for the man right now. He's catching too much hurt. Barely survives on a sliver of HP. One more tick can actually do the job. But he saves himself. Now he does not even have first aid. He needs to bandage himself up. And that's going to require too much time. He found the knock, but that's not going to be enough.
What is this confidence coming from God's Reign? BO7S was a fight. Now they're pushing into those 4 barriers. They're getting a little bit desperate. But seeing the minimap right now, it makes so much sense right now. The circle is about to move in 30 seconds, and they have to take any kind of space they can get right now. They had to run into BO7S. They were able to pick one, and now they're slowly going to be pushing the next phase here. And this next phase is going to be right in front of us. And that is going to be new version going up against 4TR.
Indeed. 4TR. Morty, what a knock that was. Somehow he finds the line of sight. And Viru's knocked out. Another nade plays from the side of 4TR. And even that's going to find the knock. Gil is the only man alive up top, but what can he do? He does not even have a shotgun, but he still did some serious damage, knocking out 2 players.
Big damage here coming from 4TR, but all this commotion has been heard from God's Reign, and you can hear shots being fired all across. God's Reign wants to push in, but can they do it is going to be the question here. But it seems like the reset will come true as the zone is going to be slowly inching away. But on the other side of the map as well, we have BO7S also eliminated rather early. Despite running away from God's Reign, they were picked apart by 2 OP officials.
Cincinnati Kids out in the open. In an uncomfortable spot, caught against the players of K9 Esports. And you can never underestimate Beast and Ninja Boy. These guys are laser beamers. And eventually they wipe out everyone from CK. The previous game they had 11 points. This game, CK, a rough outing.
Unfortunately for them, but seems like K9 Esports, they have awakened the Beast inside of Beast himself, Mr. Reliable, alongside with Slug, finding pieces across the board. A lot of people being picked off here. But considering that they work on the Conquerors of the North, they have to push in the next phase of zone, and right in front of them is going to be another team. Meanwhile, if you guys want to play like a beast, be sure to check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G. For the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in this segment to get you through your BGMI games with 90 FPS.
K9 is not done yet. They're still moving up against another threat by the name of WinGod Esports. The players at the top, Infinity is going to back away, spotting Omega. And K9 Esports, they cannot go for this risk anymore. They do not have the prime positioning to go for the fight. This seems like a bad fight to me in the first place, but if the players of God's Reign chime in inside of the fight too and make that prowl against the players of WinGod, then maybe third-partying this can be a good option.
Delta sees Infinity running around in the open as well. He doesn't want to overextend his play, but he has an 8 down to the last second. Does he get the clip? No, he doesn't, but he's going to pull out his shotgun. He gets one knock, but he is going to be traded off as well. His health is so low. He needs help. God's Reign losing members. Even Ninja John getting knocked off. Delta and Justin needs to go in for the reset to save this fight. Justin is shooting around the smoke. He's shooting on everything. He gets the knock, but the zone is coming in. He needs to push in even further. It is stage 5 of the zone. Beast still somehow holding on through the smokes. Justin with the wraparound. They're shooting and shooting. Who gets the connection? It's going to be Justin that takes down Mr. Beast.
Yeah, the zone was doing some serious damage as well and eventually just ticked him to death. K9 Esports, still they barely survived, but they've already done the bare minimum. They've got 12 points from this game itself. K9 Esports, a humongous game is on the way, and if they keep on moving up with the same momentum, they will be unstoppable. The only team in the front I see is WinGod Esports, and the moment they eliminate GodX, it will be done for.
This is the K9 we have seen during the round stages. This is the K9 that we may be able to witness once more. 2 men against the world. But this time, they have to do it without Beast. It is going to be Slug and Omega this time instead of Slug and Beast. And right in front of them is going to be WinGod. They're going to be able to loot up a decent amount of mats here, fortunately. And of course, thanks to God's Reign for providing all these supplies to them. They do have vehicles, they do have the edge. And fortunately for them, there is only 8 teams left alive, so there is a lot of space in this next phase of the zone for them.
There indeed is. And look at VXT and 2OP liability. He's the only man alive from 2OP. Way too close, and at that point, liability's just hoping that he does not get spotted, just like God X. When God Esports, 2 games back-to-back, they have been miserable. And now they've only managed to secure 2 points. Omega's car, it's on the verge of being exploded. It's smoking out so far. Omega backs away from that scar, making sure that there's going to be a safe distance between him and the vehicle. And he will be safe, at least for now. Tossing out a few more smokes to block the line of sight. Slug is closing up from the back to provide him that cover. But against the entire squad of Genesis, once again seems tough.
It is indeed tough. Genesis looking to pull a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner in prime position, has 4 players alive, and they are the one of 3 teams that has 4 men alive alongside with 4TR and VXT. They have the high ground from the south side, but they're still very, very far away from the rest of the competition. Cyrex does spot out remnants of 4TR. Taking a couple shots in, but no connection towards them, but they are going to be expecting company very, very soon.
They will be. And 4TR, considering they're still pretty far away, I don't think the problems will be there yet. But speaking of the problems, Slug is in a world of trouble. The man in the front is extrovert, but he still gets knocked out. Slug with just a sliver of HP, he still finds value. How does Slug do this? The entirety of K9 Esports, just the powerhouses. They've got magic in their fingers, and now Slug is going to toss out the smoke. Omega is next to impossible to be recovered, so now Slug needs to be on a solo man mission.
The MVP for K9 Esports, Slug just stepping up big time, pulling a big number here. 7 teams remaining. He's the last man standing. He's got 7 finishes. He doesn't have a lot to work with as well. No vehicles whatsoever. But let's see if the circle favors him, because it's about to shift in 2, 1 seconds, and it is going to be inside the zone. He is going to be momentarily safe while the rest of the world are going to be looking to push in. Genesis on the hunt on the east side. We have VXT and 4TR going to be scrambling to decide where they want to attack on the next checkpoint.
Yeah, Slug is in, Genesis is in. You've also got 4TR making it in slowly and steadily, inching their way inside of the safety net. You've also got VXT on the hilltop. They've got the high ground to play with, so VXT can be a real menace if they find the line of sight. And speaking of finding the line of sight, look at Apollo. He spots out a pixel, takes shots, but connecting those might be too much to ask for.
Well, going to be popping those tires to try and deny mobility from Morty. Morty trying to get in the car. He is going to try to salvage it as much as he can, but Apollo's ammunition, he doesn't have a lot.
Yeah, exactly. He does not have a lot of bullets.
Well, 30 bullets. He's done his job, but eventually he needs to stock up with the rest of his teammates here. Cyrex gonna be picked up. He's gonna share a little bit of his loot, but look at this, 4TR official. They're pretty much stuck in the middle of every single one. Everyone's just shooting at them right now.
Yeah, out in the open, not a lot you can do at this point. But considering they've got a great position to play with, this position is not bad. You can just be defensive and passive the entire time and hope that the circle keeps on centering on up towards you. And then maybe you can steal the chicken dinner away.
Maybe, just maybe. Butter has a very, very interesting shack to work with as well. Fortunately for teams in the high ground, they won't be able to pick too much on towards him. He is going to be able to punish any sort of rotations. And that is only if he connects all his shots, because VXT is about to make their move now. They're going to be making sure that S-Power gets up his health before they go for the next push. They are the furthest away from this center of the zone. A very, very big spread here by 4TR though.
It's looking shabby. And as you mentioned, yeah, the spread seems good. But for 4TR, that's the only option they had available, and they took the odds. And right now they're doing okay. Somraj taking shots way too far away. Finding anything with those shots seems real tough. But he was at least able to find a few dinks, right? He was able to connect those headshots.
The only way 4TR survives this is the zone completely closes down. And right now, they have to survive the onslaught. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Cyrex and Shadow OG takes down 2 more members coming from 4TR. And that will be their split completely in shambles, as they will lose even more control as Genesis
and also VXT still continuing to pummel everyone from each side of this mountain here.
Keep this thing in mind, there's still VST in contention as well. And VST is playing on the other side. They're letting all the other teams duke it out against each other, and since VST's in the zone, they're probably waiting for the right moment to strike. They're waiting for the zone to shrink once again. Another zone will be popping up.
Wait, did I see something wrong? Because Genesis, it seems like they may have had the high ground, but there is actually a potential lurk right beside them, and that's going to be Wingard.
Yeah, Solo
God
Man.
X4 somehow manages to crawl into this next phase of the zone.
Yeah, he's the Solo Man, surviving for a long time, right? We saw him a while ago. But I don't think he's going to be able to backstab the players. Might just be too much to ask for, because Godex is currently playing inside of a compound. And since the zone moves away from him, the odds are now stacked against him.
Same can be said for Shroud as well. Shockwave, arguably one of the best teams to try and pressure every single team based on their manipulative playstyle. But this time, no numbers, no whatsoever. They are going to be shut down by both Genesis and VXT. But here comes the spoilers here. God X4 finds a confirmation. And that is going to be Apollo getting taken down by Genesis. And they also lose Cyrex in the process.
Yeah, rough luck. Genesis, they have the players intact, but what just happened here? The Snake strikes the man in the back, Godex. He has been anonymous for such a long time, but finally decides to reveal himself. And look at Versatile. Once again, this high ground is paying off so much. They've got so much intel that they can try and utilize in the front.
They need a big game. They really do as well. They are the only team with 4 men alive, and this is the prime time for Versatile to kind of get every single finish to try and catch up to Genesis, who's currently in the lead in Group D itself in terms of the overall point standing. And as of yet, 4TR, they are in the middle of the pack. They haven't taken any kind of shots yet. They're still waiting for the competition to take each other out. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Pain is live. He gets knocked by Genesis.
Yeah, 4TR, the problems, they just keep on continuing. The man with the 4 eliminations is not there in the game anymore, and Butter cannot even go for the revival. Versatile, they need to be cautious. There's a man up close and personal, and he's tossing out some serious damaging utilities. That's going to be detrimental for them. S-Power tosses in another util, hoping that maybe it's going to find that connection. And that nade parade wasn't able to do anything. Not on the mark. Beast as well, he's just tossing out everything he's got available in his inventory. Another nade toss towards that direction. And at this point, both the teams are just wasting the utilities.
Oh my goodness, Beast. How is he still survived? There were so many nades there. 4, 5, 6, 7 nades. He's just a... Okay, never mind. I jinxed it. Equinox will be able to take him out. And that's going to be the opening that VXT is going to be looking for as well. Versatile going for the push. VST gets eliminated. And we're down towards the final 4 team. There's still 4 men healthy. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. The AI predicts 45% win rate coming from VXT to take the chicken right now.
Yeah, but Shroud still a man who can flip the odds in his own favor. Genesis. Mac, you've got there in the back. He's knocked out. Shadow OG, the man's still prone. And since those utilities are constantly being tossed against him, that's also going to reveal Shadow's position.
Well, speaking of Shadow, Shroud, he's going to drop a couple of nades in, but it seems
Everything.
like it is going to be on the wrong target though. Genesis is pretty much the last man standing right there. They're not going to be able to pick out Mac. Shadow is going to be the last man standing. We have Butter, solo player from 4TR, and Shroud from Shockwave also surviving as well. It is a 4 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 situation. And as you can see, VXT, they're unsure if this is a 4 versus 4, or in this case, a 4 versus 3, or is it solos all the way through. But considering that there's not a lot of info to work with, they're just so hesitant on pushing out.
They indeed are. 4TR Butter. Just looking down on the team in the front. Genesis is the one that's been taking a lot of risk for a long time. And since they've just got one man standing, Genesis can't really go for the risky plays anymore. But luckily enough for that man, he's also got a great stance in the zone. It's not a bad spot. Versatile at this point, they're scared to move because they know there's too many players alive. And if they move out like that, they can be shot from anywhere.
Yeah, and VXT, as you can see, their win rates ratio slowly increasing. down to 53% now. And then all they need to do is just pick off one of the players, and they are going to be very certain that they are going to rush everyone in the lobby, knowing that there's going to be a 4 versus 2. They have the numbers, they have the vehicles. And the only thing they can do now is just kind of wait for expectations here. Shadow finds a little bit pixel on Somraj. And that's going to be the knock here. Shroud gets picked off, and now we're down towards the final 3 teams at VXT. They have to make a move, but the nades from S-Power!
Yeah, surprising nade, just blasting on his face, and just like that, VXT uncontested till the end, securing that chicken dinner, and also moving up a bit more in the overall standings. But since VXT did not really have a lot of elimination points, that will be a decent game.
Well, it is a very, very good comeback here coming from Versatile, and same can be said for VST as well. Both the V teams are pretty much stepping up into the top 5 teams. So I would say this is a very, very big improvement for some of these teams, but there has been a very, very big shift in terms of who is taking all those points. But what I do know now is that Genesis has been by far the most consistent team in this group.
Exactly. Genesis, once again, they're in the top 3, and I'm not even exactly sure how Genesis is able to play so good, because when we saw them inside of the grind, this was not the same Genesis. Now the playstyle seems different, the strategies seem different, Genesis seem much more confident, but let's not forget about the new dogs as well. 4TR there for such a long time inside of the action. Then we also had Shockwave trying their best to get something done. It was Shroud.
Yeah, agreed. And even in this circle as well, it feels like it's so hard to play just because of the fact that there are so many teams taking individual fights. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see too much third-party fights. So there are a lot of teams that is just taking all those small little skirmishes, which resulted in them just hurting each other a little bit more. And I feel like this game is very unique because of the fact that this points between every single team, it feels very evenly spreaded rather than being completely dominated. Except for K9, of course. K9 just picked up whatever they got.
Yeah, K9 Esports had a lot of elimination points, and I mentioned this too during the cast itself, right? K9 Esports, if they keep on moving up with the same momentum, they will have a humongous game in their hands. But since the points are now equally distributed, we will probably see the threshold go up even more.
I think it comes down to just what do you want to prioritize on, right? Like, points is still points. Do you want to prioritize on placement, or do you want to prioritize on the finishes? And so far, K9 has been able to do that so far. Game 1, not exactly great for them. Game 2, they finally found that mojo. I was expecting them to have high finish volumes, trying to replicate what Seoul did with 28 finishes, but in K9's record so far, they were able to get a 20 over.
Yeah, but CK lost that mojo, though.
Yeah.
CK had 11 elimination points in the first game that they played, and now in the second game, CK was nowhere to be seen. And the same thing can be said for Phoenix Esports too, right? 7 elimination points in the game of Sanhok, and that transition towards Miramar, it was completely bad.
Yeah, Phoenix got completely shut down by K9, which is ironic as well, because K9 wasn't even really prepared for them, but just one small little mistakes coming from them, and Slug just completely took them out. So nicely done coming from K9 Esports. They are still very, very consistent. I was hoping to see more of Slug, but when we talk about MVPs, when we mentioned Ghostface from BO7S, you have to bring up Slug every single time coming from K9.
Every man from the side of K9 Esports is just really good. You've got Beast, Ninja Boy, Slug. I've been mentioning this, right? No matter who you give these three players to, they will always perform. Before, they were led by Mavi. Now they're being led by Omega. And one thing never changes. These 3 players as a unit, they are unstoppable. They've got so much firepower.
Yeah, agree. Same can be said for S-Power as well. In terms of mechanical skills as well, S-Power was compared to be on par with people like Ninja Jod, or even the likes of Jonathan to a certain degree. Simp is also one of the contenders, right? As one of the greatest of greatest when it comes to fraggers in general. But this entire journey here in realme BGIS 2025, it feels like I didn't see too much of S-Power. Even in the final moments, it feels like they are playing more as a unit now rather than relying on individual skills now.
I understand what you're saying, right? It feels like God's Reign, they're playing too much grouped up. And in my opinion, they need to go for the splits too. They need to go for some sort of risk. God's Reign does not want to play for risk, and that's why it's either go big or go home. Either God's Reign will get chicken dinner, or they will get eliminated with next to none points.
I think it comes down to just experience in general, right? As you grow older and as you play longer as well, you have a lot of maturity to kind of grow as a unit. And to see S-Power kind of grow in this way where you want to take calculated risks, but I feel like against a team who doesn't care about all this risk, just goes gung-ho, it is kind of like a kryptonite to this strategy that VXT may be thinking of.
that's the exact thing, right? Strategies, they're not at 100% success
correct.
rate. No matter what strategy you come up with, they can fail. And I guess over here as well, it's pretty much the same way to look at it. If God's Reign is playing as safe as possible, that means they're limiting themselves for the elimination that they can get. But I would love to see an aggressive God's Reign. We have seen them time and time in the past. And if that God's Reign is once again back, they can cover up the points instantly in the upcoming game.
It feels weird to see how K9 is doing what God's Reign is doing, and Ghost Rank is playing a little bit safe here, because normally when we talk about teams like God's Reign, we talk about Hero Extreme, Godlike, they are the ones that just completely shut them down. Even so, we saw moments coming from them as well during the round stages, and the grind stages when they were playing it as well. But VXT, I haven't seen that yet. We've seen VXT, not Versatile, but we haven't seen it from Versatile.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Versatile, it's a whole different thing. Somraj and the Bandit Boys, they've always been really confident in themselves, and Somraj's ability to find themselves inside of the circle. They have been relying so much on the IGL recently. And for VXT to fail the first 2 games, it definitely does make me doubt Somraj's decision-making at this point.
I gotta correct myself. It's actually VXT is Versatile, VST that is not Versatile. Why do we have both the V teams in the same lobby, man? Like
VNT.
We have to blame Mr. Karan Patak for drawing that, man, and putting both V teams and make our life miserable a little bit here.
I mean, VST and VXT, for me personally, they've got 2 different complete playstyles, right? VXT is much more of an experienced banner, while VST quite the newer bunch on the block. But as we move on towards the highlights of the previous game, this is how the action kicked off in the final few moments. BO7S, this time around, they were not able to do that great. Liability was able to stay alive for such a long time. He was getting pushed up in the end by Ghostface, and he single-handedly takes him down with just 1 HP.
Yeah, and even then as well, I think this moment here from Slug, this was a very, very insane highlight moment. He won versus 2 all by himself, and that still somehow was able to farm even more finishes for the team. And because of this endurance as he played, I think he was able to push himself into a top 6 position. No, actually not. He only got like 7 position, so that's 1 point of a positioning coming from him for K9.
Yeah. You got to feel for WinGod Esports too. Godix was the last man alive, and since the zone moved away, he had to move downhill. It was impossible for him to do so. And 4TR, a decent game from them, right? This can be a way to kick things off in the overall standings, since they had a lot of placement points. I'm not exactly sure about the elimination points, but the MVP of the previous game, he will be Slug from K9 Esports. It's not even a question. Slug was popping off in that game with 7 finishes.
Yep, the fight against Phoenix was him clutching out for the team. The fight against just now as well was a win by him as well. So nicely done coming from Slug. He is going to be the MVP for this match. But I want to see who are the remaining top 5s that kind of affected everyone in this team. It seems to be, it is going to be Beast coming from K9. We have Pain is live for 4TRX, and we have Kaiser with the crossbow opening in the earlier fights.
Yeah, the crossbow is actually working
not
out.
crossbow, the bows, my bad.
In buildings, I guess the bow is actually working out.
Decent,
yeah,
right?
it's not bad, because you are just able to toss in those bows, force out the opponents from their comfort zone, and then you yourself can take that comfort zone over and just outposition your opponents. Just in there too from God's Reign with 3 finishes. I guess since there's not a lot of points building up yet in the top 3, still the comeback seems possible. The point standings on the screen. Versatile with 17 points, solid stuff. K9 Esports with 15 points. That's going to cover up for the previous game as well.
This is actually huge for K9 Esports, right? Like, this is, like, yes, they've not gotten any single placement points, but because of all these 14 finishes in the hands of K9 Esports, it kind of resulted in every single team past the 5th position. Everybody's just lacking in terms of points, right? So we have 17, 15, 12, 11, and then 6, 6, 5, 4, and then even down here, 4, 4, 3, 3, 1, 1. And this is going to hurt everyone's progression on trying to break past this 60-point barrier to qualify to the semifinals.
I mean, look at the latter half of the board. New version, a team that did great in the map of Sanhok, not able to do good. Mysterious 4-2, they were quite notorious on Sanhok, but now just nowhere to be seen, 0 points. Overall standings, they pop up 33 points from Genesis, not too far back from K9 Esports though. And then you've also got Versatile with 17 points, Shockwave with 14, WinGod Esports with 14, Cincinnati Kids 2 with 14.
Yeah, in this overall standings here, you can see Team Versatile, obviously they got the chicken dinner, they will have 10 points here. But I really want to talk about Shockwave in general, because in terms of consistency, they have been very, very consistent in this position points. In Sanhok in general, they were the reason why every single team was struggling to get in the zone. Yes, they got position points, but they don't have enough finishes. And even the final moment as well, it was a little bit awkward for Shroud. considering that he got top 4 position, but just not enough finish points.
Yeah, exactly, right? Since he's the only man alive and his team was eliminated sorely, how many points can one man rack up, right? How many eliminations can he actually rack up? Unless you're someone like Beast or Slug, then definitely the hopes even go higher. But for Phoenix Esports, for new version, the upcoming game has to be an ace. If they are not able to get a chicken dinner, then the concerns, they just rise up even more tomorrow because they will only have 3 more games to go.
Agreed. But based on this performance right now, especially coming in from Group D as well as Group A earlier on, it seems like Group B and C might be a little bit happy because they have a lot of 40 mark teams here. Roy Emperor was somewhere around 44 points as well. And if nobody reaches that 40 points, or in this case, in both groups, very few people reach that mark, that team might have more semi-finalists.
I've made my prediction. I think the cutoff is going to be around 45 to 48.
Okay.
That's going to be the cutoff. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. The conversation will keep on continuing after the break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
भाई ये देख नया फोन, इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप, उसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स।
बकवास है। अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है, ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
Hello everyone and welcome back to realme BGIS 2025 quarterfinals day number 3. Now we are down towards the final match here for a group of destruction. My name is ICBB12. He is iSuper Johnny. We are going to be taking you through the journeys of the halfway point of this final group here. Group of destruction seems to be a little bit of a shaky performance here for game number 2 here, Johnny, because no one expected Genesis to be the table topper out of 2 games.
And that's the best part, right? In the group of destruction, Group D, we are getting to witness those unexpected results, those unexpected performances. And also with Genesis being on the top, a brilliant bounce back coming in from Versatile and from K9 Esports as well.
Yeah, agreed. And speaking of their performances here, it seems like there is a little bit of a shaky performance by inconsistency between A and D. And it feels like Group B and C are going to be a little bit happier in trying to qualify, especially for those in the 40 ballpark.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because of the inconsistencies that you mentioned, the cutoff might just be dropping to a little bit lower than we expected. But let's see how the remaining one game that is left of Erangel for this Group D goes out, and of course how tomorrow turns out for both these two groups.
Agreed. And of course, for these guys who are watching at home, if you guys want to watch and play your best BGMI in-game itself here, you guys got to check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. It is currently priced at $22,999, and you can Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G for some amazing rewards for you guys. So be sure to check it out. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment itself. So, all things considered, now with the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, I'm pretty sure you will be able to play like one of the best players out there right now, which is Slug from K9.
Yeah, I mean, I already do play like one of the best players out there, I see. But still, I mean, this device is going to help boost your performance so that you can keep up with me.
So when are you competing?
My days of competing are over.
Which team are you going to join?
No one. I have my own team.
Okay, what was the team?
It's called the Mike Bleeders, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, fair enough. But all things considered here, we have a little bit of an announcement for you guys. And that is going to be substitution here coming from 2OP official, because they did not have a very, very good run in first two games here. They are going to be swapping in AIM Hacks, replacing not Stan G, not Stang.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to need that aim if they want to perform now at this point, because 2OP official expectations were there. But again, the delivery has failed to hit the marker. Although, considering it's the last game of the day, they will still have time tomorrow to figure out if this sub is what they want to play with the remaining 3 matches tomorrow. But let's see how this Erangel turns out before that.
Hey, we need a super sub, man. And so far, all the subs that came in has been a little bit shaky as well. Even in yesterday's, I think, Group B and C, we saw a couple of substitutions which helped a little bit. But again, now their fates all solely dependent on Group D and Group A's performance. In this case, in this final match, will we see that huge vacuum that we are looking for? Because right now, to be on the safe side to qualify the semifinals is somewhere in the 60-point mark.
I think that has already started to drop, though. I think it is going to be just over 50 as of now. Because when we started the day, I think to be safe, instead of aiming to be inside the top 16, you need to aim for the top 8. And the barrier for the entry inside of the top 8 was somewhere around in the mid-40s.
Yep.
Roughly around 48 points. So I think that cutoff for the top 16 might be struggling in the mid-40s as well. By the end of the matches, maybe in the late 40s. So 45 to 50 points on the safer side. 50 plus is what these teams are going to be aiming for. And in this group, only one team has the opportunity to secure 50. That is Genesis.
Exactly. Genesis is on the road towards the semifinals here. And it all comes down to consistency. But to decide their fates right now, it is going to be in this final map. And it is going to be the map of Erangel. Let's go. The fates of Group D lie solely in this final map for today. This is going to be Game 3 for Group D in the quarterfinals. It is going to be the map of Erangel, and the starting flight path is going to be coming in from the east side of Milta Power and then ending towards the northwest section of shooting range. So it is a pretty northeastern flight path coming from some of these teams. It is not the end of the world compared to all these teams, but I hope the circle is going to be very forgiving for some of these teams.
I mean, why are you hoping for a forgiving circle, man? I want chaos. I want the circle to be towards the southwestern quadrant of the map in the water. With a flight path like this, that is going to lead to a lot of excitement, to a lot of unorthodox plays being forced into this lobby, where it seems like a few teams have actually gotten comfortable, especially a team like CK, who have sort of gone against their old selves. Juicy, he used to be very tactical with how he used to lead his team, but now it seems like they're just going frag heavy.
Well, I agree. And so far, the trend for those teams that has high finishes here does have one of the highest risks possible, but they do have maximum rewards. And so far, K9 Esports is pretty much in that situation to do it. But all things considered, truthfully, Johnny, I gotta hope, I gotta pray, and sometimes being religious might help you in this kind of situations, because if the circle gods do not help you, you are going to be in an awkward situation. And guess what? The circle is going to shift all the way to the north side. And currently, BO7S has one of the earliest drop flight path towards Novo, but they will have the furthest entry point to actually penetrate into the next phase of the zone.
Man, I wonder how Phoenix Esports feel in this game, though. Yasna, Poliana, they miss their lovers in the form of Revenant X-Park, who were playing yesterday. No one to contest for the early finishes, no one to go for or go after for those early frags. But talking about the Circle and K9 Esports in particular, that Severny shooting range drop actually works out quite well for them in a zone like this. No one else towards the northern island. That gives them complete control, a lot of area to work with. But hey, what is going on? Genesis Esports, it seems like the first casualty is from their side, or was it New Version who lost a body as soon as the game began?
Well, seems like New Version, they were able to pick off Genesis. We talk about consistency. They are currently 33 points in 2 games.
Yeah.
That's a huge ballpark. And can they pull the lead even further? It all solely depends on this remaining 3 players, which is Cyrex, Apollo, and Mac. And currently, New Version, they've done the damage. They have pretty much moved away, taking 1 finish point, and let's get the heck out. This is not worth dilly-dallying on towards the fight any longer, considering that they are on the edge of the zone itself.
Man, these older players playing in a team called New Version, showing a new version of themselves, living up to the name. And that first finish inside of this game and the information about where the opposing team exactly is actually works out in their favor. But hey, we were talking about them, Cincinnati Kids. A team that just plays on vibes and no tactics.
Hey, sometimes in life, when you grow older, you kind of want to feel younger a little bit. So calling yourself a kid, calling yourself Newer Version, makes you feel younger a little bit.
I mean, for New Version that works out, but Cincinnati Kids, all these players are very young, man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
But again, as I was saying, this team is all about fun. I mean, not just fun, to be honest. I mean, they like to compete. They're naturally very gifted players. And Juicy, as an IGL, has been very consistent in leading every single lineup that he is a part of to the finals of whatever tournament they play. He very rarely fails to do that. If he is your IGL, there's like a 95% chance that your team will be there in the finals if all of you stick to his game plans. And having that addition of Flock and Aditya in an incredible form again this year, I think the stars are starting to align for Cincinnati Kids.
Well, that is only if they pull through after these group stages, because going into the wild card, facing off teams like Hero Extreme, Godlike, and Soul, you don't want to be in the same group with them. But that is a different story to tell, because we are going to be continuing the group of destruction right now in Game 3, Genesis Esports. A very early rotation up on towards Mount Everest. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is. It seems like they're trying to head towards Hospital? Huh. And Apollo's on a bike. Why? What's going on here? They have a car. Oh, wait. Okay, this car only fits 2 guys. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Why he's on a bike, but he's only got a pistol now, too.
Yeah, that early conflict against New Version, I think, did not give them enough opportunity to go for the loot. There's a rifle on the back as well, but...
Where are they going to loot, though? That's going to be the question.
I think the hospital building or the small town, just not town, but a cluster of compounds just west of Everest might just be the ideal possibility. But the problem is that Wingod, who've taken the southern slope of Everest, might have heard that coup.
Yeah.
And will show up, or might just show up looking for a fight.
Yeah, and of course, to spot out the competition, you have to take them out by using the realme P3 Ultra 5G, which gives you the best world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance to spot out the opponents as much as you can. And of course, with the 90 FPS BGMI gaming, it is, after all, the segment's most stable and one of its kind here. Realme P3 Ultra 5G, currently the best in the market. So just Google Realme P3 Ultra 5G, check out the specs, and who knows, you might get lucky. You might be able to win yourself a phone yourself.
Yeah. Let's see which one of these teams gets lucky this time. Quite contrary to how the first 2 maps went. This Erangel is off to a peaceful start, and I'm quite surprised with that as well, considering majority of the teams were dropping towards those standard drop locations, and because of that, a lot of them are still outside of the zone. Phoenix Esports in a good position towards Yasnaya, K9 in the best possible position towards Severnian shooting range. You have Mysterious 4 playing from Rozok, New Version playing from the Water City west of Rozok, are the safer teams of the bunch. We have VST on our screens who are quite close to Lipovka, and a small little run-in into the players of 4 barriers, although no conflict initiated from either sides.
Well, speaking of conflict right now, it seems like for barriers, they used to play a little bit early in terms of skirmishes. They do tend to get a little bit hostile right from the earlier stage of the fight.
Yeah.
But after dropping two very annoying game for them, look at their current points. They only have 6 points. So I can see why they don't want to take fights yet. But eventually, they need to have some sort of confidence going into this match. Because if you don't have the confidence to take a fight and fight against your idols or the best of the best in the business itself, you're not going to go anywhere. You have to learn. Through failing, you learn more rather than succeeding.
Yeah, and I think Mysterious 4 is the perfect example for that, as we were talking about a team that is in the quarterfinals having played the most number of matches out of all of the teams that are part of the quarterfinals, by the way. So, Necro mentioned this, right, when we were watching them during Sanhok, that all of that experience put on display. You see the tacticality brought into play in the fights that they are a part of. And I am so happy to see this team improve so much. They have made complete use of this realme BGIS 2025. This is what BGIS was always about, giving that exposure, giving the time of play to these undergods and Mysterious 4. I think they are going to come out of this tournament a completely different squad.
I hope so it helps them here, because right now they are bottom in the pack. And if they want to stand a chance against the semifinals, it is going to be a tough journey for them. But if they don't qualify, they pretty much have to play the entire journey from wildcard. And from the wildcard, qualifying the semifinals, and then going towards the grand finals. That is the longest journey so far. But before we talk about the journey here, the circle is about to close in. And guess what? VXT expecting company and gunshots here as well. The circle is going to be shifting in towards the outskirts of Yasnaya, looking to be on the gas stations along the bridges there as well. And maybe even Rozhok in general.
Yeah, I think Rozhok, where the players of Mysterious 4 are, might just be a big contestation point, a big control point for all of these teams. But as you mentioned, versatile, spotting out the players of 40R. Shots were taken, but no connections found over there. And 40R officials just take control of the northern side of the ridge, use it as a little bit of soft cover to rotate along the northern lines. Although, look at the radar. There are more teams waiting for them. The straight line rotation seems like it has been rehearsed, but I'm sure their rehearsals did not account for them being surrounded from every single direction.
Hey, patience sometimes pays off, and guess what? Speaking of pain in his life, he's a little bit too slow. He's a little bit too patient here. Ninja Boy going to be looking to try and capitalize on a couple of stragglers here. A lot of shots being made by Wobble Gaming, looking to try and wobble around, but it seems like Ninja Boy is still deciding where is going to be a good place to actually set up a pit stop, because most of the usual compound has already been occupied. And K9 now, Omega, scout out remnants of Shockwave, going to be taking a couple shots in, but they do not want to stick around here. They're still out of position here coming from K9 Esports.
Shots fired, information given away. Shockwave, we've seen them in the last two matches, not really eager to engage early into anyone. Wingod on our screens now, the team playing from the southern side of that split caused by the circle itself. So they are towards the main island side, the city of Rozhok, taking control of the southern cluster compounds. Scouting for information, but Silope, he's a little too exposed, has the luxury of falling back behind those broken walls at any second, but had anyone been towards school, I think it would have been a lot of trouble for Wingod Esports. They're so lucky there's no one there.
And of course, for those guys looking to get yourself a new device, do check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G for this segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. Currently priced at 22,999 rupees. Just Google realme P3 Ultra 5G and you might be able to walk away with some amazing rewards yourself. However, looking on the screen here, God's Reign finally making their way into its school from all the way from military base. And this feels like a repeat from history itself, where the school, and I mean school circle, lies into its God's Reign's hands. They might be able to just dominate the entire lobby once again.
Well, 3 seconds and we will have our answer where the circle is going to be. It takes a shift between Rozhok, Yasnaya and Severny. And K9 Esports, they're going to be celebrating right now. So much map control, but that widespread and the cluster close to them has me a little worried, Icy.
I agree. They may have a widespread, but there's not a lot of compound in the northwest segment of this circle as well. But guess what? Two OP official liability, the first to get knocked, and Wobble Gaming looking to clean house here. They are still right at the edge of the zone, so they have all the time in the world. But if they take too long, third parties may look to crash into their compound.
Man, why not sub liability out? I mean, the name literally is liability, and he's gotten knocked out already. Wobble Gaming. Sporta, I think, is one of those players that we recognize. He's been a part of the circuit for a while now. Ragnar, this high ground advantage could be big. And I think as long as Wobble Gaming just hold on to their position, liability is going to bleed out eventually. Bot fire. Few shots over the ridge, just pushing Sporta back, but no connections found.
Well, speaking of connections, they are going to try to pick up the liability right now. But another nade coming from Ragnar might be looking good. Double nades dropping on as well. Does it connect? Do they get the confirmation? Yes, they do. And awesome. Dropping down towards 1 HP. He needs to get out, and he just lost a vehicle. And he also got picked off. Mistakes were made by two OP officials. Wobble Gaming, they get an easy two-piece.
Yeah, the reason they didn't nade earlier was because they were waiting for two OP official to make the mistake of coming in for a revive. And two OP officials taking the bait, fall into the trap. And Wobble Gaming, as you mentioned, I see two finishes secured in a beautiful manner. Although Ragnar's helmet has been taken out, but who cares? They are up 2 versus 4.
Things has just turned from bad to worse for them. And that's going to be their chapter here. But guess what? K9 Omega in the wrong place to crash in. They are going to be running into a team versus down. K9, they're getting ripped apart. Aquanox, last man standing for VXD. He's going to get shredded. It's going to be Slug that saves the day once more. The savior. But again, a repeat in history from Miramar. It's 2 against their woe. But this time, it's Slug and Ninja Boy tag teaming for K9 Esports.
Hey man, K9 Esports, I think it's a good luck charm for them every single time Omega goes out early on Erangel. And even this time, they just ran into Omega, and Beast just ran into the entirety of Versatile for some reason. Ninja Boy and Slug, shots fired in their direction as well as they try to escape their fate. Do get themselves to safety. This gas station is going to be big.
I genuinely feel bad for Slug because every single time he tags team, it's either with Beast. Tag team once, they had a great game in Sanhok, they got a chicken dinner. The tag team in Omega didn't really work out, and this time it's going to be the tag team in Ninja Boy. Yeah. 2 against the world. And guess what? The circle favors them. They are going to be on that small little gas station on the north side, so they have a lot of room to work with. But the rest of the world, how would they tackle this? Because M4 is going to be coming from the south side and rolls out. GDR makes a huge rotation to the west side from all the way from school. How did that happen? Huh. That's a really big rotation here coming from God's Reign.
But it's a smart call as well. Instead of running into a cluster towards the shoreline, towards Rozhok, they just overshot it from Georgopol and are moving in from that western edge. Also, by the way, an update, Genesis, 2 players were picked off a few moments ago at the hands of WinGod Esports, but God's Reign is the team we were talking about. Flock getting run over from the flank as Delta shows up in that buggy. Cincinnati kids getting picked apart.
Delta BG, one of the star players from God's Reign here, making God's work. However, Destro being knocked off here, he needs to pick him up. Justin going to try and relentlessly try and pick him up while the shots are being shot from every single corner. We have 4 TRX. Going to be third party in this fight. Same can be said for 2 OB officials, but in terms of angles, only 4 TR is taking shots on GDR for now. And God's Reign, what is their plan? Do they save Destro, or do they just cut off the wounded part of their body to save the entire body itself?
I think saving Destro is going to be possible. All the players from God's Reign were pretty much grouped up in the same position, but Cincinnati kids, this is the team I want to talk about because we saw 3 different players fall at the hands of 3 different teams. Even though Juicy has been brought back by Aditya, as you said, 2 against the world. That's the situation Cincinnati kids find themselves in now. It's not going to be easy to survive, especially considering they are part of the biggest cluster in this circle towards the northwestern quadrant of the map.
And agreed. And as of yet, things can go any better for God's Reign as well. New version also third-partying against God's Reign from afar, taking a couple of pot shots in. And same can be said from the other side of the map. Guess what? Gil just poking on everyone from the compounds of Rozhok as well. He has one of the greatest compounds to work with. And look at the spray down. He's just not going to give any mercy. Does he get the knock? And two officials, they actually get finished. What?
That is the old Gil for you. Just the distance itself would have been enough to steer anyone away from pulling the trigger. And in that situation, the man just sprays the opponent down and secures the frag for his team.
You know what's ridiculous? He climbed up the ledge, nobody shot him, went to prone mode, got the spray down, still got the knock. What was that? But I don't know if it's luck or it's skill, but seems like they've got full control of the Rozhok vicinity. Meanwhile, on screen now, it's going to be a battle between Wobble Gaming as well as Wingard.
But let's see, VST, what happened over here? It seems like the last two survivors from K9 Esports eventually do get shut down. Not a lot of points for K9 Esports from this game, but Wingard go up against Wobble Gaming. Sahil finds a knock onto Sporter. Could be an opportunity for Wingard to reset. In the backlines, we see the other two lads put under pressure by God's Reign themselves as the circle just abandons this cluster and still sticks towards the shorelines of Rozhok. Mysterious 4 and New Version, they are going to be the luckiest teams of the bunch.
Well, they still have time, but they have to wrap things up. Circle is not in their favor. Wingard gets the full reset. And fortunately for them, they do have a lot of enemies around them that may or may not be their allies as of yet. And if they take each other out, in this case, an enemy of an enemy is my friend. That's going to be the tactics here coming from Wingard, unless everyone gangs up with them, because as of now, they're going to be making their moves. They want to clear out Wobble Gaming.
And with the utility being lobbed indoors, it should be easy as well, as the players are starting to fall on that stairwell. Man advantage for the players of Wingard Gaming. Wingard Esports, but there's God's Reign as well waiting on the sidelines, and as soon as Sahil gets a little too distracted, he is going to be hitting the floor on his knees. The opening found by the side of God's Reign, but Wingard Esports do end up wiping out the opponents in the form of Wobble Gaming. Now the reset needs to come through. They need to refocus onto the players of God's Reign, and also another team waiting for them on the edge of the zone in the form of 4TR official.
There's not a lot of space. There's not a lot of room. Wingard, they have to take every single fight head on. And God's Reign, do they let them off the hook is going to be the question here, because as of yet, they can't push any further. Look at all this widespread of open fields, no man's land, no place to hide. God's Reign, what do? Do they fight Wingard, or do they just make a hoorah push? It seems like a couple of names has been lobbed over. They might be looking to try and go in for the rush.
And here it goes. Delta PG leads the charge. And he falls back instantly.
God's Reign just playing the mind games here against Wingard. Both gods just making plays that us mortals can never understand. But what I do understand now is the circle is closing in. They have to make a decision very, very soon. Nade's being cooked up once more. Ninja John looking for the perfect nade. Doesn't catch it once more. But they have to rotate in.
And that is what I think God's Reign were waiting for. The players of Wingard, as soon as they get into those vehicles. God's Reign also used the time to go on the move. Although while they were doing so, one of the players already knocked out. VST Pratik knocks his own teammate out with that nade. And that is something that is going to hurt them quite a lot, considering I think they are down to their last player as well. But Wingard Esports spot out the lads from Phoenix in the distance, although the curve of the land protects them from the shots connecting on the body.
Well, mistakes were made. However, there are still 11 teams inside the zone. And guess what? Delta PG, he's pretty much knocked here from inside God's Reign. He's trying to crawl into Ninja John, but unfortunately, he will be picked off by 4TRX Butter. Viru going to be looking around to the sea lines as well underneath. And Ninja John is pretending that there is no one inside this vehicle. He's just hiding there just because the angles of the roof will provide him some sort of hiding place for him to hide. Just because Butter is going to be locking everyone from the west side.
Yeah, but this was a good tactic for like 6 months ago. Right now, people, if they get close to a vehicle, and especially with those skins on, they just intuitively spray the windows down, hoping to see if they can find a frag. If they do, good for them. If they don't, it's okay. That means the vehicle was empty and you are safe. But hey, look at this. Phoenix is spotted out the last man from VST, and Pratik, he can't do a lot over here. He's just surrounded, outnumbered, takes one down though, and secures the finish as well. It's a 1v3 now, and he takes one more as one more player from South Phoenix hits the floor. That's the third L2 as well. Pratik runs out, and it is a clutch. Another 1v4 in the quarterfinals itself, and another team coming in his way. Pratik, can you secure more finishes over here? No is the answer, as Wingod finally send him backing back into the lobby. But man, oh man, Phoenix Esports set ablaze over there.
4 finishes for Pratik. That is 4 finishes for VST. But Wingod Esports will be the ones to reap the final rewards, as they are part of the top 7 right now. They get the restock, they get the resources, and they have to push through. Look at this, the zone is going to be shifting in towards the hillsides of the bridge itself. Mysterious 4 going to be playing on the east side. We have 4BR on the south side, under the bridge. Wingod from the northwest. An absolute open terrain for every single team. And New Version is going to be looking to take the sniper tower. Look at this. Pain is live. Last man standing inside this win. And he is going to get taken down as well.
Man, oh man, New Version. Although the pressure continues as the nade comes in from Wingod. And the knock is going to be secured. Shubh OG wrapped and packed. And the point secured in the bag for Wingod Esports. Although it's just 2 players left from the lineup. It's a 2 versus 2 against the side of New Version. Lassie OG and Gil still left standing, and Infinity just wants to nade them out of existence.
Nading is going to be the case. Infinity trying to make things well here. This is a comeback that Wingod needs. They are currently 22 points. They've got 8 finishes. And if they get the chicken, this is going to be huge for them. Same can be said for New Version. 8 finishes in the bag, but 2 men alive. And guess what? Fragger, the pixel hit. He misses the shot from Gil. Oh, this is not the Gil we saw just now. So unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but still 8 finishes for New Version. I think now all they are hoping for, all they need to work towards is going to be those placement points. But let's see, it's not going to be easy considering they are pinned towards the northwestern edge of the zone. And Mysterious 4, this has to be their moment to shine. I see those fishes in the sea are going to be hunted one by one. But Sketch knocked out. Someone needs to go for a revive.
This is the time. This is the moment. The team with the most amount of games so far, Mysterious 4, looking to make a bounce back, but they only have 4 finishes. Reset comes through, the fishes come through as well. Fragger gets a narrowly catch, and he catches Zeus right at the pixel. And that's going to be another team that goes out. Final 16s, but Mysterious 4, 5 finishes in the bag.
They're looking for a few more though. Making it to the top 6 is not going to be enough. They need more eliminations. Smack center of the circle, in control of Mysterious 4. And no other team apart from them has all 4 players still alive. Sketch, all he needs to do is survive Butter, or maybe just shut him down. And this entire circle will be in the hands of Mysterious 4. But this utility exchange between Cyrex and Grind, who finds the frag? It is right at his feet. A gift of surprise. And the finish point is going to go to Mysterious 4. The next target will be the lads from Wingod Esports.
Is that the next level play, or is that the next level nade? Because Grind is starting to grind his way from the gutter. Mysterious 4 currently in 12th position with 11 points. 3 man alive. This is one of the most experienced team in terms of most game played here. And Wingod dodging a bullet, dodging a nade from Cincinnati hits. Aditya and Juicy, 2 men against the wall, 0 finishes, looking to try to rack some points themselves to try and pull ahead of the lead. And they are going to be the ones that gatekeep the teams from Wingod.
New Version wiped out from the game, but Wingod on rotation do find Juicy. But Aditya with the shotgun finds one, looking for the second, can't swing or readjust his aim fast enough. 10 finishes on the board for Wingod Esports as the break into the top 3 of this match. But now it's time for the cleanup crew to shine. Mysterious 4.
Oh,
LeBron finished off. The second man also out of the way. 8 finishes, and they are looking for the last man left alive, which is Butter, by the way. And it's very impressive because he has been there all along for a very long time. Mysterious 4 did lend a helping hand in helping him survive by cleaning out the rest of the teams, but a top 2 finish is all he has to be happy about, although they do not know where he is, I guess.
Is he going to be smooth like butter, or is he going to be hard like the tar itself? Because Butter currently being hunted down by the Mysterious 4, who's hiding and spreading out towards the entire terrain as well. Fragger just lobbing so many nades at the wrong angle as well. But Butter, he finds himself. He's going to be exposed, and they are going to hunt him down.
Finally, shots fired from Butter. He secures a knock. He's going to look for the second, but fails to secure the second knock. Fails to cut down the numbers. It makes sense. He was all alone, but congratulations to Mysterious 4 for this amazing winner-winner chicken dinner. And this is exactly what we were talking about, right? The grind from the grind all the way to the quarterfinals, and they know exactly what to do in a situation like this. Take early control of that shoreline. Make sure you keep your head down until it's the right moment to strike. And when everyone is lacking those numbers, that is when you go for the finishes.
Hey, Mysterious 4 is the true grinders in this tournament as well. And the only other team in the history here in BGMI that has done it and made it all the way to the land here was once known as X-Park. Now currently known as Revenant X-Park.
And they won it that time.
Oh boy. That was a long journey here, and Mysterious 4 might be the closest to replicate history itself.
Hey, if they can actually pull it off, it is going to be amazing, and I think that is what a lot of the people watching this tournament, I mean, apart from the ones that are supporting their favorite team, are also going to be excited about, right? A new name, new set of faces, and the story itself. Imagine that grind. From grind till round 1, from round 1 competing through every single gauntlet of the stage, 2, 3, 4 quarterfinals, qualifying for the semis if they can, or even if they go through the wildcard stages, making it to the finals and winning it all. That's the dream.
Sometimes you gotta pull the distance, right? Even if you don't qualify to semifinals, going through quarterfinals, and then going to the wildcards, going to semifinals, and then if you don't qualify the semifinals, you go to semifinals too, and then from there you go to grand finals.
Oh,
that's the longest journey ever.
It's the longest journey, but it's gonna be a journey that gives them so much exposure, so much experience, and I think if that actually happens, if they make it to the LAN finale through the wildcard stages or maybe through the semifinals, but if they make it to LAN, and I don't know what the rest of the year is going to be holding out for them, because this team will have a lot of eyes on them.
I'm sorry, Mysterious 4, you guys are the ones that are doing good today, but we are not here to curse you, but all we can say is we hope for the best. Good luck for you. Anyways, moving on here, guess what? What we know that is best in this segment right now here is going to be the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. You can check it out on Google right now. Right now, just search Realme P3 Ultra 5G and you might be able to walk away with some amazing, amazing prizes. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment, currently out in the market. And, interesting enough, the design here, if you turn off the lights, it has a very, very slick lunar design.
Exactly, I mean, you can see the outline of the moon on that device over there. I do love this one, though. It looks very sleek, very classy. So I think we are fixing up our colors right now.
I'm taking this one, Necro. You and Necro already took the 5G.
Yeah,
the Pro 5G.
We are too greedy. Do you not know us, IG? We want it all. Just like Mysterious 4.
Hey, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Sometimes you gotta be a little bit mysterious here if you want to pull off the heights. But all things considered here, please do not steal things. Warning, PSA to anybody out there. We have laws that we have to abide.
It's just a joke, though.
We have laws we need to follow. And to those who did not follow the rules of BGMI or BGIS, there's a reason why all of you guys got disqualified.
Oh yeah, that is what Crafton is there for, though. But let's have a look at the highlights of this game, ladies and gentlemen, because it was an incredible one nonetheless. I mean, first of all, the circle itself, I love those northern circles that split the zone with the help of the river. And it keeps a mystery around where the circle will swing for the IGLs, for the viewers as well. Is it going to go up north? Is it going to go down south? And the fight for Rozhok was what I was hoping for, but that didn't happen. everyone just went for the Northern Island. Everyone wanted to play in the open spaces for some reason.
Well, the circle kind of forced them out of the situation, right? And
Yeah.
I think 4TR was one of those teams that actually tried to play from the Rozhok region to try and capitalize as much finishes as they can. But because of the circle, they got forced out. It was just so unlucky of them to actually push out the way through. But what I really liked is that new version was able to capitalize on moments like this. Like Gil is not afraid to take long distance shots to actually farm those finishes. So I would say this game itself is an evenly spread between all these teams in the top. But compared to Group A itself, this is a very big vacuum here for Genesis in particular.
Yeah, I mean, Genesis, this time around things did not work out too well for them. But hey, MVP of the game, a man for whom things were working out because he was the last surviving player for his team for a very long time. Batar, 5 finishes secured, 675 damage, deserves to be the MVP with how he survived. But we also have the top 5 players on our list. BST Prateek, incredible game apart from that one teammate knock that we saw on the finish feed. Or I think that was a finish confirmation for Prateek, but match summary as well on our screens. 2 grenade finishes, 3 vehicle finishes, but the biggest thing is 61 finishes confirmed in this match because 3 players were left standing in the end, and that means every single player that fell, that got knocked out, was confirmed.
Yep, agreed. And now, speaking of the fight as well here, Extrovert having the longest finish in that circle itself here, 341 meters, pretty much is the longest finish. But it does tell you how difficult that circle was, right? There was just a lot of open terrain where you can shoot from across the other side of the map, north to south, west to east, all the way through. But with that being said, let's talk about the amount of points that all these teams got. Mysteries 4 Chicken Dinner, 19 points. WinGod Esports, 15 points. 4TR Official, 14 points. And New Version, 11 points.
Yeah, New Version has also shown at least some signs of consistency in today's games. VST with 7. We have Cincinnati Kids, who for the first time, I believe, just got placement points and no finishes. I think that spread where all of them just started to fall apart one after the other was a big sign of concerns. Genesis, we saw them, not enough points, not as many as the previous games. And this has to be the first time that we do not see Shockwave amongst the top 3.
Well, it's interesting as well. They have been very consistent in overall placement points, but is it enough to get them the points that they need to qualify into the semifinals is going to be the question. Because as of yet, the cutoff for the semifinals for the top 16 is somewhere around 44 points right now. And with that being said, the overall standings on screen.
Oh man, we expected Genesis to be able to cross that 40-point marker as well, but they get stuck at 37. WinGod, all thanks to the aggression, 29 points secured. Good enough for day number 1, by the way. 4TR Official, they have to thank Batar for his performance in this last game of the day. 26 points on the board. K9 Esports, I think the agenda for them has become pretty clear. See someone, shoot them, take them down, and if you have time, go kamikaze on Versatile.
Well, K9 Esports definitely did exactly that. They only have 3 position points, but 21 finishes thus far. They are the team to beat. But Team Shockwave, well, unfortunately to say, even though they have been consistent, placement points gives you a decent amount of points, but not enough to pull the lead because currently they are down with 15 points only. And Godstrain, a little bit of surprise here with 13 points in general. Team VST with 12 points, Phoenix Esports 12 points, BO7S 11 points, 7, 7, and also 5. So this says a lot between all the groups, right? Every single team in this group has gotten some points so far.
Yeah, I mean, some points so far, but looking at the players of Phoenix over there and BO7S, I think the intentions are pretty clear. They want to fight it out against everyone. But looking at our predictions, I think I see you finished the highest with K9 and Sparrow New Version also doing quite decent today. God's Reign on the second page, BO7 Phoenix. BXT is there on the first page, but I expected them to do a lot better, so I'm not gonna count that, to be honest.
I would say it's still an overall win for everyone here, but it's a little bit unfortunate for God's Reign in particular, because this is not the God's Reign that we usually expect out of them as well. We saw a little bit of signs of them, but I don't know what's going on, because even the game in Miramar as well, yes, it felt like they could have taken the cake, but it also felt like they were making a lot of mistakes.
They could have done so well in this game of Erangel as well. Such a brilliant position towards that western edge, but I think undecisive in which fight they wanted to take, and because of that, they just get distracted, lose a few players, and then just get completely shut down. Although, you know what, with all of these big names, as it looks like right now, it seems like they're going to be heading towards the wildcard stage. It's going to be a gamble, man. A few might not make it through.
Hey, I've talked about this before. Having Hero, Extreme Godlike, Soul, Revenant X Spark, maybe even God's Train all in the same lobby seems like a fun. But the only one that might not be joining them in the wildcard here is going to be Revenant X-Pac as of yet.
Yeah, I think Revenant X-Pac, because of how closely Group A and D are contesting, I think that is what Revenant X-Pac were hoping for. And even now, they're just hoping that tomorrow, please, teams on the second page, do well for yourselves.
But not overtake 49
yeah,
points.
don't get over 49 points. Anyone, just stop at 48.
Well, we do have a lot of teams in the 44 to 48 ballpark here as well. So that is going to be the benchmark that all of these teams are going to be looking to take them all out of the competition. But with all things considered here, we are almost going to be at the end of the quarterfinals in general as well, because we've played 3 days thus far, and that's a total of 18 matches so far between all the groups.
Yeah, 18 matches between all of the groups. But talking about the groups that are playing right now, Group A and D, only 3 matches per group remain. 3 match per team. That is going to happen tomorrow. A lot of excitement for those 3 matches. Who pushes through and who gets left behind? Only tomorrow will tell.
Exactly. It is going to be the decider on who's going to be in the wildcards and who is going to be in the semi-finals. Will we see the big teams or will we see an underdog performance? It all happens tomorrow. My name is ICBaby12. He is iSuper Johnny. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.